It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you back to another conference. I cannot believe that we are on year 6. I want to get started with some housekeeping notes before we launch into the conference. And thank you again to everybody switching over from ComfyCon. First of all, I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands that have shaped my life. I grew up on the unceded homelands of the Council of the Three Fires, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations, as well as many other Indigenous peoples who have cared for the Chicagoland area. Today, I humbly live on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation in Melbourne, Australia. We pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging in both places, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander, Maori, and Native peoples who continue to care for country and community. Thank you, ComfyCon. We did something new this year. We partnered with an Australian virtual conference run by a lot of the people who will also help keep PancakesCon running. So the same people do these volunteer things all over the world. So because we share such a huge volunteer base, we decided to run together this year. So they have been running for the last 9 hours. I hope a lot of you tuned in and checked them out. They had amazing talks. I've really been enjoying them. And just a really great community over in their Discord. So thank you everybody who tuned into them. And thank you everybody who's tuning into us from ComfyCon now as they're cross-streaming us as we cross-streamed them. You're all a phenomenal bunch of people. I hope that we can do this again. It was controlled chaos, but we made it work. And here we are. We have successfully managed to do an 18-hour virtual con across the planet. So that's pretty surreal. I mean, like things we couldn't even imagine in like the 90s and early 2000s. So really cool stuff. Yeah, so the agenda today. So we're gonna have 2 keynotes today because of this vast array of time zones. We're going to be opening up with a keynote from an Australian speaker who is a magnate in OT cybersecurity in Australia. Bruce Large, really phenomenal speaker and just an incredible powerhouse in the field of industrial cybersecurity and just a really, really good person in general. Then after his keynote, we're going to open into tracks 1 and 2. Again, if you go to the PancakesCon.com website, you'll find a schedule linked at the top of the page, and you can see that there are 2 tracks of speakers. There is no like priority for one or the other. Like track 1 is not like senior speakers or something. They're just divided out by people's availability and time zones, and they're all phenomenal talks. So I encourage you to look at the schedule and plan out which talks you're going to see. We do try to stay on schedule here. We have moderation and a good staff of volunteers who really try to keep us running like clockwork. So you should know when you need to switch between tracks. They are recorded. We do a best effort to get them up on our YouTube, on the PancakesCon YouTube within like a month or 2. We have to close caption them all. It's all a volunteer effort, like formatting things and getting them uploaded and captioned and all the accessibility stuff. So please be patient with us. But you won't miss anything if you switch to the other track today. You should be in the track if you want to do questions. We'll have Q&A for all of our speakers. There's moderated Q&A. So if you get into the track 1 and track 2 channels in Slack, that's where you want to be to comment, discuss, ask questions. And a moderator will be relaying those questions to the speaker. That is how you ask questions, converse with the speaker, etc., given time availability. We have a bunch of other things that you can do too. We have workshops and villages. Let's go through a little list of the other things that are going on in our Slack today. There is a hardware hacking village. It is run by Blenster. So that will be running. You can follow along, learn to do some new hobbies and crafts and build some things at home, and also learn some tricks for working in a live hardware hacking village and what that's like. We have a lockpicking village, same deal. Like if you don't get to go to a lot of physical cons and you're interested in safe cracking, lockpicking, we have an amazing team of people from Lockpick Extreme who are going to be teaching you the fundamentals and again, what you would expect at a live conference and how to equip yourself for it. We have, of course, a CTF. It is sponsored by the SANS Institute. It's operated by them. That is in the CTF channel. And there is an amazing NetWars grand prize for winning that, as well as our usual trophy from PancakesCon for the victor of that. It is an individual CTF. So you'll want to join the CTF channel for details. That is getting started right after this opening of the conference. So yeah, you can win some really cool prizes, and learn a lot. You know, if you're new to CTFs, don't be daunted. We also have a CTF Learning Village this year. The Qualcomm people who build CTFs and compete very well at a lot of them are going to run a village on the basics of how to participate in a CTF, how to tackle challenges, what it's like to be at a real life one, and they'll be there to answer questions not about the competitive CTF at this event. We want that to be fair, so we don't want to give people help on the actual CTF questions, of course, for a multitude of reasons, but they'll give you ideas of how to plan for a CTF, how to organize your thoughts, and what to expect if you go to a large scale event and compete in one. So that's really, really cool. Definitely take advantage of that. That's not something you see at a lot of conferences. And then we have some networking channels in Slack too. So we've got a jobs board, of course, where people can post job positions that they have open, and also, you know, look at those postings, try to find some things they're interested in and connect with the hiring manager. There's also a resume and mentorship channel, and you can go in there if you are an experienced cybersecurity person, and also if you want some help or advice about your career, your CV, your resume, your university programs, etc. So I encourage more senior people to join that channel today and advise junior people who are having questions and having challenges. It's a very bad job market out there, so we want to give those junior people a shot and a chance and give them some advice. And you have an opportunity, you know, just ad hoc today to maybe talk to some newcomers to the field, some young people, and really help them out. So do check out those channels. There's also a government jobs channel. So if you want to chat more on that side of things instead of the public sector, or excuse me, the private sector jobs channel, there's a government jobs channel as well. Yeah, we talked about the CTF, that's running, there's cool prizes. And our second keynote, well, I can't say the time of day. At the end of the conference, whatever time of day that is for you geographically, later on from now, 8.5 hours from now, will be the amazing Alyssa Miller, who is based in the US. And that'll just be a nice closing, geographic closing to our series of events. We have two amazing keynotes, and they of course span the planet, as we are trying to do with this full global event today. Really cool stuff. So again, some more housekeeping notes. We do have a code of conduct. I used to just say, don't be a jerk, but that doesn't cut it in this, unfortunately, in the year of 2025. So let me spell it out for you. We have a zero tolerance policy for abuse, harassment, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, and any other form of discrimination. We do not tolerate that. We will boot people from the conference and ban them over that. We will warn on minor accidental things, but if we see something that's actually malicious and unacceptable, we will ban people from the event. So just please don't be a jerk. This is my conference, I will kick you out. You know, and also there are youth in attendance, there's teenagers watching this. I say, like, kind of like for the US audience, like a PG-13 audience. Like, so again, you can talk about, you know, swords and things and booze, and that's fine, but like try to keep it relatively youth friendly instead of you know, obscene. See a channel moderator if you have any questions or concerns about this. If it's something they can't handle, they'll forward it on to myself and the other members of the admin board. How to participate. If you're watching this, if you just like switched over from ComfyCon, or if you're just tuning into our YouTube or something, if you're watching the stream, like I know a lot of places are doing like group streams today for these events. Please join our Slack. It's at the top of PancakesCon.com. That is how you join all these channels, how you participate in the CTF, how you ask questions, how you meet the community, all that stuff. Make sure you're in the right channel though. Like our moderators, most of what they do, it's not people being malicious or breaking the code of conduct. It's just people being lost and posting stuff in the wrong channel. If you're watching track 1 and you want to talk about track 1, please get into the track 1 channel, because it gets confusing when people are like bouncing all over the place and they're like talking about a track 2 talk in the wrong channel and nobody knows what they're talking about. So check what channel you're in. Join the Slack channels for villages and the CTF for more information about those. It's in the villages. The people who are running them are in those channels. They're ready to help you. Another reason to join the Slack is we have raffles all day. And a lot of this came from our sponsors, who I will introduce momentarily. Our sponsors, including anonymous community members, have donated a bunch of stuff, and we're going to give it away. that's what we use our sponsorships for. Like ComfyCon was introducing us at the beginning of their con. They're like, they have sponsors, and like, no, they don't like pay me, or like I don't make any money off of this. Like our sponsorships are like prizes. They're like swag and stuff, like, and like conference tickets. It's like community donated stuff, and like security teams have like sent us swag and things, and like humble bundles. And our grand prize is a for just the general conference is a trip to CypherCon in Milwaukee. So if you're based in North America, you get airfare and a ticket, a full access pass to CypherCon, which is one of my favorite US-based conferences. So that's kind of cool. And the grand prize for the CTF is a free subscription to SANS Skills Quest by Networks Core Edition and a trophy. So yeah, the raffles, I will tell you, you must be present to win. So they say when they're going to end. If you are not around, I'll do like a 1, 2, 3, like calling when they're ending. And if you win and you don't respond, I will move on to the next person. So yeah, so just make sure you understand when the raffle is going to end. They say, and enter, and then just be present at the end of the raffle. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Again, what are our sponsors for? They are for giving you guys cool stuff, educational materials, swag, tickets to things. Like, that's what they do. And they're also running the villages today. So that is how like organizations, conferences, companies make this conference even more successful, is they donate time and like stuff to help the people in this conference be more successful at cybersecurity. So all of these organizations, SANS Institute, Lockpick Extreme, Qualcomm, CypherCom, Taggart Institute, Semperis, Coleman Services, they took the time to like take a chance on a little, it's a zero budget conference that's managing to run for 6 years, and that was very thoughtful for them. So I really wish you would, you know, contact those organizations, learn about them, see if they can help your business, because they are like genuinely good community members to do this and not get any tax break or anything for doing it. Like, we're not a registered nonprofit or anything. So like, they're just doing it to help the community and get their name out as good, reputable members of the community. So check them out for sure. And thank you to all of our volunteers. I am not running this alone, even though sometimes it feels like it. I'm not running this conference alone. We have an army of amazing volunteers who are doing everything from introducing talks to scheduling to running all of the AV that goes into this conference, to doing chat moderation and monitoring channels and organizing events and organizing our volunteers. There is like a crew of like 30 people behind the scenes who are making this all run. So if you could leave a little applause for them in the chat, like, it's not just us up here on the face on video. Like, there's people who have given hours and hours and hours and hours, sometimes overnight, to make this con work. And I appreciate all of them very, very much. But with that, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Bruce Large, who is coming to us from Australia. He is a phenomenon in OT cybersecurity. I'm sure he won't say that for himself, so I will say it. He introduces himself as a security architecture enthusiast, CTI nerd, infrastructure tourist, and cyber hype guy, which I love. It's so much fun. Cyber hype guy is terrific. He is a champ in critical infrastructure and helping out the community, and just ubiquitous figure in cybersecurity in Australia. So I really hope you enjoy his talk and learning about his hobby. Over to you, Bruce.
Awesome. Thank you, Leslie. I'll just share screen. So I think there's a request coming through. Sweet. So hopefully you can see that. And I'm just getting my screen set up. So hey, thank you for the kind words. And I did notice some people asking if I'll be having a beer while presenting, like I have at previous conferences, but not tonight. So hey, awesome to be here. Super exciting. And really love the fact that we get to talk about not only security stuff, but, you know, our hobbies. So yeah, who am I? So I'm a director and principal of cybersecurity architect at Be Large, which is my own company. I've worked in IT and OT for over 15 years in multiple roles. I'm also a proud member of Professionals Australia, the union for STEM workers. If you have any questions about unionism, feel free to jump in the chat afterwards. I can help out with that. And yeah, I've been around, so I have a background in electricity, generation, transmission, rail, aviation, emergency services, and consulting. I studied telecoms engineering at QUT, and I also have a finance degree from QUT. And it feels like I'm collecting SANS certificates at the moment. I have a few. So it was really cool. Leslie and I were actually in the same SANS instructor cohort. It's just super amazing to connect with such passionate practitioners. But yeah, I hold the GICSP, the GRID, the GCTI, GSOM, and I'm also a SABSA Chartered Foundation Architect and a 62443 expert. So I really like to start my presentations with like, hey, why are we here and what are we doing? So this one's pretty cool because I think, you know, threat modeling is such a foundational skill for cybersecurity practitioners, right? For me, it's a great opportunity for us to collaborate with other technical leads and to help bring them on the journey of how we build secure, robust systems, right? And interestingly too, I see it as being, you know, an art and a science. And that's where I really like this overlap with the conference, that we can also talk about, you know, photography, because I feel some of that like mental model and visualization and, you know, being able to understand a complex system, the two kind of relate with each other, which I think is really cool. So the agenda, first half will be about threat modeling, you know, what's a threat, the show stack threat modeling approach and stride, threat profiles, and then break into a Q&A. And the second half is about photography. So things like the exposure triangle, composition, some miscellaneous tips, and Q&A. I'm hoping I'm good for content length, but I probably got a bit more excited about the photography stuff. So yeah, let's kick on then, talk about threat modeling. So I really like this model. Rob M. Lee from SANS introduced it to me when I studied the 515 course. But we have this kind of intersection of a hostile intent, a capability, and an opportunity. And where that happens, you know, we call that, you know, a threat, right? That's a qualified threat. Interestingly, if there's hostile intent and capability, but the opportunity is not present, we class that an impending threat. And if there's hostile intent and opportunity, but a lack of capability, that would be potential. And when there's capability and opportunity, but no hostile intent, that's deemed to be insubstantial. Now, the reason I find this quite useful too is if we're threat modeling, you know, the thing we control is the opportunity, you know, be that architecture, security countermeasures, security controls, those things. What we don't control as defenders is the hostile intent or capability of adversaries. So, you know, we need to understand the threat landscape. We need to use cyber threat intelligence, things like that, to pull it together. But when we're threat modeling, this is really a great tool to help us understand the current state opportunity and what we can do to better defend systems. So I am a huge fan of Adam Shostak. Have a physical copy of the book here with me right here. And what I love is there's 4 questions, right? So it's just really easy. You know, what are we working on? What could go wrong? What will we do to fix it? And closing out the loop. Did we do a good job? So, you know, sometimes cybersecurity can be real technical, lots of jargon, and difficult for people to, you know, get their heads around. But in this case, it's a pretty simple model, right? And if you haven't, would really encourage, get a copy of the book. But he's also got a kind of a breakdown of this model on his GitHub, which I have a link below. Another really important concept I took from the book is the idea of being a stepping stone. So as a security architect and working in critical infrastructure, you know, I come across asset owners who think, hey, we don't think we're in the crosshairs, if you will. Like, why would people want to target us? Now, interestingly, as cybersecurity professionals, we tend to think more like attack, red team, those kind of things. So for us, you know, sometimes it's pretty obvious of like, hey, well, you know, if we think about motivation and what attackers can achieve, you know, it could be the fact that you are a stepping stone, like you are an interim target to you know, achieve their objective. So you could be part of this, you know, broader kill chain, if you will. There's also classic examples of managed service providers who have access to lots of systems. So an adversary, if they, you know, compromise that kind of hub resource, they'll be able to compromise a lot of downstream systems and just get a huge economic payoff, right? And then especially for operational technology or industrial control systems, you're just an easy test environment, right? Building these environments is complex, it's expensive, it takes a lot of time and effort. So sometimes a threat actor will just want to get access into your network to understand technology and build proof of concepts and things like that. So I find this a good conversational point to people who say, well, we don't think people even know who we are. Well, no, there's actually other reasons why you might be targeted. And another good concept in this is the data flow diagram. So there's an example from the book in chapter 2 where we have, like a database app kind of tech stack. We have these dashed lines, which are trust boundaries, which are very, very important, right? This is where we're trying to think, well, what security controls do we have? What security controls could we put in? Is this an enforcement point? Could this be an inspection point? And you'll notice between these little lozenges, we have these kind of arrows, right? So these arrows are representing data flows. So once, we kind of bring people together, and this is one of the things I find most useful is often people don't have the full mental model. They'll know what they know. And when you come together and actually work as a group to go through this, it's surprising how many times people are unaware of, the test link or the backup or the staging thing that no one knows about. And unfortunately, these things can be targeted, right? So yeah, so this data flow diagram concept I find quite useful for how do we all get on the same page, right? And also just the, going through the effort of putting it on paper can sometimes really help people realize, hey, we haven't really thought about this use case, or I actually assumed this was like this, but in fact it is not like this. So data flow diagrams, super useful. And these data flows in particular then marry up with Stride. So most people probably have heard the acronym before, but it's spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. So spoofing is kind of like, hey, a non-authentic person or entity interacting, and then considering, well, how would we stop that kind of spoofing type of attack? Tampering would be, maliciously changing the contents without authorization. Repudiation's interesting. It's kind of you might have done it, or you might have kicked off a transaction, but later you try to say, I didn't do that. So quite important for like financial services. Information disclosures, a real obvious one for a lot of people of, we've got confidential information that's been inappropriately accessed, not good. Denial of service is one that's always, front of mind for me of, hey, well, if these systems are critical, what measures do we have in place to make sure they're not being disrupted? And then elevation of privilege is what all our red team friends are super keen to find a foothold and be able to do more stuff than they should be able to, right? So yeah, so this Stride kind of framework, you apply to every data flow, right? And then if we think back to those 4 questions, well, what can we do to stop this bad stuff happening, right? So I think quite a really good accessible model, and I think a really nice way to collaborate with other technical people, but bring in the adversarial mindset of cybersecurity people. So the book also goes through attack trees, and I'm a big fan of attack trees because they are graphical, right? So they kind of break down the attack and what conditions are required. And importantly, these conditions can be either serial, i.e., and operations, or parallel, or operations. So again, just a screenshot from the book, this kind of scenario of asset misappropriation and these like objectives, if you will, that have to happen, and then the sub things that have to happen for them. And you'll see we've kind of got these serial activities, but maybe, under fraudulent disbursements, we actually have these parallel activities. Now, I probably prefer the attack tree as a graph. And I just think, for me, it's just a nice way to kind of visualize for this bad scenario to happen. this is what, conditions have to happen. And then as a security architect, well, what can we do to detect or deny those kind of scenarios from occurring? Now, threat modeling with Stride can be, completely overwhelming at an enterprise level, right? You can imagine there's thousands, if not, you know, hundreds of thousands of data flow interactions, and then we're enumerating Stride over that. Another approach is to use a threat profile. And the threat profile, we can, understand, model, and document the threats for the entire organization. I'm a big fan, an unapologetic fan of the Department of Energy Cybersecurity Capability Maturity Model, the C2M2, and it defines a threat profile as the characterization of the likely intent, capability, and targets for threats to the function. It is the result of one or more threat assessments across the range of feasible threats to the IT, OT, and information assets of an organization and to the organization itself, identifying feasible threats and describing the nature of threats and evaluating their severity. Now, those are good words, but sometimes it's nice to see an example. So if you hit up SANS, just Google threat profile SANS. Stephen Owen's written a white paper that kind of outlines a model. And also the C2M2 team in the US have a sample threat profile coming as well. So I typically just Google, C2M2 threat profile, and you'll drop on this page. It's supposed to be here, but it's just been a bit delayed. But I think these are really, really useful things that, as practitioners doing threat modeling, how do we kind of aggregate it up into this whole of company view? And personally, as an architect, I find these very useful. As someone who likes to dabble in security operations and detection engineering, these are incredibly useful, right? Because they will outline your crown jewel assets, your likely threat actors, and their likely TTPs. So a super good resource that, can be used cross team and collaborated. So, you can build these in different ways. Now, whiteboards are always good, and I think we all agree it's just nice getting in front of a whiteboard with technical people, but that's not always easy because you might not be working with each other, right? So there are software tools as well. So this is where I like to normally be in a room with people because I can do a show of hands. But yeah, I guess, has anyone actually used the Microsoft threat modeling tool? Happy if people even want to drop a comment in the conference chat. It's a pretty sweet tool. And what I like about it is it has like two modes, right? You kind of draw up the system block diagram, and kind of show these interactions, draw up trust boundaries, things like that. And once you've got the kind of the block diagram, if you will, and the interactions, you move into this analysis mode. So in the screenshot here, the top's the graphical part. The middle is where you can start enumerating Stride across all these interfaces. And then from that, you can, I think, export CSV and things like that. But a pretty cool tool. I'm actually using it at the moment on an engagement, and I quite like it. But there's other tools too. So MITRE Attack Flow, Erius Risk is a commercial tool that I've had some exposure to. And what I like about Erius Risk is you can actually build effectively templates. And for me, it kind of feels like the threat modeling tool with, like a repo on top of it where we can check in, check out, and also have patterns. So if we're seeing similar threats to systems, we can apply, these kind of pre-built blocks. And importantly, we can apply security control frameworks to those identified threats. And also just a shout out, Context Cipher, buddy of mine, Alex Kenley, has been posting some really cool stuff on how he's using, AI LLMs to analyze a system and also help kind of begin this process. Because to do this on complex systems can take a lot of time, right? So I just have a screenshot here from the MITRE Attack Flow project. So yeah, if you hit up the link down the bottom here, and I'll be sharing these slides on my GitHub, posting them up. So I have a link further at the end of the presentation for that. But this is a really cool tool I've been playing around with as well. And it's just a really nice way that you can visually start building these things out, right? So yeah, this is a example threat model for Blackbuster. And yeah, just a great way to kind of play around and see how it works. This is a screenshot of Context Cipher, which is the one Alex is working on. So if you hit up contextcipher.com, you can play around. And yeah, it's just some really cool developments, things like how you can ingest cyber threat intelligence. And I think just helping people kind of just start threat modeling, right? So just kicking it off and making it easier. So I can pause here for any questions on threat modeling in specifics, or we can do it at the end. So I don't know, Leslie and Rick. And I will have a quick look in the chat. Oh, nice. I am a PA member. I'm actually one of the national vice presidents for Professionals Australia. So very good. All right. Well, if you don't have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat. But we can come back to it at the end as well. So let's switch over. So when I was chatting to Leslie, they were like, "Hey, do you want to do a talk?" I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. And hey, do you want to talk about a hobby? And I thought, oh, hobbies. It's been a while since I've got to have fun. But yeah, I really, really like photography. And I was thinking that the thinking you use when you're, building a photo or like looking at a landscape or something is similar to that. How do you like break down a complex information system and you can start, visually seeing these patterns, right? So yeah, so just to kind of just a little bit of terminology to kick off with. So I shoot a Nikon D90. So it's a digital single lens reflex SLR camera. So how a SLR camera works is you effectively have this special mirror box in the middle of the camera. So when you are looking through the viewfinder, like, the light comes through the lens, so it's exactly as what will hit the photo sensor and up through the viewfinder. But when you press the shutter release button, the mirror will flip up and the shutter curtain opens and the photo sensor is exposed to the light, right? But there's some key terms here. So we talk about the lens, which is like the optical, magic apparatus, if you will. And that lens has a thing called like an aperture, which is basically, think of it as this, if you've seen Stargate, like the iris thing that just kind of closes up and opens up, that's an aperture, right? So that's how we can control how much light is coming through to the photo sensor and then the photo sensor in the back. Interestingly, too, people might not know, but those detection photo sensors are actually only effectively black and white, but they put a red, green, blue filter in front of it, and that's how you know what what photo sensors are picking up: red light, green light, blue light. And you might see when you take photos, you have this option for raw. Raw is effectively just, what is coming straight off the photo sensor, no processing, no compression or anything like that. So you can have absolute control when you're doing, post-processing. So I'm super keen to kind of start off with the exposure triangle. So this is a really fundamental concept in photography, right? So think of it, you got these like three vertices on the triangle. We have our ISO, aperture, and shutter speed. So ISO is like this concept from film, which is basically how quickly the film can expose. So, chemistry, magic, whatnot. Aperture is around how much light we're allowing through the lens to come through to the camera, photo sensor, as we were saying. And shutter speed is like how long the shutter is open. So how much, it's two ways to control the light coming in. So just kind of breaking it down a bit further. And the reason it matters is it gives you artistic control on what you want to do, right? So really important concept here is what's called the f-stop. So it's typically shown as like f divided by the number. So it gets confusing because it is a fraction, but the smaller the number, so in this case it's 8, the lowest might be, say, 2 or 1.8. It's said that the aperture is actually wide open. So think of this as like a fraction. As this number on the denominator gets bigger, your aperture is actually getting smaller, right? You're letting less light in. And as I've said about 5 times now, this controls how much light actually travels to the photosensor. But the trade-off here is it affects what's called the depth of field, which can be used for pleasant effects, right? So a term you'll hear is shooting wide open, and that is the lowest f-stop number. That will also give you the shallowest depth of field. You also hear a term where it might be called shooting fast glass or the fastest glass. So think of it as just, this is like the iris is completely open and you're smashing as much light as possible. But by doing that, you make the depth of field shallower. So I have a Flickr, so I just have a whole bunch of photos. So this one is from Hamburg in Germany, and it was like a model of Hamburg. And you can see there's like this church tower, and behind the church tower, there's another church tower. But you'll see it's like kind of, faded or blurry, if you will. So this is a very shallow depth of field. This was shot. So I've also, for these photos, just put in the kind of the key aspects of the exposure triangle. So f5.6, ISO 320, and it was 1/200th of a second exposure, right? So yeah, I was shooting this wide open, so super narrow depth of field, because I wanted to just create this effect of, this is sharp and in focus and the stuff behind isn't, and it just looks cool. This is another example. I shot this in London. I think it was at the front of the Tate Modern Art Gallery. And I like it because it's repetition, but it's also playing with a shallow depth of field. So again, f5.6, ISO 220, 180 second exposure. But this is like, this is why I think the linkage of photography and threat modeling is this: we're making choices for effects, right? And I just think it's cool. So yeah, you can hit me up on flickr.com and be large. So so that's where I like to put up photos. So if we think about the other point on the triangle, shutter speed. So whereas aperture is about how much light comes in, shutter speed is how long the light is allowed to come in. So again, we can use this for artistic effects like motion blur or getting light trails, or maybe cool stuff like astrophotography and seeing, how stars are rotating. Or on the flip side, if we're doing sport photos, we actually want a super, super, like very tight shutter speed, because we want to capture the ball and make it really crisp, right? But sometimes you might want to make the ball motion blurred. So again, this is where, if you're taking a photo, you're thinking, what am I trying to achieve in the photo? Do I want blur? Do I want to be super crisp? And then, what constraints in my equipment, or what things can I trade off? So I think we all know the frustration of getting blurry photos. So kind of a good rule of thumb here is, if you're hand holding with a electronically stabilized lens, so you'll see on a lot of cameras, there'll be, so on Nikon, I've just forgot what it's called, but on Canon it's called EOS, right? But electronic optical stabilization. So if you turn that on, there's effectively some magic electronic stabilization to stop, if you're slightly moving the camera, getting that blurring effect. So if you have electronic stabilization, 1/60 tends to be the limit. If you need to get a shot that is longer than 1/60 seconds, you probably have to start getting a tripod, right? Or the other thing is, generally the focal length of the lens one on that inverted. So if it was, say, a 20 mil lens, you could get away with one on 20, but you're going to start seeing not as many good photos. But that's another thing I kind of want to touch on today too, that, you know, I will take, say, 100 photos and get one really good photo. I might take 1,000 photos and get like 10 really good photos. It's better just to show you really, really, really good photos. There is some temptation just to put everything up there and the kind of, ones that are pretty good, but they're not great. But yeah, I really feel for people who used to shoot on film because you didn't have that luxury, right? And I've read blogs about, because I like, F1 photography as well, of particular F1 photographers who started shooting on film have a really different shooting approach and like mental checklist, if you will, because you just don't have as many shots in your camera, right? So yeah. But anyway, but with shutter speed, we're thinking about these artistic effects. So this is a photo from the Melbourne Grand Prix, I think in 2015. I have a feel it's either Sebastian Vettel or Daniel Ricciardo. But I was in a grandstand and playing around with panning shots. So with this, you have your camera, you probably tuck in really tight, and you're trying to speed match with the vehicle. And as you're like speed matching, you're hitting the shutter. Um, and if you get it right, you can get the vehicle being pretty crisp, and the background, sorry, this sweet blurry kind of motion blur, and it's just the best feeling. I absolutely love smashing a panning shot like this. But similarly, this I was in Stockholm, 2012, I think, and I was like, "Hey, this would be pretty cool for some light trails." So this is traffic, so cars coming this way with the lights on, and cars going this way with their brake lights on. But again, this is interesting too. The f-stop is f18, so that's starting to get pretty like closed, and you get this star bursting effect on the lights, which is also another nice little thing that you can try to get right. So ISO is the one that is basically how much money do you have and can you buy a better camera. Also, the best thing is the lens. The glass is the most important, right? Really good glass will do heaps for your photos. But in this example, like this is just something I grabbed off the internet. ISO 100, you can see is quite a nice, not grainy. ISO 3200 is starting to get quite grainy. But if you get a really high end camera, you can be shooting like ISO 64,000 and it still looks really good. But basically, just newer and more expensive cameras have better electronics. Also, if you're shooting raw, you can do some trickiness to do some noise reduction. But normally, ISO is the thing that you are limited with your equipment. Now, what's nice is you might not have really good equipment, but if you spend some time learning composition, you can still take really, really nice photos. So to me, composition's like how we construct the image, right? It's around, well, where do we place items? How do we frame the scene? How do we have leading lines and consider perspective? What we're doing with the foreground, middle ground, background, and how do you pull all this together? Um, What's cool about composition as well is typically you learn the rules to then learn when to break the rules, right? So this is a photo I took. This is uh, near Wollongong in New South Wales. It's called the Seacliff Bridge. And I really like this photo. It just has an aesthetically pleasing curve of the bridge. And I've anchored it in the bottom middle so you grab the viewer's eye and you can follow around. And it's just nice. It's just aesthetically pleasing. The other cool thing about composition is you can learn a lot by looking at paintings. So you can look at either, um, like portraits. You can look at lands. So yeah, I just think if you haven't got heaps of cash, you can learn a lot about composition and take phenomenal photos, right? I think we all start learning the rule of thirds. It's a very common starting approach. So basically, if you think you've got your kind of frame, you break it into thirds vertically and horizontally, and then you try to place a thing of interest on the intersection. So in this case here, we've got this landscape where this dog husky thing, and you've put it on a third. And you do other stuff too, like the comfort space. So if you had the dog on the left-hand side, they'd actually be a bit, you know, they'd be a little stuck on there. So like you start to just pick up these patterns, if you will, of composition and where you're putting things. So, but the rule of thirds is where we all start, right? But there are others. So this one in the middle is the golden ratio, and it is just aesthetically pleasing. There's just some hardware stuff in our brains that enjoys, ratios and perspectives. And when things line up in the right spot, you just know this is really nice. And similarly, I've used this diagonal kind of diamond framing before, and it's quite nice, especially if you've got maybe like someone's face or they're looking in a particular direction or something. But you use the lines to help kind of guide. So this is like a screenshot from Lightroom, which is software you can use in photography. I use Lightroom. You can also get these as overlays on your camera, but you can use this for cropping. But generally, you want to try and get the composition as good as possible in the on the shot on the camera, because then you've made the most out of like the megapixels, right? So the resolution. So if you want to print, it's really important you've got the right resolution. If it's online, it generally is okay. The resolution is really, really important when it comes to printing. So I now kind of just want to break into just some miscellaneous tips and things I want to chat about, right? So I think framing super important. So this is from Berlin. I think it's called the Spiegel column. It's the victory column. And I just remember I was walking up the steps and I thought, oh, this is really nice framing because I've got like these lines of the wall leading to the bottom, and it was a bit of an overcast day, so the sky wasn't distracting, but also because of the gold, it just pops really nice. So this was a really just a nice framing shot. And it's super fun when you see a shot and you can construct it in your brain, and then you take the photo and then you look at it later and you're like, oh, this does look good. It's just the best feeling in the world. I'm a big fan of it. Another really good tip is shooting high or shooting low, right? So this is at the BMW Museum in Munich, and they have this really cool exhibit with the different generations of 300 series, I think they are, or 3 series. But it was kind of built so you could look at it on the bottom, or you could come over this kind of platform. And another thing in photography and composition is looking for repetition, right? So the fact you have these 3 cars and it's a different angle to what people would see, is sometimes going to give you a good, artistic outcome. Similarly, this car, I actually just thought it was super cool that they've kind of drawn a technical drawing of what's happening under the hood, but also just the framing of getting down low and getting in tight can just kind of give you a lot better, like a lot better artistic license than just standing at the normal place and putting it in the middle. And yeah, so just moving around and trying things can actually have a huge difference in the effect of the photo, right? I really like panoramas. So this is from Rottnest Island, which is a island of Perth in Western Australia. And the color of the water was just phenomenal. And I like in this photo just how the lines kind of, we've got this perspective point off the side here, and we're kind of leading in. And then we just have like a random seagull just having a look. But to take this photo, and I think this is like a 10 or 15-year-old photo now, but typically I'll probably take um, 9 or 11 shots. The other thing is when I'm taking the pano, I try to think about which shot will be the center shot, and then trying to like set yourself up so you can pivot as you're taking the photo. And I'm now just realizing I really should have just had my camera with me so I could hold it. But anyway, but hold the other thing is when you're shooting the pano, you actually shoot it vertical because it gives you more room when you're stitching the photos together. So in this case, I was using Photoshop to do the pano stitching, but it just lets you kind of move things around and play around the geometric distortion a bit nicer. But by having your kind of center shot known and equally taking the shots around it, it can just make the image stitched together so much nicer. But I love panos for landscapes because it's just a great way to just really get that immersive feeling. The other thing too is you can sometimes cheat and just take a normal photo and just aggressively crop it and get a pano effect. However, if you want to print it, you might struggle because of the resolution. So one of my favorite types of photos are black and white photos. So this is again at that BMW museum. So again, just f5.6 ISO 800 1/125th. But what I like about this is just it's a real striking contrast, the carbon fiber of the car and the sponsorship. And interestingly, too, is like the lines were just really nice here, where you've got these curves and kind of curves coming back on curves. So by shooting this tight, it's just more interesting than standing the usual 3 meters from the car, take a quick happy snap. And also, like getting in close to it, you can kind of control the perspective point and where the person's looking. Also, there's this interesting like tonal contrast of just having absolute black with white. That's just pretty cool. This photo is one of my favorites. I actually have it printed on a canvas in my room. So this was in Hamburg. I like to think Hamburg is the Brisbane of Germany, or dare I say, Brisbane's the Hamburg of Australia. And I loved it. It's like the third biggest city. Brisbane, where I'm from, is the third biggest city. But it was just really cool. And in this case, this photo here, like a lot of photos are about luck, right? So you've set yourself up for success. But I just love in this, it's just one person walking nicely framed between these two street poles. Oh, sorry, lamp poles. But in this photo, it was just a normal like ISO 200 f.2, so shooting pretty wide open, 1/160th. But in post processing, I've put a neutral density grad filter. So what that does is it allows me to put more darkness at the top than at the bottom. And in doing that, I could pump the entire exposure of the shot, which allowed me to pull this reflection out. So compositionally, it's a pretty interesting shot because just off the back of the camera, it's just sitting in the middle. But with the reflection, we start getting things living on a third, which is cool. And it's a different, like, I don't know, just because it's not a really flat mirror image, it just adds something. And I really like it. Also, the different, like, tones of the buildings behind. And this is where, when you shoot black and white, you can be a bit more artistic in bit more artistic license. And if you've got a cheaper camera that has a bit of noise on the ISO, you can get away from more sins. So, but yeah, I really like this, and I'd really recommend if you take photos you really like, getting them printed on a canvas is an absolutely amazing feeling. So this is a black and white I took that I just absolutely love. So this is in Brisbane on the Queen Street Mall. There's a sculpture thing. It's actually a brass sculpture, but it's just the way the shadow plays in this. I really like it because we have this absolute black, on the left moving into light on the right. And you can see the imperfections in I think it was bronze from memory, but the imperfections in the metal and just the reflections. So again, f4.2, ISO 400, 1/200 second exposure. So nothing here too tricky in terms of exposure triangle, but just the way this light is captured coming off the sculpture is super cool. And I think it's the biggest thing once you start really getting into photography, you just start really noticing light a lot. And I absolutely love natural light. It's like really good. So yeah, this is actually a printed canvas I have as well in my house. So the Arc de Triomphe, sorry, the Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower, sorry. Um, and a cool composition with a cool sight line, kind of drawing the perspective of the viewer. And what's also cool is you can actually see scientist names on the base of the Eiffel Tower. So, for example, Ampere is here, and Laplace and Lagrange. So famous French scientists, right? So when they built the Eiffel Tower, I was like, that's pretty cool. And also, like, infrastructure tourist nerd, just absolutely loving all the structural elements of steel. So Eiffel was a steelworks company, and they kind of just went, yeah, for a structural engineer, this is just something that's aesthetically pleasing, right? This is technically not black and white, but it's a picture of a solar eclipse. And I highly encourage you, if you get the chance, go see a solar eclipse. It is phenomenal. And this was actually in Cairns, I think 2010, 2011. But just bear in mind, you got to just make sure you do the safety stuff, have the proper glasses, and also you got to be really careful if you're pointing a camera at the sun. Things can go real bad and melty pretty quick. So there's definitely techniques to how you take these photos. So definitely research that before you break your gear. Another thing I really like is you can just play with stuff, right? So I quite enjoy street photography. I was just walking around and I thought, prime location, excellent value. It's pretty funny. And also it's just, it's got a nice negative space. So yeah, I got a mate to take a photo of me doing that. So just nothing too special in terms of the exposure triangle, but just a cool play. Again, Eiffel Tower, but shot in after sunset, so in blue light, but also shot out of focus to grab bokeh off all the lights. They have this like light display. Also, cool little things like you can see these headlights are in bokeh. You can see the traffic light green in bokeh, and you can see the tail lights on the cars in bokeh, and it just looks cool. I really like it because it's a bit abstract, but you can tell immediately, hey, that's the Eiffel Tower. So, people photo tips. So I kind of felt a bit weird about just putting up random photos of people. So no examples here, sorry, but people are like the most interesting and engaging subjects, right? The main thing is about light. So if you're going to do really good portrait photography, you need to have like really good light, be it flashlight, light boxes, bouncers, all that stuff. If you don't have that, cloudy days are amazing. So there's this thing called a light box. You got your normal kind of flash you put onto your camera. You can get a diffusing dome for that. So rather than being this kind of harsh point light source, you can diffuse the light. But like a flash box, you can take that to a whole new level. But if you've got like the right type of clouds, you effectively have a giant light box on the sun, and you can just get really, really, really nice light. And I think that's once you do more photography, you'll just start noticing light, and yeah, it's just nice. And again, you could be doing portraits, you could be doing street, but people photos are fun, and it's something I'd actually like to do more of when I buy a new camera, because you can do some cool stuff too with prime lenses, like fixed focal length lenses that can have a really like low aperture, which you can get some really amazing depth of field effects. And you can also, with a longer lens, like maybe 120 mil lens with, an f 1.8 will just look stunning. Probably my second favorite thing is landscape photos. So biggest thing with landscapes is you got to get the time of day right. So there's this term called golden hour, which is typically an hour before sunset. that just has really nice colored light. I've heard this term blue hour, which is basically the hour after sunset. And, sunset, sunrise, kind of interchangeable. The hour before sunrise, you can get some really nice colors popping. And just at sunrise, you can get really nice light as well. And it's amazing how much difference the weather and the seasons can make. Also, things like clouds, rain, stuff like that. So this is a photo I really enjoyed. This is at Redcliffe. I think this is the Hornybrook Bridge. So this is a 320-second exposure, ISO 100 f11. But what's cool here is this sun bursting. Actually, I think that might be higher. That might be f20. Sorry, that might be an error. But this sun bursting, star bursting, just looks super cool. And the fact that it's a 320-second exposure, all the waves are awesome. All the waves are kind of diffused, and also you can see the clouds are really starting to get pulled. So yeah, and just cool. So yeah, this is just a nice after rain sunset where the sky just lit up, and you can actually see rain droplets, and you can get really cool rain effects coming off the beating. Mobile photography, best quote: the best camera is the one you have with you, right? So play with it, get comfortable with it, get into those high-low kind of shots, play with the exposure. This is my favorite sunset photo. It was taken on a BlackBerry. So this is in Bowen, but the sky was absolutely electric. And it's hard to tell, but I think on the left here, there was actually a bit of lightning as well. So it was just really good. And with the water reflection and the boat, it was just such an amazing photo. And I wish I had my proper camera, but you got to deal with what you got, right? So yeah, just starting to wrap up now. So I learned a lot about photography by reading Scott Kelby's books. I'd really recommend them. Has these kind of like digital photography books as well as just like landscape portraits, that kind of stuff. So happy to do a combined Q&A because I'm about at time. But just summary: threat modeling, super vital for cybersecurity professionals to develop and use. If you haven't, buy a copy of Showstack's book. Super good. We have lots of different frameworks, the 4 questions stride. And I think as you build more threat models, pulling them into a threat profile is super useful. And threat modeling should be done collaboratively. So make sure you use tools that people can engage with. Photography, understand the exposure triangle. Composition's like super important. I think, like you can do awesome composition on cheaper cameras and get phenomenal photos, right? And most importantly, get out there, have some fun, right? Take photos with friends, experiment, and learn the rules to break the rules. And yeah, if you're kind of thinking where should you start, check out the Scott Kelby books. So a whole bunch of links here. I've got my GitHub. I should have put my Flickr on here. But yeah, if you just go flickr.com, be large. And yeah, really appreciate your time. So happy if any questions.
So sadly, we don't really. There's a lot of feedback in the chat channel. There's for this track.
Cool.
Everybody loves your photos, and there are some questions about threat modeling and threat modeling tools. Since we're kind of out of time, I've tagged them for you.
I'll just jump in the chat.
Please, they'd love to hear from you. There's a bunch of questions, and there's tons of wonderful feedback on your photos and questions about the photos as well. So. Thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for taking the time out of your evening.
Awesome. Thanks, Leslie. Thanks, team.
Thank you. And I have to take the Tim Tam out of my mouth. I've got to say one Tim Tam. I hear we have to do a Tim Tam slam in the next talk. So I would be very happy to introduce Jody Miners, who's going to give us a talk about good cybers for small business and swimming is life. Jody, thank you for being here and take it away.
Thank you, Leslie. And welcome everyone. And I've just asked for people in the chat to tell us, put a flag emoji from where you're watching from. So we've got a number from US and Canada and some from Europe, UK. And I was just in the UK and Europe just a few weeks ago. So I've got some stories to tell about that in the second part of my talk. So yes, so my name's Jody Miners. And I'm talking about good cyber security for small business. And my company is called the Detail Department. And I do business systems and cybersecurity consulting for other small businesses. I just work for myself, and so I am a small business myself, and then I help other small businesses. So this talk is for you as a professional in the world of the cybers, to talk to your friends and families who run small businesses. Let me just, okay, my slides aren't going. Okay, so about me, as I'm a small business owner and my business is 100% in the cloud, and I am, CEO, technical director, chief advisor, chief cook and bottle washer. I have a very simple business structure, but I also run two complete setups, one for Microsoft 365 on one domain and one for Google on another domain, so that whichever business I'm working with, I can be helping them out. And I don't do any government work, but as you know by the name of my business, that I'm all about the details. And so when you are meeting your friends and talking to them about their businesses, you'd most likely be talking to people who run a small business, because there are vast majority of the businesses around the world, including Australia, are small businesses, and those small businesses are part of a much larger supply chain, which with other things. So small businesses are very different, and they're everywhere. And yes, so they're part of the much larger supply chain, but they have so many things going on. They wear so many hats, like I just said, and they just don't want to think about any form of cyber. They don't want to think about regulation. They don't want to think about business continuity or any risk, but they need you to challenge them. Go and talk to them, ask them about what they need to get them on the path to good cybers, and then check in with them also. They need you to get them the best advice, but that's the best advice for them, not for you. And so when you're talking to them, please, use my couple of rules. No TLAs, no three-letter acronyms. TLA is a three-letter acronym. No FUD, no talking about fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Only talk about cybersecurity from a point of growth and differentiation of their business from somewhere else. No war words, which is really, really, really difficult in the US now that DOD has changed their name. But I try and reduce the words like attack and defense and things like that. We can always find other words to talk about those things. And no, your small business friend doesn't need a SIEM, doesn't need an XDR, doesn't need a WAF, or doesn't even maybe need a VPN. Any of those words that you use in your business, like you've got to really tone them down and really talk to them, because they will need MFA, they will need DKIM, they will need DMARC, but you're not going to tell them those, right? You need to really explain, what is email security? Why do we need email security? What is multi-factor authentication and why do we need it? But the one TLA that they do need is they need to CYA. And for those that are not familiar with that term, it's called cover your ass. And not many small businesses need enterprise certifications like ISO 27001, and in the US, CMMC I forgot that wrong. But there is a new global standard certification that might be very useful for some small businesses. So I'm going to talk to you about that too. But they do need knowledge. They do need your help. You need to start them on the right path to learning, but ensure you're there to help answer the questions. And answer the questions in a way that they understand. You've got to really get down to their level. Tell them stories. Ask them the what-if scenarios. But be compassionate. Compassion is the biggest thing. You've really got to understand that their business is different, that they are part of a larger supply chain, and that they don't have the time, effort, or money to put into this. Get them the right help when it's needed, when they can't do any more on their own. There are other people, technical advisors that are out there that may be able to help, but they've got to get the right one. So I've got a DIY guide to small business cybersecurity on my website, and I've got a link coming up for that. And so this is what I've sort of worked out. There's these couple of steps that can help small businesses. The first thing is about thinking. What sort of level of risk do we want? What is the regulatory framework that we work within? Do we have any stories about what's happened to our friends and family? What's keeping them awake at night? Is there something about business continuity that they're a bit worried about? Did they have something happen to a friend and they're thinking, oh, I don't know whether that could happen to me? Bruce just talked about that that you are not the target. People think about cybersecurity through obscurity. And they think, oh, look, I'm too small. I'm not going to be targeted. But you could just be the intermediary. You don't matter to those hackers. You don't matter. You are just going to be the one that is in the way. So we need to start thinking. We need to know about what we've got. And there's a great concept by Telstra, which is an Australian telco, around the 5 no's. And it's basically about know what what data you have, where that data is stored, is it being backed up? Hidden spreadsheets are just, rife in many businesses. You've got to know what apps you've got. You've got to know what software you've got. You've got to know what old servers have you got in the back shed. What old devices have you got hanging around? For me, I had so many old devices, I really had to sort of cull them down to just the one spare laptop and the one spare phone. The next thing is reading and learning. There is so much good help for small businesses that you can then share with them and say, hey, look here, have a look at this. And where to get these resources are from the industry bodies for their own industry. So the construction industry or the manufacturing industry, go to their industry body and look for their cyber resources. There's other sort of small business organisations that have good cyber resources, and government and small business. And because I knew we had a lot of US people, I was just looking up a lot of the US content. And so, of course, we've got to be a bit aware with the state of the government that we might need to double check that there is the information is still valid and reliable. But there are some great resources on the FTC website, and so I've got a link for those also. And think about the personal situations like fraud, banking, scams, anything like that. And look beyond your own neighbourhood, or in this case, your own country. There are some great resources, UK resources, New Zealand resources, Australian resources, and the FTC resource is probably one of the best resources for small businesses. So give them, a couple of resources, but don't just leave them. Ask them to keep a note of anything that they don't understand, and give them a way to get in touch with you. Say, hey, we're going to meet up for coffee in 3 weeks' time. Let's go over your any questions you have. And there is a number of free or low-cost programs. In Australia, we have got a big push on helping small business with their cybers, and we've got this thing called the ID Care Small Business Cybersecurity Resiliency Program, which is free and government-backed. We've got the Cyber Wardens training, again, which is free. And because we have a lot of nonprofits, there is a number of resources for nonprofits. So in the US, there is the Cyber Readiness Program by CRI. There is Cyber Secure My Business by Stay Safe Online, or the Cyber Planner on the FCC website. So there is a number of things there in the US, and there, of course, are similar programs in the UK and other countries. Now, so then when you meet with your friend, you're going to, encourage them to come back and talk things through. Talk to them about their IT guy and who's looking after them, because usually the IT guy is the son of the brother of the owner's friend who is cluey about computers and set up their payment machine. And maybe not the right person, or they could be paying $500 a month for a cybersecurity expert, but they don't know what they're getting. So just ask them, who would be the first person that you would talk to if you had a cybersecurity issue in your business? And also talk to them about business continuity, including having a will and instructions as to what to do if you've been incapacitated. And then also ask them things about, like, what would happen if they lose their phone, their laptop, or their iPad? A client of mine once lost his mobile phone over the back of a jet ski, and he really struggled to make payroll that week because his MFA codes for his bank were on that phone. Okay, so and that's really important for any small business. One of the most important things is to make payroll this week. And so then we get to the doing step. Okay, so this is where we help them, or they get their IT provider to help them. And these are the most basic things that we need to start with. MFA, password manager, having single accounts, no shared accounts, having backups, setting your devices to be updated, having some training, having some policies in place, especially like an incident response plan and policy, having some planning. Now, this is just the high level things, but just really, what would you add? What would be interesting that you would say is an absolute beginner? Because we're talking about the absolute beginner. We don't want to put all sorts of things onto them. And we just need to really help them through these couple of steps. But from us, we know about these things. They don't. We've got to sort of talk with them and help them with compassion. So there is this new thing that some small businesses may really help get some help from. So this is called the SMB 1001 standard. It's now an international standard. It was started in Australia, and it is, but is now a global standard, right? And it is a way that you've got a set of controls, and at each of the levels, bronze, silver, or gold, you can tick off those controls. And at those three first levels, you can self-attest as a director of the company to say that you do things, these things in these controls. And it could be the start of a journey to external audit, and or something like the CMMC level 2. But for the first three levels, it's really just something to say, hey, we are on the right track to our good cybersecurity, and here's our proof. And that really helps in a supply chain when you've got people that can sort of, hey, say to their suppliers, oh yeah, here we've got this thing, we've got this certificate to say that we do this. We put our hand on our heart, signed a piece of paper to say that we do these things. So what's in it? Now, you won't be able to read this list, but it's basically around people, processes, and technology. This can be found on the website called cybercert.ai, but we'll just go through them. These are the controls that are is part of the standard. And so it's training, having a confidentiality agreement, and invoice fraud policy. It's so important these days. You might need a visitor register, and this is at the gold level. At the silver and bronze level, there is less controls. You need a digital asset register. That's part of that 5 no's, okay? You have to know what you've got, so you need an asset register. You need a policy, cybersecurity policy. You need an incident response plan. You need a secure document destruction and device disposal. You need to have a password tool and change passwords regularly. You want no admin privileges for employee accounts and individual accounts for employees. So for me, because I've got the 2 domains, I have an admin account and I have my account that I log into, and I have no admin access on my PC. Then for the technology, they have to have a technical support specialist, and that could be you or someone that is very technical, or it could be an MSP or something like that. They need to have a firewall, antivirus, have patches on all devices and servers, have a password manager, have MFA on email, business apps and social media, have TLS on the websites, have backup, and use RDPs only over VPN. So all of these so Emily, I'm going to get back to that password rotation in a bit. All of these are really, really, really the basic things that a small business should be doing. Now, I've got gold. It did take me a little bit of work to make sure I had the right backups, to make sure I had the right device disposal in place, and all those other things. And I had to make myself some policies. But then SMB is not really enough. So you've still got to think about data privacy, even though you're not covered by any privacy legislation or GDPR or California privacy laws. Act like you are, right? So just so that you can, be ahead of your competition. You need email and domain security these days. You need to have probably at least an EDR type of thing that, for me, it's really great that I know that I won't click on a link that is bad and will take me, down malware or something. You've got to have business continuity planning. You've got to have an AI usage policy now. You've got to think about your physical security. With all the people working from home, you've got to think about who's on their home networks. You've got to think about, that device redundancy and swapping it over. And having cybersecurity insurance is a really important thing also. Just signed up to my one just on Friday. So the ones with the stars, they are in the 2026 version of the SMB 1001 standard, because this is what they call a dynamic standard, and it keeps getting updated every year. And so one of those things where the community and the businesses went back and said, well, look, email password rotation is not a thing. If NIST says don't do it. So that is being revised in the 2026 standard. Okay. And so this is me, and you can take a screenshot of the QR code. And I've got this download guide for cyber DIY, where I've gone through this in a lot more detail. Right at the bottom of the page, I've got a link that says for the US, you can, I've put some resources in there. So you had a question. I mentioned SIEM and XDR. What are the other major IT security technologies that are common for big business that a small business should probably avoid altogether, because it often takes too much time, expertise, and expense? Okay, so it's a difficult one, because it's like there are small businesses. Just because you're a small business sometimes does not mean that you need small things. Okay, so you might need Microsoft 365 E5, for example, with all of the bells and whistles that comes back from that. So I think that's where you use your expertise to help those people. Then Ridley asked, Dad is okay at technical knowledge, sister is not. Both of them work out of their respective homes. What would be a few places where they could tighten their security for a home network, laptop setup, without necessarily needing an IT person supporting them past the initial setup? So I think with home, it really depends on who else is at home. If you've got a family that has got teenagers coming over and playing video games on the network, maybe have a separate network for your business and a separate network for your personal, or a guest network or something like that. So definitely at least segregating your Wi-Fi networks. Most modern home routers can do that now. And just also not having kids getting on your laptop, not even with a specific login. Try and have a separate device for work than for home. And that it is hard, So our password manager has a family option too for employees. It's a separate account. Absolutely. And I need to weed mum off just by saving her passwords on the browser. Look, having been through this with my mum who had dementia, and she did have a password manager, it was really, really, really hard. And she kept on losing her password for her password manager. So again, we've got to be a little bit compassionate about that sort of stuff, and that sort of goes out of the realm of small business cybersecurity, goes into that personal security, personal setup. And thank you, David put up my post, my link there, and I'm going to move on to the next part of my talk, which is swimming is life. Okay, so I have been into swimming my whole life. When I was born, my mum was a swimming teacher. I then learnt to swim as a baby, and when I was a young child, my mum and dad won a car, went round the corner, sold it, and then built a big concrete 10-metre long pool in the backyard. So we were the place that everyone came to, and ensured that we had big family group gatherings and lots of fun around the pool. I have so many great memories of swimming in our travels. Like at 3 years old, I've swam at Dunk Island in North Queensland, swam from the boat to the beach because they didn't have a pier back in those days. I started swimming competitively by age 5, I did then so many water activities that Mum was really involved in. Like we had did sailing, I did more competitive swimming, water polo, scuba diving, etc. At age 19, I started playing underwater hockey. Now, if you've never heard of underwater hockey, I encourage you to go and look at a few videos. It's a really cool sport. And then I moved from where I grew up in Canberra to Western Australia, to Perth, Western Australia, while the America's Cup was on, and decided that, I think I should probably just go and live there. So I just went lived in Perth, and then became, because I was a state representative for New South Wales, and then I also then became a state representative in underwater hockey for WA, and we won, which was great. And then it waned a bit, and I didn't do much, and then I went into ocean swimming, where I moved to Melbourne in 2011 and found out about an ocean swimming training class that operates in both Sydney and Melbourne at the month I was moving to Melbourne. And it's just like, how did I not know about this when I could have done it at Bondi Beach, right? It was, but it really helped me get over my fear of swimming in the bay in Melbourne. And then, so I've done a whole lot of ocean swimming in the bay, and I just want to talk you through some of the things that I've done. But now I've come back to swimming and travel, and now my definition of swimming includes just going into a hot spring or an onsen or something like that. So I've just got a few, many photographs of my local beach. This is where I have, these photos are from 2012 to current. And this is just all at my local beach in various scenes of my local beach. Sorry, Bruce, they're not as good as yours. They're just phone photos. But they just sort of, help to show you. And I just want to go through a few of the sort of lovely swimming experiences that I've had over the years. Again, that one where I went to the Dunk Islands when I was 3 years old. That was just, such a vivid memory. And we went to this great little swimming hole that was a pool in a valley where a creek went into the valley, and I just so remember it. And then when I was traveling up in Queensland for about 5 years ago, we went past it and I just said, oh, that's that pool. My slideshow isn't going, so hang on. Come on, why aren't you going? Okay. Yeah, and then so that was really cool to see that again. I've swum in the Pier to Pub, which is the largest ocean swimming race in the world. I've swum right across Bondi Beach. In 2015, I did 10 kilometres of ocean swimming racing in one season, so 2 kilometres, etc. The very first swim I had here at my beach was in 2 metre swells, and it was just a crazy day, a 2 kilometre swim, and it was just fabulous. Then I've had, after 2015, when I did all the 10 kilometres of ocean swimming racing, I had a shoulder injury and I couldn't swim very well. And then a few years later, I had frozen shoulder and I just couldn't swim without pain. But then I went and discovered total immersion swimming and learned how to relearned how to swim. And after doing that, and that was about 2021, and after doing that, I really changed my swimming style and changed my way of working, way of swimming. So, and this is just, I have not seen the aurora. I went to Europe, just didn't see the northern lights, but I have seen the southern lights right from my local beach. And so other things that I've done is in 2016, my dad got really sick and I was just really stressed. So this is when I started coming down to Williamstown Beach from across the other side of the city. And then in COVID times during lockdown, that Melbourne had the hardest lockdown of everything. And it was really, really difficult. And I was locked away from the beach. I couldn't get down to the beach. And so what I did after lockdowns is I had the opportunity to buy an apartment locally near my beach. And so I moved to be near the beach. So I was never, ever, ever locked away from the beach again. And it's, and then travel also. Just prior to COVID, I went to Japan and I discovered onsens. Previously in Switzerland in the winter, I discovered the hot springs that are out in the open air in winter with the snow, and you've got this beautiful hot spring out in the air. So for me now, travel is all about going to different hot springs and onsens and everything around. So just in the last couple of months, I went on a big 6-week trip to Europe. I called it my long service leave. I was able to do swimming in 8 different countries, plus at sea. And when I say swimming, the Blue Lagoon is not swimming, but it's just getting in the beautiful bliss of the water. So this is just a little fraction of what I did. So I went swimming at a little beach in the Southern Hebrides off the coast of Scotland. A beautiful surf day near Lisbon. And it was so good because it was very much like Australian beaches. None of this, what do they call, where you lie on the beach with a seat lying on the beach. Um, then, of course, I went into that little pool on the cruise ship at sea. The cruise ship went from Lisbon all the way to Iceland. I went, to the Blue Lagoon and plus another hot springs in Iceland. I also went to the UK and I wanted to go to an outdoor Lido. And so I went to the Saltine Lido in near Brighton. And then when I was in Bergen, I was able to swim in the fjord in Bergen, right near the city, and in Copenhagen on a really hot day, swimming in the canal, which was just really amazing. And then also the other ones were Charles de Gaulle Airport, a luxury hotel with an indoor pool. That was nice. Changi Airport, they have an outdoor pool at Changi Airport in Singapore. And so that was it. So 8 different countries I swam in 6 weeks, and that is where I took my swimming, and that's where I love to do swimming now. I swim every winter, like before I went away and after I've come back, all the way through winter, swimming at least every week. Of course, with a wetsuit, and you saw some temperatures there, it gets down to below 10 degrees. And so this is my cycle, my journey from being the water baby and having excellent family things around the water, doing all this competitive stuff, different sports, water polo, swimming, sailing, all sorts of things, and then settling into underwater hockey in my early 20s and being in at state level. And then getting into ocean swimming, but still being this competitive thing. And then, after this, injuries and frozen shoulder, and then relearning to swim with it in a completely different way, and now only swim for relaxation, for fun, and all of the pressure has gone away. And I used to do all of these 2-kilometer swims. I'm not doing any of more of those. It's just about getting in the water, moving, even to do just running in the water and swimming and just getting in an onsen or getting in hot springs is swimming. So this is my direction now, is just relaxation, doing a bit of travel, always doing swimming. And ensuring that I just keep going. So that is my swimming journey. I don't know if there's any questions specifically about swimming, but hopefully that.
You did have a couple in the previous section. Let me scroll.
Yes,
everybody's very impressed by you. Everybody's very impressed by this 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. So the first question was from Dave. You mentioned SIM and XDR as things that small businesses probably don't need.
Yeah, I did.
What are other major IT and security technologies that are common for big businesses, like Active Directory, that small businesses should probably avoid altogether because it takes too much time, expertise, and expense? What should they avoid? What's too much?
Yeah, so I did sort of cover on that before I moved on to the swimming bit, but it's really important sort of to really think about that for the individual small business. It's just really hard to sort of say, don't do this, right? Of course, I can say don't do a SIEM. You don't need a SIEM for a small business. But sometimes a small business, just because they are small, doesn't mean that they need small things. Depending on the business, like if they're in healthcare, they're going to need something more to get their HIPAA compliance. If it just really depends, and it depends on their supply chain. They might need more requirements if they're especially in a supply chain that does OT stuff that you do, Leslie. It's just going to be very dependent on the whichever small business that it is.
A very, very reasoned answer. Thank you. Well, thank you again for joining us. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your evening to come speak. And we are all impressed by your superhuman swimming efforts. There's a lot of comments about that in the chat. So thank you very much.
I really loved it. Thank you. All right.
Feel free to chat with people more in the channel.
Yep, I will.
Welcome
Thank
back
you.
to track 1, everybody. I wanted to make sure that everybody's aware that we have 2 tracks running simultaneously right now. We have track 1 and track 2. They both have discrete separate streams that are posted at the top of PancakesCon.com. And they have track channels. They are track 1 and track 2. So make sure that you leave your questions, comments, and concerns in the track channel appropriate for the one you're tuned into. Right now, you are tuned into track number 1. And our next speaker is Simon. Simon is going to be telling us about medical device security and the misty mountains of my current home, Victoria. And there might be some surprises in the Q&A that I've prepared for at the grocery store. Simon, over to you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Leslie. Just want to start by thanking PancakesCon team today for the opportunity to speak a bit to you about medical device security and a little bit about the home where I live in Victoria. But before I begin, I want to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands in which we meet on today. And I am from Naarm, which is the Warrawong word for Melbourne, on the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. And I wish to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and any First Nations people that are with us here today. So this is just a quick overview of our agenda for our talk today, but for me, it's night. It's always nighttime somewhere. And just a little bit about me before we get underway. I'm a cybersecurity professional working in the healthcare sector, and I support our hospitals in Victoria with their cybersecurity programs, ensuring that our hospitals are resilient to cyber incidents. I also lead a program to secure medical devices, a type of operational technology in hospitals. And I'm also a seasoned incident responder, which is a nice way of saying that I've done to do quite a few things. And I've responded to significant cyber incidents, including ransomware attacks on hospitals. Cyber is not my first career. I've done other things. One of the other things I did was I was a biomedical engineer, and I worked in that profession for well over 15 years. And I've helped maintain and repair and service and monitor and operate a whole range of medical technologies. I've also worked on the design and fit out of hospital departments and entire hospitals as well. So let's get going with medical device security. Where are they and what are they and where do you find them? So medical devices are a type of healthcare technology. They're often loosely grouped, particularly by people in IT and cyber vendors, as an operational technology. But for people who work in medical devices, they have been of a long-standing technology of their own right. And medical devices work to achieve a therapeutic process in human beings. They come in many modalities, makes and models. And if you've ever visited been a patient in a hospital, you will have encountered medical devices. And some of these may have medical devices in your home. So if you have a constant positive airway pressure or a CPAP machine for management of sleep apnea, or you may even have implantable medical devices that may communicate with a base station within your home and send information back to your hospital or health service. Now, medical devices are a regulated technology, and only approved devices by legislation are permitted to be used on humans. And countries typically have a government department or agency that regulates medical devices. And in the United States, that's the the FDA. For us in Australia, it's called the Therapeutic Goods Administration. In Canada, it's the Therapeutic Products Directorate. And in the UK, it's an organisation called HRA. And so as I've been talking, what I'm doing is I'm scrolling through a single operating theatre in a hospital and pointing out some of the medical devices in that room. And hospitals contain thousands of network connected medical devices, and there's potentially more medical devices and operational technology in hospital than general IT, computers and systems. So let's now take a macro view of hospitals And a hospital is considered the ultimate critical infrastructure. So in a hospital, water, energy, medical gases, digital systems, HVAC, liquid fuels, supply chains, and a whole range of other bits and bobs and gizmos have to work together in symphony. And all of the technologies that I'm scrolling through here now and systems are not IT systems. They are cyber physical systems, and they're controlling some type of process such as heating, cooling, power, water, or back medical gases, or providing patient diagnosis, treatment, and sometimes life support, particularly in the intensive care unit. In cybersecurity, these technologies need to be handled differently. And in medical devices, safety, integrity, and reliability are paramount. And as hospitals are becoming more digitized, medical devices are increasingly becoming interconnected and interoperable with other systems. And these technologies, which were originally mainly hydraulic or mechanical or electrical, are now electronically controlled data systems. And this digitization drives a dynamic cyber threat landscape, and cyber threats from the digital ecosystem that have been created in hospitals and the healthcare ecosystem can also impact medical devices. And additionally, medical devices are potential targets as a pivot point for cyber attacks on the wider digital ecosystem. And many of the security controls that are used in the enterprise environment may not be able to be effectively applied to medical devices and operational technologies. And in some cases, the general enterprise tools and technologies can actually disrupt these technologies. Now I'm going to take a little bit of time, and I'll come back to medical devices a little bit, but I'm going to talk a bit more broadly about the health sector cyber threat landscape. And the cyber threats to the health sector at a high level are generally the same in most countries, but I'm going to focus more on our Australian context, but I will provide views on other health systems in other countries as I go through. So generally, cyber threats can be grouped into two areas. The first one being cybercrime. And cybercrime is a multi-billion-dollar industry that threatens, in Australia, the well-being security of every Australian. Cybercrime ranges from a range of illegal activities such as data theft and manipulation, extortion, and disruption and destruction of computer-dependent services. Ransomware remains the most destructive cybercrime threat. And in 2023-24, from the reporting from the Australian Signals Directorate, they recorded 121 ransomware incidents, which is around 11% of their reporting, and that's likely underreporting. And these types of attacks, if you're not familiar with a ransomware attack, is designed to be deliberately disruptive. They encrypt files and extort victims for a payment, usually in the form of cryptocurrency, to unlock and open up their systems. So I'm going to take a little bit more depth of look at this cybercrime world, and they're not perpetrated by the common stereotype of a hacker on a hoodie bashing on a keyboard. These are very sophisticated, well-organized groups. And this is the organizational chart of Conti, which is a disbanded ransomware group whose structure and source code and internal communications were leaked a few years back. And Conti, in their time, were responsible for a significant ransomware attack on the Irish health system in 2021 in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this attack disrupted computer systems, patient care, and services for many months. As you can see from this diagram, profits from their extortion is invested back into their R&D to improve their capabilities. Syndicates recruit employees to conduct attacks on IT systems, and they have bonuses for meeting monthly quotas. And these syndicates also have the same people and culture problems as any organization. Additionally, these organizations also provide ransomware available as a service, where both the threat actors can lease the infrastructure and they can share in the profits between the perpetrators and the developers. So one should never underestimate the threat posed to the health sector by these organised crime syndicates. Now, the second cyber threat grouping is nation states. And here we're going to quickly discuss further the current threats and the threat forecast for a difficult, demanding, and dynamic operating environment. And these groups are well-resourced, and they're often sponsored or run by nation states to achieve strategic objectives. And the objectives amongst these actors are espionage, pre-positioning, and financial gain. And all forms of data, including personal identifiable information, financial details, corporate files, research, health information are attractive targets. And multiple nation states and state-sponsored groups target critical infrastructure, unfortunately, including healthcare. And the two groups that I've listed here, ATP40 and Volt Typhoon, are state-sponsored groups that are linked to the government of the People's Republic of China. The first group, ATP40, have amongst their tradecraft the ability to leverage hundreds of thousands of internet-connected devices, such as small home office routers, and they put these together in a large network to allow them to conduct their attacks through. And this obfuscates their ability and allows them to target other countries and mimic the IP address ranges of those countries. And this group is hoovering up data at an enormous extent. Nothing is particularly of interest, just anything that they can get their hands on, really. And it's aptly described by some cybersecurity authorities as everything, everywhere, at all at once. The other group that I've briefly mentioned here, Volt Typhoon, uses techniques called living off the land, where they use techniques that utilize the existing IT system tools that are in your environment. And this allows them to obfuscate attack activity and bypass security controls like anti-malware software. And there's a growing recognition that these types of APTs, are going beyond cyber espionage and intelligence collection and pre-positioning on networks for the purpose of a future disruption, likely if initiated by a major crisis or conflict. So as I was researching this talk, I did a quick look at some news channels, and I came across this from some US news in a recent week, that the US National Director, Karen Cross, has noted that China is the most aggressive cyber adversary faced by the US. I mean, there's a bit of sensationalist words here, but there is a great deal of confirmed facts with this, particularly that one actor group has been now confirmed to have been affected at around 8 organisations as part of the investigation to some of this state-sponsored activities. And it is certainly becoming more open about how vast some of these persistent threats have become. So I've talked a little about threats, but now I wanted to talk a little more about exposure. So hospitals are seen on the internet with multiple exposures. And this is because hospitals are highly connected to the internet. They need to facilitate and purposely share a lot of information between hospitals, other hospitals, between providers that supply a cloud service for storage or applications. And even many clinicians and staff work remotely and will need to access clinical information systems. From a lens of a threat actor, this is seen as all potential avenues for exploitation. So Shodan is a search engine for internet-connected devices, which I like to also call the search engine for insecure things. And it is actually quite trivial to discover open ports and services and web log interfaces that relate to healthcare. And Census organization did this in 2024 and discovered 14,000 unique IP addresses of healthcare devices and data systems openly accessible on the internet. Some of those were DICOM ports and DICOM web interfaces. And so DICOM is the protocol for sharing and moving around medical images. And so if that's openly exposed, it's actually quite trivial to exfiltrate medical imaging from a system. So it's important that hospitals continue to examine their internet exposure, ensure that they're not openly exposed and get things that are off search. So now let's revisit the earlier side for medical devices and OT within hospitals. And this shows some of the potential failure modes of some of those previously identified medical devices and OT. And so since these technologies are cyber physical systems, a cyber incident can have a physical impact on it to critical health infrastructure functions. So some of these failure modes have been observed in other sectors, particularly industrial control. Fortunately, these failure modes have not been observed broadly in the health sector. But to note that these impacts are not something that I've just come up with. The ideas that you're seeing bold in this slide are actually come from the MITRE attack for industrial control systems, which is a globally accessible knowledge base of cyber adversary tactics and techniques, which is actually built from real world observations. So medical device cyber incidents do happen, but they're not well understood and they are underreported. And it's mainly due that there are few incidents that have been publicly reported. And if they have been, they're really well documented. And there are publicly available databases of medical device incidents, not medical device cyber incidents, just incidents with medical devices. These are used for monitoring impacts of medical device failures. And even if you search those publicly available databases, you do find it very difficult, not impossible, to find it medical device cyber incidents. And that is purely because they aren't poorly coded and categorized in many cases. Medical device manufacturers and regulators do not and cannot openly share information of cyber incidents, and there are many legitimate reasons why. But the more prominent matter is that digital evidence can actually be destroyed of a cyber incident due to the process to restore and recover impacted medical devices particularly quickly, particularly if it's a large medical device system that's important for patient care and needs to be brought back online very quickly. The pressure to get that restored may outweigh the time required to capture digital evidence. But given the depth of technology in medical devices, it only stands to reason that they do get compromised, but incidents go undetected because clinical staff and equipment maintainers aren't well equipped to detect them, and the reporting mechanisms that are available now really focus on physical harm. But I can talk about a few incidents because there are some of the publicly available. Ransomware remains the most destructive cybercrime threat, particularly on hospitals. And some of the examples of encrypted medical devices were observed in the WannaCry ransomware attack in 2017. And when we come to restoring systems from a cyber incident, particularly ransomware or any other malware matter, restoration of general IT systems may take from ransomware take a few days to weeks. But medical devices aren't IT equipment. They have very complex systems, and that complexity adds to that restoration time. Is that many times more stakeholders are involved in restoration of medical devices from an incident, and there's a lengthy validation requirements to ensure those devices and systems are safe to be reused again on patients, and that can bring the restoration time from several weeks to months. And similarly, medical devices have been targeted by advanced persistent threat groups. And research from 2018 by a group called TrapX Labs discovered MedJack, which is a type of cyber attack, medical device hijacking, exploiting devices. And one threat actor group, Orange Worm, has been known to have targeted healthcare organizations and medical imaging systems. And their research detailed 4 stages of attacks, exploiting the medical device as a pivot point to move laterally to other IT systems. And then once the attacker found the healthcare data for theft, they was exfiltrated back out the medical device and out to the internet. So securing medical devices and operational technology does have a number of challenges, but effective controls are not impossible. And some of those challenges are that they are a regulated technology, and there are strict requirements of what you can and cannot do on that medical device. And one of the things you cannot do with a medical device is come along, there's a precision technology machine. You can't just come along and put on other software. You can't come and put an EDR or antivirus software on top unless it's validated by the medical manufacturer. If something goes wrong, you actually could be liable for the harm that on the people that were connected to, or use that medical device by putting something that is not approved by the manufacturer. It is a regulated technology. So those are some of the challenges that you have to work with medical devices. Any hospital will have multiple medical devices using multiple operating systems. They used some operating systems you may never even heard of, such as BlackBerry QNX and Siemens Nucleus. These are real-time operating systems which are used for certain types of medical devices. So taking a standardized approach and just having one vanilla operating system is not something you can do for medical devices. These devices work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can be very difficult to find an opportunity to do any security patching or changes to those systems. So that's something that you have to work with as well. And legacy debt is one of the big challenges with medical devices. Some of these devices have a long life cycles, 10 to 14 years or longer, and that can be well beyond the embedded IT hardware and software components. And your latest Windows 11 based medical devices that may come to market tomorrow will be your future legacy debt. But what are we ultimately protecting? We're protecting patient care, hospitals' health and structure and health system, so service available when you need it. So when you need emergency department, the clinical information systems are available for clinicians for your diagnosis and treatment. And for instance, when you need that CT scan for a potential stroke or a stent implanted in a cardiac cath lab, the integrated medical devices and clinical information systems are functional. So I spent a lot of time painting some of the challenges, some of the problems, some of the incidents that happen with medical devices. I never talk about these things without talking about solutions and how these technologies are actually pretty well secured already. Cybersecurity requirements have been a very important part of the essential principles of medical devices for many, many years. And in Australia, we are well placed with requirements to secure medical devices, and our Therapeutic Administration released comprehensive guidance back in 2019. Other medical device regulatory agencies, such as the FDA, Canada's Therapeutic Products Directorate, have similar guidance and requirements for cybersecurity in the design and life cycle of medical devices. In Australia, with the TGA, we actually have additional guidance for large-scale service providers, which is for what you do in the operating environment with your devices in a hospital health service. And this guidance focuses on strategies such as defense in depth, efforts to reduce the attack surface area, building defendable network environments, and securing remote access. And these are areas which a hospital health service can have great effect in mitigating the cyber risk for medical devices. Further to the TGA, our Australian Signals Directorate released some excellent guidance in securing operational technology in 2024. For a healthcare organisation starting out and addressing operational technology, including medical device risk, this is a great place to start. And this guidance is built around 6 principles, the top principle being safety is paramount. And safety is really critical in physical environments. And in contrast to IT, in the corporate IT environment, where leaders prioritize innovation and rapid development, operational cyber physical systems leaders and people who manage medical devices and operational technology must take into account the threat to life in their daily decision making. So in Victoria, we actually have a medical device security program which was established back in 2021. And this program takes the therapeutic administration security controls and practice areas and also leverages it alongside some great principles from the industrial process control sector. And our security program doesn't seek to create a whole new universe for cybersecurity. It's linked to our wider health sector cybersecurity assurance program and security controls. So this allows where some of those enterprise security controls can be leveraged effectively to secure medical devices. And one great example is that is secure remote access, where a common secure access gateway can be applied to any of your enterprise systems, but also your medical devices and operational technology. But you should always anticipate and plan for what may happen or what can happen. And cyber incidents is another failure mode that medical devices, that biomedical engineers, clinicians, and healthcare professionals need to account for. And every organization should have an incident response plan, but it is another level of complexity for medical devices, and the focus is maintaining patient care and patient safety. And in some instances, a medical device cyber incident will require a multidisciplinary team. Your classic digital forensics might be play a small part, and it may have other areas such as engineering forensics, which requires the expertise of medical device manufacturers, the people who actually built devices and made them in the first place, and biomedical engineers. And in some cases, clinical forensic specialists may need to piece together clinical events to do a timeline of failure events with a medical device. Hospitals and health services already have really good emergency response plans and procedures. And it's just a matter of having another sub-plan that can provide the guidance and steps involved with a medical device cyber incident. And it's important to exercise these plans regularly and test them with exercises. And this is where I get to play Dungeon Master. And I have facilitated a number of medical device cyber incident exercises, not only in our health sector, but also at some security conferences as well. There's some excellent resources available for organizations that are developing their first medical device and operational technology incident response plans and programs. The document on the left is a really good guidance from the Cloud Security Alliance that came out in 2021. This is what we use in Victorian hospitals and health services. And what's really good about it is they took the NIST publication for the Computer Security Incident Handling Guide and put a clinical and patient safety focus on it. So it's actually quite relatable to other people who work in cyber incident response. SANS also has a very good guidance available on operational technology and ransomware preparation and response. And this is based on real-world on-sites for incident response and recovery. Both of these are very good starts, but it is recommended that any of this guidance is reviewed and adapted by health service clinical leadership to ensure it's acceptable from a patient care perspective. So just to conclude the medical device security part, I hope this has provided some insights to the cyber threat landscape, threats to medical devices and operational technology that's used in hospitals, and how a medical device security program can be successfully implemented to defend against these threats. The threats posed by states-based and state-sponsored threat actors should not be considered inevitable or insurmountable. As a sector and nations, we can defend against them. Many cyber incidents can be thwarted or their impact minimized if appropriate measures are implemented before an incident or in response to one. And responding to these threats requires not only a robust security program to prevent attacks from reaching critical devices and systems, but a plan to maintain patient care when they do. that's the first part of the talk. I was just going to ask us any questions or that might be in the chat that, but I
You
can
have
keep
more
pressing on.
comments than questions. Everybody was, as often happens to us who work with legacy stuff, everybody is being nostalgic about the legacy devices you are bringing up. And yeah, just a lot of agreements about what you were saying. I don't see any questions, at least for now.
Okay.
But lots of commentary, lots of people being very impressed by the age of the equipment you were talking about.
Oh, there's legacy and then there's medical devices. All right. Well, I will press on, considering the time is flowing away from me. Okay, right. Now on to the Misty Mountains of Victoria. This is Victoria. Victoria has every type of probably climate and geography that you can consider. We do have desert. There is desert up here, a very large desert for a state in the southeast east of Australia where predominantly we have forest and woodland. There is desert. We have a number of mountain ranges. Some of them are amazing. So here is the Grampians or Garrawid. And this has amazing and ancient rocky ranges. There's a great deal of First Nations cultural sites. It's a very, very important place in our First Nations peoples of that region. Pyrenees area in Central Highlands as well. So I'm actually up there visiting a health service earlier in the week. And then this vast alpine region known as the Victorian Alps that is where much of the Misty Mountains lie. And I was going to point out that there is a reason why this squiggly line is a very strange, not straight border, like the lines here are very straight. It's actually because this is the Murray River. So the border between Victoria and New South Wales predominantly is the border is from the Murray River. So it's a very nice place to live, and there is many things to do. And this is a part of the east of Victoria, the Warburton Ranges. This is a recent fishing trip that we went out on our last school holidays. When we travelled through Warburton, through the Yarra Ranges along the Acheron River to Marysville. We also fished in the Stevens River around Buxton, and it's probably the nicest spot we stopped. It was 3 degrees Celsius, and I have done the conversions for you, all those in the US, so don't worry. That's 37 degrees F. And when we were out trout fishing, and the rivers around this region have rainbow trout, brown trout, and redfin. Unfortunately, we didn't catch any trout, but we had a great journey through the Misty Mountains in the fog and drizzle. And this area is also a haven for lyrebirds. And as we were driving along, the lyrebird is on the right there, obviously. And we saw many and stopped counting at around 50. And these birds are incredible mimics. They can replicate the calls of many other birds. And they're also known to mimic the clanking of chains of mountain bikers riding through forests. And when film cameras were more prominent, they would mimic the shutter sounds of the camera, and also the automatic winding of film after the last shot of the reel. Yes, we do get snow in Australia too, and this is also out in the east part of Victoria at a place called Lake Mountain. It's around 2 hours from Melbourne. It's about an hour from where I am. And it has 35 kilometres or 22 miles of cross-country skiing trails across the Alpine Plateau. And some of these photos are from a family walk in snowshoes in June. Here is me about to get pummeled by snowballs. And this is actually one of my earlier trips in 2022. And this was, the snow was absolutely superb on this day. It was nice and crisp. Now, what you can see here is ghost gums. These are alpine eucalypts in the snow and fog, which are the remnants of trees that were impacted by the Black Saturday fires. So you can see the new snow gums that are growing up below very slowly. So fire has actually been a part of the Australian environment for as long as the continent has existed, but over the last 200 years, bushfires have become increasingly lethal and costly. And the Black Saturday fires, which were on 7th of February 2009, were catastrophic, and 173 people died, 440 people were injured, and 2,000 homes were destroyed, and more than 1 million wild and domesticated animals were lost, and around 450,000 hectares of land were burnt. And the Lake Mountain Plateau was heavily impacted by fire, along with the township nearby called Marysville. And so even though this area is recovering, you can still see the scars from that fire, particularly with these remaining sticks of the snow gums. But there is only one place in the world where you can ski and walk through snow gums, and that's in Australia. This is a wonderful picture of the trail as it amongst the heavy laden snow on the snow gums. And these gums really have some very amazing textures and patterns on their trunks if you look more closely. This would be me taking a break on the Jubilee Trail, one of the more challenging trails at Lake Mountain. And here's me deep in snow. Watch out for the icy cold creeks under the snow in some parts. This is also another trip up at Lake Mountain mountain biking. It's also open up in the green season for mountain biking. And this was an attempt for us to do the Cascades Trail, which is a 30 kilometre or 19-mile mountain biking trail. Unfortunately, this trip ended in cold and wet, even though it was in March, which is our summer. Alpine areas get cold and wet any time of year. And we actually had to, the trails were like riding down creeks. It was that wet. We had to get onto the sealed road and ride back down the mountain. And this is another little nice place, Anglesea, which is on the southwest coastline of Victoria. Not as misty as our Alpine region, but it does get in there in winter. But it's a really nice coastal town. And this is more mountain biking. This is my daughter a few years ago tearing up the trails on her tiny little bike. No suspension, basket in front, while adults on their fancy 29-inch mountain bikes couldn't do a fraction of the jumps and log hops that she could do, which I'm so proud. And we stopped here to look at an echidna in the bush. That was on the right-hand side there. So in closing, I just want to acknowledge, thank you again for PancakesCon for this opportunity to present, and also want to thank Claire Zula for all her help. She did some magnificent work, particularly with the animations you saw before with the slide deck as well. And now here's the closing point. We're going to do a Tim Tam Slam. So here's your instructions. All right. I'm going to get rid of this keyboard. It's in the way. I don't want to spill.
I'm gonna try to do it with you.
My mocha all over it. So here we go. Here's the cup. So hopefully this is still warm because I made it like an hour and a half ago because
mine's not warm anymore.
Yeah, it's now what? 11:30 at night. Okay, take your pack of Tim Tams. For those that aren't in Australia, you might have to find an international food store. Okay.
They sell them at like Aldi everywhere.
Okay, take one Tim Tam as directed. Now you nibble. And in the corners, the mistake is to do the whole length. Diagonally. Excuse me, each. And now you drop it in and you draw it through. Oh,
Mm.
oh my goodness. And you get a nice gooey, very chocolatey mess. And it's, yeah, nothing I quite like it.
Oh, good. I'm
And
supposed to
again,
announce another
and there's
talk
your Tim
now.
Tam Slam.
Success. Thank you so much, Simon. This was a lot of fun. Ooh, now I can't talk. And I really appreciate you taking the time out of your very late evening to tell us about some beautiful places I haven't gotten to see yet. So thank you.
You're most welcome.
Welcome back, everybody, to track one. We're still rolling. We're not even halfway through the con yet. Make sure you're checking out our schedule and checking out what's running in both track one and track two that are running simultaneously, as well as all of our villages that are kicking off soon, and also our CTF. So there's a lot going on in our chat channels and networking. I'm putting in announcements into the Slack, so make sure that you're checking those, and also checking out our sponsors, who we're showing in the intermediate slides. Our next speaker is Mike Gonzalez, and Mike is going to be telling us about sock in the V-Box and how brush lettering taught me to sit. This is a really interesting set of a variety of topics I'm excited to learn about. So thank you very much, Mike. All over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Leslie. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Gonzalez, and I'd like to give thanks to the PancakesCon organizers and volunteers for giving all of us presenters the opportunity to be here and talk with all of you, even if it is this early. I am a community acupuncturist transitioning into IT and cybersecurity after 16 years of running my practice. With my experience taking care of people in my community, I have a really strong leaning towards blue teaming. And so today we will be talking about how to run sock in the V-Box and how brush lettering taught me to sit. And so I had the idea for this topic after I returned to the first three parts of Eric Capuano's So You Want to Be a SOC Analyst series. He designed the series to be done with VMware, Microsoft's developer VMs, and Lima Charlie's security as a service platform. It is still possible to complete the original instructions, but acquiring a VMware download is more challenging after its acquisition. And on top of that, Microsoft developer VMs are no longer available. So we will actually be using an unlicensed Windows 10 installation from an ISO file for the lab. And I've included some additional info if you choose to use a Windows 11 installation instead. This won't be a step-by-step guide. I'll focus on the instructions more specific to making this work in VirtualBox with a sprinkling of tips for running the lab. The complete blog series has been archived in the Wayback Machine, and I'll include links to the search for that at the end of this part. And there's also Simply Cyber's YouTube channel that has both the video walkthrough of the series as well as a walkthrough with commentary by Dr. Jerry Auger and Eric Capuano. So those will provide all the details I have to skip over. And last bit, if like me, you are in that fever of just getting to the SOC analyzing, right? You might want to look at completing the series through the cloud. Eric deprecated the original series and moved the entire lab over to cloud services, and it is currently a pay-what-you-can service, so definitely check that out. It is a great way to get some experience and really start learning about what it is you have to start looking for and doing in a SOC sensor. And so the basic assumption for this lab is that your system has the specifications to run the VMs. You can see there that Eric recommended 8 gigabytes RAM minimum, 16 or more is better, and monitor your disk space because you will be using from 80 to 100 gigabytes of disk space in the course of using the lab. And you can run a Windows 11 VM on a Windows 10 machine, since VirtualBox will virtualize the TPM and the other more specific specifications needed for Windows 11. And I am running this lab on a Windows system. And so the first step is just downloading all the software. You're going to want to get the VirtualBox installer either from the community site at virtualbox.org or from Oracle itself in its download section. And you will also want to get the Ubuntu server ISO, the most recent version, and those are pretty straightforward downloads. Getting a copy of the Windows OS just requires attention to a couple of details. First one being that you have to be logged in to the local administrator account of your system in order to prepare the ISO. The other is that as long as Microsoft still offers Windows 10, you'll need to download the Windows Media Creation tool specific to Windows 10 or 11. Once you have downloaded the appropriate creation tool, just run it and you'll be able to go through the steps to create the ISO. And if, like me, you don't normally work off of the local administrator account, you can save that ISO to the public folder so that it's accessible to the standard user accounts on your system. And so after installing VirtualBox, you'll create 2 VMs with the minimum specifications you see on the screen. And you'll find this list, other than the Windows 11 information, in the original series that Eric made. And creating those VMs looks kind of like this. All right. So you'll just create a new VM in your VirtualBox Manager window. Provide the location, the path for the ISO. Make sure you skip the unattended installation if you're going to be using Windows 10. That can just cause some unexpected errors in the process. Assign the resources that you're going to provide to your VM, and then just finish up. And once you are finished creating the VM, then you will start the installation process. Something that may happen while you are installing the different OS in VirtualBox is that it will just hang. This can happen at any step, from the first screen to the very last one. If you suspect that the VM has installed, you can just go to the Activity tab for the VM in question to see what the top graph looks like, that CPU load. If it looks like a flat line like you see here, then your best bet is just to force a machine reset. It is possible for VirtualBox to recover from this, but it takes time and it's not a guarantee. Just go ahead and reset it. You'll just go into the machine submenu at the top left of the manager window and click on the reset button. You'll see the keyboard combination as well if you want to do it just with the shortcut. And just know that the host button by default on Windows and Linux is the right control button, and on macOS it is the left command button. And you'll be able to see what your default host key is at the bottom right of the active VM. And so for your Ubuntu installation, just move through the default settings for the machine. You'll input a server name, username, and password. And then you'll eventually get to this option of installing the SSH server. If you're speeding through the installation, you may miss that checkbox. If you do, no worries. Once the server is installed, you'll be able to run a web search for the commands to install that SSH server afterwards. And part of the lab is that you will SSH into the server from your host machine. And I did that by creating a new NAT network and adding a port forwarding rule. But you can just edit the default settings for the existing network if you like. Right? And this is what that looks like. So you will SSH into the server by creating that network, naming it, go into the port forwarding tab, and there you will put a new port forwarding rule. Just name it SSH, the protocol is TCP, port 22 on both the guest and host ports, since that's the standard for the SSH. And then you notice I put the guest IP as 10.0.2.15. And that will be important in just a little bit. And just click apply at the bottom of the screen. And once you have set up that network, you're going to put the VM into it. So you're going to click on that server VM and go into the settings. Here, just go into the network tab for the adapter 1. Go to the drop-down menu for the attached to. Make sure that it's a NAT network, not just straight NAT. And that you can then select the network name that you created from the drop-down menu. Once you have that SSH set up, you are going to actually connect from your host to your guest VM and set up a static IP. You will enter that command eventually, that SSH user, and you will SSH in as into the local host address. Took me a little bit to realize that I needed to do the local host address and not the IP that I wanted to set for the VM. And so there was a little bit of delay in me getting things up. So I'm hoping that this little tip gets you moving forward a bit faster. And the interesting thing here is that VirtualBox assigned the same IP to all its VMs. Because when it creates the VM, each is on a separate network. So the default is that 10.0.2.15. Right? And so for the server, you'll keep the address and just add a few extra fields when you create that static IP. And I put this particular image up because I do want you to make sure that you put that dash that you see the arrow pointing to. Because without it, you will not be able to connect out of the network. You won't be able to find the default gateway. Right. And with that static IP set, you'll go through a series of commands for Linux and Sliver to end up generating eventually a C2 package. And if you've provided the minimal resources, then generating that package could take about 15 minutes. But once that package is generated, all you have to do is power down the server and take a snapshot. And you create that snapshot, like you see here, by going to that bulleted menu on your VM, going to the snapshots blade there, and at the top, just click that green plus sign. You will put a descriptive name to it, like initial installation and payload generated, any details you might want to add, and save. And that final step is what will finish up the creation for the attacker server with that Ubuntu server there. And so the next step is going to be actually creating the Windows VM. And honestly, this is going to be the most painful part because we are actually installing Windows and not just importing a VM appliance. This will take the longest amount of time. You count on at least 20 to 45 minutes, depending on the resources that you provided for your host and guest, your connection speed for the updates, and some luck, because the installation can stall at any point. So if you're going to use Windows 11, there are a few settings that you're going to need to edit in the manager. So you're going to go into the VM, click on settings. I changed the chipset because that seems to cause fewer stalls in the installation process. You will make sure that you have assigned the TPM and the EFI options for the Windows 11 VM. And as that last step, and let me just run that through one more time. As that last step, you see that I disabled the network adapter. And I found that by doing that, you are basically able to finish setting up the Windows VM, the setup being disabling Windows Defender, while you are updating and installing the updates to Windows 11 or 10 for that matter. And so that just kind of speeds the process up. And I was able to verify that if you completely disable Windows Defender and then do all of the update installation, the setup, the disabling for the Windows Defender still works. It does not re-enable it from the 2 times that I have run it that way. And so as you start the Windows installation process, it will ask for a product key. Just click that you don't have it. You'll still be able to use Windows after whatever trial period it is that they've given, but there are more limited customization options, and there will be a kind of watermark indicating that this is not an officially licensed Windows product. But you will be able to take a snapshot after setting up the VM that you can revert to as a kind of time reset to give you the more complete options for the Windows VM. And so this step is going to be the result of you disabling that network adapter that I showed. On a Windows 10 installation, on the first pass through, you'll be able to get to that link there that says, I don't have the internet without any issues. However, on the Windows 11 installation, you're gonna have to go to that I don't have internet option on the second pass through, because first you are going to have to press Shift F10 when it asks you for the network connection. That will bring up the command prompt. And at that prompt, you'll enter the command you see underlined and press enter. It should say something like command entered successfully and restart the setup process. And it's on that second pass where you'll be able to let Windows know that you do not have an active internet connection. And so once after Windows has rebooted and you can shut it down, you will re-enable that network adapter if you have disabled it. And that is what will allow the updates to happen in the background as you go through the steps to disable Windows Defender. All those detailed instructions are both in the Wayback Machine links and in Simply Cyber's videos. And once you have completed the steps to make the Windows VM vulnerable, you're gonna shut it down and snapshot it. And that will be your baseline image there, so that you can revert to things in case break it or whenever the time trial period seems to run out. And part of the lab is that the Windows VM needs to be able to download the C2 payload from the Ubuntu server. And so in order for that to happen, you need to put the Windows VM on the same network that you put the Ubuntu server. And so just repeat the steps for changing the network type and network name. And that will put both systems on the same network. Once you have made these adjustments, you can make sure that both VMs are powered on and test the connection. If you can ping the server from Windows, but not the other way around, check your steps for disabling the Windows Defender. If it's completely disabled, you should be able to ping back and forth without any issue. But if you get that message that you see on that lower image that all packets are lost, check your steps. And with that, that network connection check, you have now created your own network. And you will be able to proceed through the rest of the steps that are indicated in the SOC series by Eric. And these are the links that you can run the search for in the Wayback Machine. All right, and as it turns out, I only completed the first 3 parts. I had not realized that there were an additional 3, and so it's great that that it has been archived and that you will be able to go through the entire series according to his initial instructions. All right. Great. All right, and then let's make sure. Perfect. There we go. All right, and so with that, we can move on to the next part, which is for me a deep sense of wanting to share this with you because it did help me in many ways. And so this is how I learned to sit. This is how brush lettering taught me to sit. Right. First, a few notes. I am approaching the idea of sitting from the training and experience I've had as a community acupuncturist. When I talk about sitting, it is in the physical and self-reflecting senses. Next, I'm going to refer to both brush lettering and penmanship as just lettering, even though they are distinct skills. So for any folks deeper into the practice, I hope you'll be flexible with my definition there. And then the last bit, nothing I say here is a hard and fast rule. I'm hoping that through my story and experience to give folks ideas on their own starting points. And so this is me at the office, maybe about a year into COVID pandemic. And let me just loop that one more time. And so for 16 years, this is how I ran my practice. I spent most of my time sitting, rolling around on a mechanic's chair, helping patients put their feet up in the recliners, bending over them in really awkward positions. And so all of that was repeated for 20 to 30 something patients a day. And I put this on loop so you also get a sense of what it could feel like on a full work day, sitting like this, moving like this, the physicality of the work. And so to me, it's obvious. But if you haven't noticed, let me draw attention to how I am sitting like the letter C. And sitting like the letter C means that it flattened out the curve of my low back, exaggerated the curve of my upper back, and forced my neck to essentially hold a bowling ball in front of my spine instead of aligned with it. Sitting for as long as I did, and as I'm sure many of us do, being hunched in those positions meant that on long days, it was just as painful to stay seated in that position as it was to stand up and stretch out. And so for years, a few years ago, I started with some old school cursive writing and eventually brush lettering as a way to decompress from this posture, as a way to decompress from the decision fatigue, and from just dealing with patient suffering. As I started exploring the practice more, I was looking for some guidance on how to make my cursive smoother and more visual appealing to me. And so through the Internet Archive, I found old penmanship manuals. I came across Spencerian, Palmerian, and Zahner methods of penmanship. And I haven't read the original manuals cover to cover, but what I did was I went through them looking for passages and images that just immediately clicked in my head. And from those manuals, I came across a set of images. Here, these images are from the Zahner manual. These are just observations on posture. On the left, you see a kid sitting more or less the way that I was for 16 years, just poor everything, back twisted, spine curved, wrong angle for writing, all of that. And on the right, not a good posture for writing, but more relaxed, studying, reading, things like that. What I saw, what I noted when I saw these images was this. For the image on the left, that posture meant that it's very possible that the person would be supporting a part of the weight of their torso with their arms, that elbow, that hand, just causing additional tension across the neck and shoulders and arms, preventing any real smooth lettering. And on the left, and I'm sorry, and on the right, you will see that it is a more relaxed posture. What I noticed was that that little curve with the arrow, that is supposed to be the belly. And in that posture, you need to have a little bit more abdominal tone, abdominal engagement in order to support the low back, because you are still flattening it out in that position. The curve of the neck and upper back are not as exaggerated, but the head is still a little bit forward. And that's why you may notice after reading in that position, it can be kind of tough to just kind of move the neck, stretch things out a bit. The next image here is from the Palmarian manual. And for me, it was just about how much space is needed for good writing. Good elbow space, plenty of space to move the paper, your arms. And I compared that especially to my high school and college seats, which were like this for me. I don't know who is actually taking physical notes anymore, but this was my setup for when I was writing, and yeah, it's just horrible. But this last image is the one that really made me think much more seriously about how I was sitting, not just for writing, but in general. And this is from the Spencerian manual. And what I saw here was 2 tripods. The first tripod was 1 point for each leg, plus the glutes or sit bones or seat, however you want to call that area. And this one serves as the base for the stack of bones, that's torso. The second tripod I noticed was this one, where the feet are a single unit. You still have the seat and the sit bones, but then there's that writing arm. Okay, and the difference for me with this writing arm, as opposed to what we saw with that really bad posture on the Zehner method, is that your head, shoulders, hips are stacked over each other, which means that there is less possibility for you to hold part of that weight on your writing arm, which means that you can do more fluid motions. It allows for more movement in that arm. And what I want to do is just focus a little bit on that writing arm, because how it works is, like I said, dependent on these 2 tripods we just looked at. So for the longest time, I wrote like this: a tripod grip on the pen that used only the fingers and wrist for movement. You can see how much range of motion this grip is. However, the penmanship manuals all wrote about arm movement being key for reducing fatigue and making your writing flow better. And I couldn't fully understand arm movement until I modified my grip to this. Placing the pen between the second and third knuckles provides less range of motion for finger writing, that all finger and wrist motion, and it helped in order to make the nice letters. You have to start using your shoulder and elbow along with that more limited motion in the modified grip that I just showed you. When I was learning lettering with arm movement, I used this modified grip almost exclusively to really encourage arm writing. Now I switch back and forth between the 2 grips, just basically depending on what it is that I want to get done on the paper. But the real focus needs to be on making the arm movement the major form of writing. Here's a clear comparison of finger versus arm movement. In this first part, you can see how the movement is really focused on the hand, maybe a little bit of a wrist. And here I'm using the forearm and elbow mainly as a pivot. as I'm moving the pen and my arm across the sheet. And then after I adjust my approach to more arm writing, you'll be able to see how the forearm and elbow are both a pivot and a slide for my hand, while it's the shoulder that powers the bigger movement. And all of that allows for better flow, more relaxed grip on the pen, meaning I can write longer, allows for bigger range of motion of the pen for more fluid lettering. What you'll see in the following videos is, unfortunately, mainly finger writing, mainly because I was trying to record writing with my right hand with the camera in my left hand. And so, like I said earlier, I started lettering as a way to recenter myself after the constant physical, mental, and emotional activity of work. So those manuals helped me a lot with the physical act of sitting, but it was through the lettering of passages from books that I really liked that I started undoing the mental and emotional aspects of my work. And as a side effect, it reignited my desire to read for fun. And it was these passages, along with my experience as an acupuncturist, that helped me sit in a more self-reflective way. And this was key because undoing the physical was not easy, but straightforward. But there were subtleties to the mental and emotional unwinding that passages like these helped me uncover. Reading and then writing someone else's words that closely matched my thoughts and feelings helped me build a little sense of community in a way that someone else expressed in a really cool way what was happening with me internally. And the words from these books help soothe the mental and emotional work of taking care of sick and suffering people. And as my practice has slowly developed, I really like the idea that I'm getting to the point where I can make little gifts for people with lettering on some nice quality paper. My practice paper is what you see here, and that is the HP Premium 32. It's a really smooth paper to minimize the wear on the brush pen tips. But I do have some better quality linen sheets that I'm hoping to make into gifts soon. And so with that, we are at the end. And all of these lettering videos that you just seen are at 5x speed to give you a sense of how long it takes to write nicely. These are the books that I quoted from, right? And these are my current favorite books. I keep returning to this set pretty frequently. And so thank you all for spending part of your morning with me this early on a Sunday. Here's my contact info. And if you have any questions, please send them my way.
I'm watching the chat. Just more comments than questions. I get to filter out this is a comment, not a question, by doing this. But no, a lot of praise on your lettering in the videos. They are very useful, and as well as the virtualized environment. If anybody has any questions, there's about 5 minutes here. Please put them in the chat, and I will forward them on. But it mostly just seems like compliments.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We'll give it
let me
just another 30 seconds. Yeah.
Sure. And just want to give a quick shout out. I don't know how visible it is. Jen Van Antwerp, I volunteered for Sober and Cyber. And
Cool.
So just putting the information out there, folks. There is an organization
cool.
that can help you out. So take a look.
Something that's very needed in our community with everything that's going on in the world and in the job market, really important stuff. So thanks for the shout out. There's a lot of good community groups represented here today, and you should take advantage of them. Here we have a question from Dave. Any thoughts on simple automated build and deployment systems for virtual machines in VBox once you grow beyond a couple manually built VMs? So how do we scale this up a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is a website that I came across that helps you build an XML file. And it builds it by you actually putting your specifications. And then the site writes that XML file for you. And that is schneegans.de. That is Schneegans, SCHNEEGANS.de. it will auto-generate that XML, because absolutely, building this one by one is not going to be feasible in the long term, especially if you want to really start developing more skills with the networking and attacking, defending aspects.
Fantastic. Well, it doesn't look like we have any more questions. Thank you for that. And again, thank you for representing Sober and Cyber too. That's wonderful. And if anybody else has any additional questions, comment, praise, applause, that'll be in the track 1 channel. And we are going to switch over to our next speaker.
Have a good day.
Welcome back to track 1, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us through this 18-hour day of virtual conference. Very, very pleased to see all the people in attendance and participating, contributing to the conference. We are starting to kick off our villages. Remember that we have Lockpick Village, Hardware Hacking Village, CTF Education Village, as well as the CTF. Check those out. They're really, really good. We have 2 tracks of talks going on in simultaneous streams, so make sure you check out the schedule for track 1 and track 2. And we have a bunch of networking channels, from resume reviews to job postings to discussions about all kinds of hobbies. So make sure that you join the Slack and check out the various channels and join the ones that are meaningful to you today. And the CTF seems to be off to a very, very good start. We see some amazing scores already, so get in there if you're interested in participating. The prizes are phenomenal. And of course, we have raffles running today. We have a bunch of raffles that have already started. You must be present to win. Make sure you check those out in the conference chat. That's all the administrative stuff I have to get through. Our next speaker is Jake Hildreth, who will be talking about PKI and powerlifting. I'm very excited for both topics. Thank you very much for joining us, Jake, and take it away.
Hey, everybody. As Leslie said, my name is Jake, and we're going to talk about PKI and powerlifting. And I couldn't think of anything better to put on the screen except for super nerdy and big old bicep. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to start out with, unlike every other talk I've seen so far, we're going to start with the powerlifting side. We're going to go right into that. And then we're going to talk about cryptography. And then I'm going to do something wild, and I'm going to try and compare them against each other. So this may go way off the rails, and if so, please blow me up in the chat, because I am watching the Slack chat as well. So if you do have any questions, please throw them up, and I'll try to answer them as we go. All right, first off, who am I? And for those of you that don't know, that's a PowerShell thing in the top left, because I'm a PowerShell guy. So that is who am I in PowerShell. I am a husband, I'm a dad, I'm a recovering sysadmin. I've been working in IT for 25 years, starting at help desk level and then working my way up to transitioning to cybersecurity about 4 years ago. So really heavily into identity cybersecurity. I am principal security consultant at Sempris, who is one of the sponsors for today. They've got some cool Pac-Man handhelds that will be in one of the raffles. So check those out. And then I do like to build open source tools. Locksmith, Blue Tuxedo, and PowerPug are the ones that are out there right now to help identity security suck a little less. I'm not going to say it doesn't suck, but a little less. And then as of March, I am now a Microsoft MVP for PowerShell and Identity and Access. And I have a Wilks score of 328. And if you don't know what that is, cool, because that's a powerlifting term. So, powerlifting primer. Let's get right into that. Powerlifting is a kind of a standardized competition around the big 3 lifts. And those big 3 lifts, as you can see by that buff cartoon on the screen, the squat, the deadlift, oh, the bench, forgot my own notes, and the deadlift. And for more detail about what those are, all right, squat. It's what it says on the tin, right? You put a weight on your back, you squat down, and I put 2 pictures up here because it's different styles of squatting, but the important thing you can see on the picture on the left is the getting your hip down below your knee. That is what is considered a full depth squat. Once you hit that, you can then stand back up. That's it. I mean, obviously there's a few more technicalities about exactly what qualifies. You have to stand in a certain position, you have to wait for judges' commands, etc. when you're competing, but that's a squat. Next one, the bench press. Everybody's seen this if they've been in a gym ever. Shockingly, there's a bench involved. You lay on that bench, you take the weight and you hold it over your chest, you lower it down, and then you press the weight back up. Simple. And last up is the deadlift, which you stand in front of a dead weight and you lift it up all the way. Most importantly, lowering it back down under control. Throwing the weight down is not generally accepted. All right, so there are some training principles that we're going to touch on today that are important once you start getting into powerlifting, because powerlifting is like, it's not just general strength training. You really are just dedicated to those 3 lifts. And so if you're just kind of doing overall athletic training, you may not be hitting, your best, most strongest, or becoming your most strongest self. So a super important thing is that you really highlight the form of the lift over the weight of the lift. And that is important because when you only have 50 pounds on your back and you're doing a squat, it's not a big deal. You could do a messy form, it's okay. When you get 500 pounds on your back, if you have weak form or messed up form, you're going to injure yourself. And so, yeah, really just from the beginning, focusing on form. Next up, progressive overload. So as I mentioned, going from a 50-pound squat to a 500-pound squat, you're not going to do that overnight. And you're not going to do it even in, a month or 2 months. It's going to take time. And the idea of progressive overload is what we show on the screen here with Milo and the bull. For those of you that aren't aware of the story, Milo had a bull. There's a guy named Milo. He had a bull that he raised from a calf, and he would carry it down to a field every day. And every day the calf got a little heavier and a little heavier and a little heavier until, he's carrying a full-size, 2,000-pound bull. And He is the most jacked version of himself, as you can see off to the right. Another important thing to think about when you're doing powerlifting, and this is after you've, when you get out of the beginning stages, and we'll talk about all of these stages a little later on, but you need to start worrying about a thing called periodization, where you are kind of focusing your efforts on, hey, I really want to get my bench up because it's weaker than everything else, or I really want to get my squat. I keep getting stuck in one spot, right? And I can tell it's because my quads are weak. I'm going to focus on the quads. So powerlifting is very there's a lot of what's called bro science out there about it's, hey, this worked for me. And other people pick that science up and say like, hey, this worked for me too. And then somebody else is like, oh, well, that never worked for me. I don't know where I was going with that. Sorry. Let's talk about some other terminology. All right. You're going to hear the term, me throw away the term reps. So that is short for repetitions. That is literally just doing the same motion multiple times in a row. So you often do a set of reps. So for example, when I'm doing a typical workout, I go out and it's 3 sets of 5 squats. That means I would do 5 reps, 5 repetitions, and then I would pause for a little while. Minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, could be anything. And then PR. That is personal record. I don't actually think I talk about that much later, but PR is important. If you ever hear somebody throwing out PR, PB, that's personal record, personal best. Training max. This is something once you get past the beginner level of things, you start working on a training max. PR does also equal pull request, and sometimes I feel like that's how it works. Like if I get my pull request accepted, that's the same thing as hitting a personal record. Thank you for the call out. But yeah, training max. When you really start going to powerlifting competitions, right? You are not. You want to save your best effort for that day when you are on the platform and actually competing. However, when you are working up to your competition and you are training, you are going to have a training max that all of your weights for that day, that week, that month, that cycle that you're working with, that period that you are working in, right? Talking about periodization. Those are all based off of your training max, and you kind of gradually raise your training max over time as you get closer to competition day. And like I said, percentages. Your percentages are based off of that training max. You may have one day where you say, I've got to do 3 sets of 1 at 95% of my training max. Or, the next week, I'm going to do 20 reps with 50% of my training max. So all of this came out of the Russians and the Bulgarians. They both had training systems that they built up around this back in the 70s. And then it's been taken over by a lot of the guys in the 80s that then created modern powerlifting plans. So there's some popular training methodologies out there. No, Leo, good question. Is training max the same as 1RM? No, 1RM would be your absolute, like you are giving it your all. Sometimes that is the same as your training max. Sometimes it's not. It may not be. For example, I worked up to a 510 deadlift at one point. At no point did I ever have a training max of 510. I may have had 495 or 500, something that's a little lower. So it just kind of gives you that space to not always be driving yourself to the limit. It's very important that you rest and relax when you are powerlifting because you're moving heavy weight. So good question. Thanks. All right. So starting methodology for anybody getting into powerlifting and almost any sport, really. strength is going to help you. And shockingly, there's a plan out there called Starting Strength that is literally for getting you used to strength training. Once you've moved past that, there's a man named Jim Wendler, who is a strength and conditioning coach, was a former power lifter. He created this system called 5-3-1. George, yes, there is a way to determine your training. Your training max will always be less than, and usually your workout methodology will actually define, say, like, if your training max is 500, or sorry, if your real max is 500 at something, you should set your training max, 90% of that to start, right? And 5-3-1 actually does that. They lay that out in their plan. You find your real maxes, and then you set up training maxes that are much lower than that to start. And then over time, again, build that training max so that way your real max goes up. 5-3-1 is interesting. It is designed, like I said, for more general athletic training, but it works really well for intermediate powerlifters because it helps kind of build your entire base of strength. Once you've kind of grown out of that, you can move into something called the cube method. This is really not kept up to date anymore. The juggernaut method is a little more popular, but this is sort of starts to get a little more complex, and we'll dig into how that works. And lastly, if you're serious, if you're a big guy on lots of what do we want to call them? We'll just say performance enhancing drugs. Screw it. Lots of steroids. You could generally will go over to the West Sider conjugate method. And we'll talk about what that is in a little bit. So those are what you need to know. We've got, again, what the big three are, some training principles, some basic jargon I'm going to throw around here as we get in, and then some basic training methodologies. All right. So now we're going to talk about the nerdy stuff. So this is going to be cryptography primer. And I am not going to give you any math. I promise that in the you're welcome, George. No math. And this is going to be very high level. I'm going to gloss over a lot of the details and specifics because this is more about recognizing and understanding these terms as you come across them in the real world. I think it's very important that you are at least able to identify these things without necessarily going super deep. So first off, encryption. I jumped to this one because this is sort of the base of everything. And all it is, yes, Leo, you get me. Leo, I was just talking, we were in a meeting earlier this week and I mentioned that I don't like to work with Python at all. So all this is converting clear text, something that a human can read, into ciphertext, garbled text that is essentially indistinguishable from random noise. May or may not be, depending on how well an encryption scheme works. It may be reversible, but in general, this is what we're going for, right? From readable to completely unreadable. It is intended to protect the confidentiality of the, thank you, Peter. Yes, long live PowerShell. Protect the confidentiality and privacy of the information that you either are sending, if you're sending a message to someone encrypted, or if you are, storing data somewhere and you don't want it to be visible by anybody that shouldn't view it, right? You encrypt that data. The information included, however, even though it looks completely random, is still preserved. And it can be decrypted. This is important. So how do we do this encryption and decryption? Keys, baby. So all keys are, and I don't know if really big qualifies as math. And if it does, I'm sorry that I lied earlier about no math, but all these keys are is really big numbers, right? With a symmetric key, we have one key that you used to encrypt, and the same key is used to decrypt. There may be different processes that use that key in either side. It may be the same process in either side of that encryption and decryption, but it is one key. Next up, we've got asymmetric encryption, which is two keys. That's the asymmetric part. You can encrypt with one and decrypt with the other. And this, again, is depending on the encryption scheme, that may or may not be accurate. We're going to talk about RSA type stuff, which is, yeah, you can encrypt with one, you can decrypt with the other. Pretty simple. And those keys, or that asymmetric encryption, is also called public key cryptography, because you've got a public key that can be shared out to whoever you want, and the integrity of your cryptography system has not been violated. So if you ever see somebody that has sent you a PGP or GPG key included in their email, you know, or that sort of thing, posted up on key repositories, etc., that is public. That is just saying, this is me. However, there's also that second key, the private key, which should never be shared. If your private key is leaked, you can be impersonated, etc., etc. So, do not leak your private key. This is how it actually works. To send a confidential message from Mario to Luigi, right? Mario is going to encrypt the message that he wants to send to Luigi. He's going to encrypt it with Luigi's public key. So he went on, I don't know, maybe, you know, the Mushroom Kingdom's key repository and pulled down Luigi's public key. Yes, Zero Schism, correct. They are named so helpfully. I don't know why I didn't put 2 and 2 together of what you should do with each until, I don't know, 5-10 years ago, somewhere in that range. But yes, he encrypts the message with Luigi's public key. And then Luigi can then decrypt that message with his own private key. That's it. Really, really simple. Fellface, Alice and Bob. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we've moved on from them. Usually, sometimes I talk about my cats, but yeah, Alice and Bob, I'm sure they're doing well. They communicate well, at least. So this is public key cryptography, right? Encrypt with one, decrypt with the other, maintains confidentiality. Another important thing to learn about here is hashing. So this is kind of cryptography, kind of. I mean, it's using a lot of math to take any sort of data and convert it into a representation of that data. So on the screen here, you can see Luigi rules, which I have hashed using, I don't remember what hash algorithm I used, but I hashed that, and you could see the set of letters and numbers that spit out there that represents Luigi rules. The important thing here, the original message is not recoverable in general. In general. It might be MD5, Joe, you're right. It might be. Yes, Leo, it's all math. I'm sorry. Unlike encryption, this is not meant to be decrypted. So what is the benefit here, right? What is the benefit of hashing something? And the important benefit here is that you can actually confirm integrity with hashing. If I send you, you know, a piece of data and then send you the hash along with it, you can then create the hash. These hash algorithms are public, right? You can create the hash of that same data that I sent you. And if the hashes match, you know that the data did not change in transit. It has not been modified in any way. Eve and who else gets in there? Mallory. None of those people have messed with it, right? So integrity is what this is all about. So far we started with symmetric key encryption, right? Encrypt, decrypt, same key. Then we went to public key cryptography, asymmetric cryptography. So that's encode and decode with different keys. Now we're doing hashing, which is just verifying integrity using some math. That's all to build up to signing. So signing is where, I'm going to actually walk through the whole signing process. So initially, Mario creates a hash of his message, and then he encrypts just the hash with his private key. So that's why we have both a message and some encrypted stuff on the screen here, right? So it's Luigi rules is the message, and I'm doing this backwards for y'all. Luigi rules and the encrypted hash beside it. And then Mario's going to send all of this to Luigi, both the clear text and the encrypted hash. And then Luigi is going to, he now has received the clear text message. Luigi creates his own hash from that, right? And then he decrypts the encrypted hash that was sent along with the original message, and then compares those two hashes. And if they match, Luigi can know that the message was sent by Mario and that it had not been edited, altered in transfer. All right, we're building, we're still building, and we're almost to the granddaddy of them all, the PKI. But we are going to talk about certificates because that's what gets thrown around, right? Certificate. What is that? All it is a public key and a bunch of attributes about the holder of that public key that has then been signed. So going through that whole signing process that we said before, creating a hash of the data and then encrypting that small hash. Package that all up into one piece. That's a certificate. The important thing here is that the signer now becomes important. And you trusting the signer, right? Trust becomes a real issue when you get into certificates. That's why PKI was developed. And yes, this is intentionally messy on the screen because PKI is messy. But really, it all boils down to a certification authority providing the root of trust that all parties involved can trust. So if Mario trusts a certification authority and Luigi trusts a certification authority, Mario and Luigi can communicate with certificates that have been signed by the certification authority securely and know that they can trust each other. Theoretically, lots of different ways to break this because it's a mix of software and hardware and policies and procedures, and it's all just, there's a lot of moving parts, we'll just say. So even though there's a lot of moving parts, it does solve many of the problems. You know, who do you start with trust? Yes, Zero Schism, trust could definitely be its own talk. It really, like, that's a big talk. It solves what's called the key management problem, right? So if I'm doing symmetric keys with people, right? If I'm sharing, every time I want to send my wife a message, you know, I have to encrypt it with a key and then she has to decrypt it with the same key. How do I get that key to her securely? Luckily, we live in the same house. I could just probably hand it to her. But if it's somebody across a unsecured network, how do I do that? That was why the asymmetric version was created. okay, so now I'm starting to communicate with all these people, and they know my public key, and I have, they know my public key, I have my private key, but I got to start kind of remembering all of their public keys, and eventually it becomes overwhelming as well. So PKI is there to kind of provide a source for those public keys, confirm that they've been validated, that the person is who they say they are, generally. And yeah, so that's what PKI did. And like I said, introduces many other problems. Because there are so many moving parts, software, hardware, and policies and procedures, and signing, ceremonies and all this weird stuff. There's a lot that could go wrong, and it does require a lot of knowledge across a lot of different realms to really be able to maintain PKI properly. So, how do cryptography and powerlifting align? I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try. It's going to try. So, symmetric key encryption is kind of like starting strength, right? It's really simple to implement. There's one key that everybody has to know, and the algorithm that you're going to use to share that key. And starting strength is super simple too, in that literally if you have a goal every day. If you hit that goal that day, you add weight for your next workout. That's it. Super simple. And because these methodologies are so fine, it's really understandable. Like, and it's also it's understandable from the key space, right? One key is easy to understand. Starting strength is easy because it is just 5 lifts. It's just 5 big lifts: squat, bench press, deadlift. And then they also do overhead press and clean and power cleans. Yeah. I'm not going to touch on what those are. And then, as I mentioned, transmitting keys between parties securely is a hard problem. No way of getting around that. And starting strength generally does get really hard pretty quickly because you're putting 5 pounds on every workout. Do the math. 6 months in, there's no way you've added 300 pounds to your bench press. Unless you're cool. I don't know, unless you're amazing. Yeah. All right. Next up, asymmetric encryption. We're going to compare that against 531. So as a reminder, 531 is that more kind of intermediate level and more general athletic level workout methodology. So in public key, still pretty understandable. We introduce 2 keys. In 531, we don't just add weight every time. There's going to be some weeks where you're adding weight, and then you're going to drop back down. And then you may be adding reps and then dropping back down. It's a lot of ins, a lot of outs. So with this benefit of the 2 new keys, like, it becomes more flexible. You can do more things with it, right? Talking about, signing and certificates and stuff is not possible with symmetric key encryption. In 531, there are workout templates that kind of provide you a guide and more nuanced approaches to how to best target your weaknesses and bring those up. And then scale-wise does kind of become too overwhelming. I mean, webs of trust existed for a while before PKI was really developed and put out into the world. However, eventually you will hit a limit where, it's just not feasible. Same thing with 531, right? It scales well for general athletic stuff, but if you really want to become a powerlifting guy, powerlifting gal, powerlifting person, you have to start doing a more focused and dedicated workout methodology. All right. I kind of felt like certificates were like the cube method, and here's why. There are multiple operations involved, right? You're doing the hashing, you've got to encrypt, you've got to decrypt, you've got to check attributes, et cetera, et cetera. There's signing, right? when you get into the cube method, there's a lot of changes every single week. Not only are you adding and reducing weight over time, not only are you adding and changing rep schemes over time, you're also having different goals for every lift every week. Some weeks it may be max effort. So you are trying to go up to that 100% of your training max, right? Whereas, the next week you may have what's called, what do they call it? I don't know. Rep method is what I call it, where you're trying to do a lot of repetitions of the same thing to try and build volume, to try and get your, to cause hypertrophy in your muscles. And then the following week, you may be doing your bench press for speed method, where you are trying to really do the lifts as fast as possible. Not like just rush through your workout, but like explosively push the weight off your chest. This has been the limit when we start to get into certificates. That's where a lot of people, lay people, their eyes start to glaze over when I start to discuss it with them. And much the same, once you start involving all these different, goals every week, people that are not a beginner, or I'm sorry, people that are beginners or even just early intermediate lifters, just they're not ready for it. It's just too much. And then, as we discussed before, trust becomes critical when we're talking about certs in the cube. Recovery and that possibly illegal supplementation also becomes critical. It's actually one of the complaints about that is that it's designed for people that are only on on steroids. So, oh, there's my thing. And lastly, like I said, granddaddy of them all, PKI, right? Super complex, as previously mentioned. And much like that, the conjugate method, if you see, also name, another name for the West Side Barbell method is the conjugate method. They're using all this weird stuff. I'm not going to lie to you. Partial lifts, they're wrapping around these stretchy bands around their bars. They're using chains. They've got big belts and they've got these big, suits that help them, put 2,000 pounds on their back. And it's all this wacky, wild stuff. It's a lot. I'm not going to lie. I've never tried to follow that method because I never got up to that strength level. PKI, it can be scaled globally. It really can. We have a lot of global PKI around. And as mentioned in the chat, it's kind of the underpinning of how the modern internet works. Like, global PKI exists. You're interacting with it every day, even if you don't realize it. The conjugate method is sort of a global scale when it comes to elite powerlifting. Like, if you're going to go hit those heaviest of heaviest numbers, you're probably going to work with something like this. And I did call out occult knowledge on both of these because you got to know some weird stuff. It's weird and deep. Both of them are like a real full ecosystem in that, I've heard people say, you're not doing West Side unless you're actually doing it at the West Side Barbell Gym, down in Columbus, Ohio. You're not really doing PKI unless you have, multiple tiers and registration authorities and validation authorities, et cetera. But the most important thing I want to bring up here is that really, either way, wielded incorrectly, you're going to snap your stuff up. Sometimes that's an ESC1 ADCS vulnerability, which Leonardo's going to talk about later today. Or, sometimes you put 1,000 pounds on your back and then your right knee blows out. These are just things that happen. So treat them both with care and with the respect that they deserve. So one last little bit. Is it cryptography or is it powerlifting? I cannot tell which one he is doing. It might be both. So this is, when I think about my PKI journey over time, is that it's gradual learning, right? It really is that progressive overload thing. You push yourself just a little bit past your knowledge state right now. And then you push yourself just a little bit past what you thought you were strong enough to do. And eventually your body or your brain responds. Rereading the docs over and over, that's just doing reps. And changing your focus, because there are a lot of different points in PKI. There are a lot of different pieces. Like I said, hardware, software, policies, procedures, people, etc. It's the same as periodization. Sometimes you're working on your bench. Sometimes you're trying to get your deadlift faster. Sometimes you're working on, figuring out the best way to architect your environment. You got to focus. You can't focus on any one thing too deeply at any one time if you really want to proceed. That's all I got. I'm just going to say thanks real quick. Thanks to PancakesCon, obviously. Thanks to my wife and daughter for putting up with me. Thanks to Leslie. Leslie has been so helpful. I had a great resume review with them earlier this year that helped me land my job at Sempress, honestly. And PancakesCon staff, all of you have been super helpful in the background. And thanks to you for coming out and watching this. Like, I didn't know whether this would come off or be pulled off. I thought it went okay. So, and lastly, you can find me. I mostly post on LinkedIn now, but if you scan that QR code, I promise that just goes directly to my website, and you can go there. Or I will have I have my slides, and all the links that I shared are up on that GitHub. So that's all I got. Thank you so much. And Leslie, I see you're on screen.
Thank you, Jake. I really appreciate you spending your part of your day here and giving us such a wonderful 2 talks on 2 interesting topics. It's really appreciated. Like all of our speakers, you're doing this for free out of the goodness of your heart, and you've given a lot of people a lot of really important information broken down into an easy to understand way.
Yeah. If anybody
We'll be
wants
back
to
after
talk
the
about
break.
powerlifting or PKI, let me know.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your attention through the first half of our conference. I'm actually going to be signing off as announcer after this talk. So it's been a pleasure being your announcer for the morning half of the conference. And we have Amritza next, who's going to be talking about what hiking taught about privacy programs. These are such interesting topics. Hiking and privacy programs. I am intrigued and fascinated and so excited to hear about this. Thank you so much, and over to you.
All right, so thank you, Leslie, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on your time zone or how many pancakes you've already had today. It's a privilege to be here, and I want to thank Leslie and the team behind PancakesCon for this opportunity and for all of you for joining the sessions today. This is my first time attending and speaking at PancakesCon, and I'm incredibly excited to share this session with you. So today I'll be talking about what hiking taught me about building privacy programs. So this might seem like an unusual connection, but I believe it offers some useful lessons, especially for those of you who are new to cybersecurity and privacy or looking to break into the field. So a little bit about me. I am originally from Sri Lanka and have been in Dubai for the past 3 years. I currently work as a privacy master at SUSE, and I'm also an attorney at law. I hold several privacy-related qualifications, such as Certified Information Privacy Manager from the International Association of Privacy Professionals and ISO 27701 Certified Lead Implementer from the International Board for IT Governance. So my interest in privacy began back in 2018 when, as an intern, I was tasked with conducting research on the GDPR. And that experience sparked my curiosity. And since then, it has been a continuous journey of learning and growth in this field. So as shared on screen, you can reach out to me on email or LinkedIn, and I would love to connect with you and also answer any questions that you may have, and also continue discussing any privacy related or even hiking related topics. All right, so moving on to our agenda for today, I will start with hiking experiences in Sri Lanka and the UAE. And this is where I will share some lessons from the trails that surprisingly map to building privacy programs. Then I will have a quick overview of what is a privacy program to set the foundation. Then look at the relationship between the privacy framework, the program, and the operational lifecycle. And finally, look at the 4-step cycle, including assess, protect, sustain, and respond, while drawing parallels with the lessons I've learned from hiking. So although my talk is privacy focused, I also want to highlight that there is no privacy without security. So when we talk about building and maintaining a privacy program, strong organizational and technical measures, privacy by design, and even incident response plans become core elements that make the whole program work in practice. So if you're already working in a security program, you will find that many of the practices extend into privacy as well. All right, so to recharge my batteries, hiking is one of the many things I enjoy. And looking at these photos, I'm sure many of you can guess the location between Dubai, UAE, and Sri Lanka. So this is my home country in Sri Lanka. Back home, this was my ideal weekend where I would join a hiking group. We would go exploring misty mountains, walk through tea plantations, or as you can see on the left, chasing some waterfalls. This photo is actually the second highest waterfall in Sri Lanka, called the Aluma, where you can hike from the bottom to the top of the waterfall and also swim in the rock pools at the top. So now, if you were to go hiking in Sri Lanka, what should you expect? First, there is incredible diversity. On a single trail, you can walk through green tea fields, dense bamboo forests, and then end up on a grassy mountain peak above the clouds. Second is that it's tropical and humid, so you can expect to sweat, but the stunning views are totally worth it. And finally, we have the famous local challenge, which is leeches. So it's part of the hiking experience, but don't worry, we have a solution for that as well. So how do we prepare for this? Because of the humidity, you need lightweight, breathable clothing and plenty of water. For the leeches, there are specialized leech socks and even insect repellent. Sometimes even salt water and soap water can be your best friends. Most importantly, you also need sturdy shoes with a good grip and also a reliable guide or a map, as the trails can be challenging to navigate. So if you're looking for some inspiration, these are some of the trails that I would definitely recommend. All right, so if you're looking for a trail that really stands out, it would be this Peko Trail. It has been recognized by the National Geographic, the Times, and even the BBC, so you know it is something special. It's over 300 kilometers long and it spans across the central highlands of Sri Lanka. And the best part is that it's not just about the hike, but you also get to discover the country. So you will be able to hike across tea plantations, mountains, and then even pass through like remote villages where you can explore the local communities, connect with them, and then even visit some historical sites along the way. The trail is also split into 22 stages, so you can do a little bit at a time, or you can take it on as a multi-day adventure where you can cover several stages of this Peko Trail. All right. So then moving on to hiking in Dubai. So when you think of Dubai and the UAE, I'm sure you would imagine the fast cars, all the tall buildings, and the Burj Khalifa. And maybe you would be surprised to see some photos like this. Um, so after I moved to Dubai in 2022, the hiking adventures didn't stop. So I've had the chance to explore a completely different type of terrain here, which I think is equally stunning. And as you can see, the landscape is dramatically different. So instead of the forests and all the greenery that you've seen previously in my slides from Sri Lanka, here you get these rugged wadis and the desert dunes. So when hiking here, what could you expect? So the beauty here is actually in the rock formations. And contrary to the stereotype of an empty desert, the wadis and the mountain areas can have a surprising amount of mountain goats, foxes, different species of birds and reptiles. And sometimes the occasional rainfall during the winter season can also trigger desert bloom, where you would see like grass and some flowers blooming as well. The second and most important thing is the sun and the heat. So, for safety, hiking in UAE is strictly considered a winter activity. So, winter would span from somewhere around October to April, and you always start early in the morning, or you would do a sunset hike after 4 p.m. So the preparation here is also completely different. The number one rule is water and more water, because of the heat, and the temperatures can rise up to 35 to 40 degrees as well. Sun protections like hat and sunscreen is a non-negotiable, and because the terrain is very rocky and uneven, you need to have sturdy hiking boots with excellent grip. And these are some of the trails which I would recommend for hiking in the UAE. These are about 1.5 to 2 hours drive from Dubai, and they are mostly found in the Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah, and also an emirate called Fujairah. I also want to share some interesting hiking facts from 3 trails. So starting with Hatta. The Hatta Trail spans over 30 kilometers of hiking routes, and you will also find that the hiking routes have different color codes for different hikers according to their experience level. It is also considered a biodiversity hotspot with more than 20% of UAE plant species. And as you can see on screen, after a long hike, the hikers can also enjoy activities like kayaking near the Hatta Dam. Also, for a touch of culture, you can explore the heritage village, which shows how people used to live in these mountains several years ago. And these areas that would be built with traditional mud brick houses, and also traditional irrigation systems. At the center, you have Jebel Jais. So this is considered to be the highest peak in the UAE, and the temperatures can drop as much as 10 degrees from the base of the mountains to the top. And surprisingly, there have also been a few instances where there has been snowfall here. It is also said that these mountains were formed by a continental collision between the Eurasian plates as well as the Arabian plates, and this has pushed some of the sections of the oceanic crust upwards. So, in other words, when you hike this area, some of the rocks that you will see at the top were once at the bottom of the ocean. Jebel Jais is also not just for hikers. There are a lot of outdoor activities, and there's also the world's longest zip line, and you will also find Bear Grylls adventure camps here as well. And moving on finally to the Fossil Rock hike. So this is a short hike of about 6 kilometers. And the main attraction here is a limestone outcrop that contains marine fossils, showing that this area was underwater millions of years ago. In fact, it is said that approximately 70 million years ago, this region was submerged beneath a shallow sea, and over time, the accumulation of marine life such as corals and other sea creatures formed these little limestone deposits. And as the tectonic forces shifted, these seabeds were pushed up, leaving these fossil layers. So even today, you can see these fossils on the surface, and this is one of the reasons why hikers enjoy exploring this area. Okay, so now we have looked at trails in Sri Lanka and the UAE. And what's fascinating is that while both offer incredible hiking, the risks and preparations are completely different. So in one, you would prepare for things like rain and leeches, and in the other, you would prepare for the extreme heat, sun, and even dehydration. So, just like with hiking, privacy isn't a one size fits all. You must first assess your specific environment and then adapt your strategy to mitigate the unique risks you face. All right, so I know what you're probably thinking, pretty much the same thing as this guy. How on earth does hiking relate to privacy? So, well, over the next 30 minutes, I would like to show you parallels I saw between hiking and building a privacy program. So, before we dive into how to build a privacy program, it's important to understand why it matters. So, the data here tells a very clear story from three different angles. So, first, let's look at it from an organization's perspective. So, the Cisco 2025 Data Privacy Benchmark study found that 94% of organizations believe that their customers would not buy from them if they fail to protect their data properly. So think about it. So businesses themselves know that a failure in privacy is a direct failure in customer retention. Now, is that just a business assumption, or do customers actually feel that way? Second angle is looking at the consumer's voice. So McKinsey, in their article, The Consumer Data Opportunity and Privacy Imperative on Consumer Data, found that 71% of consumers said that they would simply stop doing business with a company if it mishandled their sensitive data. So if privacy failures can lose you customers, it's no surprise that companies now treat this as a major internal risk as well. A privacy risk study done by the International Association of Privacy Professionals found that nearly 93% of organizations rank privacy as a top 10 organizational risk, and more than 36% place it in their top 5. So this means that privacy is now being discussed in the same risk committees as financial, operational, and even reputational threats. So it is clear that today privacy is no longer just a tick box exercise, and it's a core pillar of customer trust, a driver of business growth, and an organizational risk that should be addressed even at the board level. So now that we've established the why, now let's take a step back and look at what a privacy program really is. So a privacy program is a structured framework, and I want you to think of it as an organization's official game plan for how to manage and protect personal data throughout its entire life cycle. So what this means is from the time that the data is collected to the point where it is securely deleted. So here we have two main goals. That is, first, to ensure that we meet our obligations for compliance with data protection laws, and then second is to also proactively mitigate privacy risks before they become real incidents. So what does that look like in practice? A strong privacy program isn't just one thing, it's a collection of continuous activities that work together. So it starts with a solid foundation where you have things like your data inventory and classification, because you can't protect what you don't know you have. And on top of that, you build your strategy, which includes the clear governance and oversight from leadership, and also a risk management process. Then you put that strategy into action with operational pieces like writing clear policies, running effective training and awareness programs for all employees, and also having well rehearsed incident response plans for when things go wrong. And finally, because privacy is never done or complete, the program requires continuous improvement and audit to ensure that it stays effective as businesses and the regulations evolve. So with the what defined, we would now turn to the critical business question of why invest in a privacy program. So I would like to say that a mature privacy program is a strategic asset. First, it can build customer trust and reputation. So in today's economy, you would see that how a company handles data is a direct reflection of the company's values. So a strong privacy program acts as a public commitment to the customers, and that can in turn act as a powerful competitive differentiator that can enhance your brand. Second, of course, is the need to mitigate risk and ensure compliance. Today, we have a complex web of global regulations, and a privacy program will be your best defense. This is because when you're designing the privacy program, it will help you prevent the risk of fines and also ensure that you are meeting your legal obligations wherever you operate. Third, and this is a point that is often missed, good privacy is a business enabler. This is the process of, because this is the process where building the privacy program, you will have better data governance. So when we have better data governance, it would help to increase the quality and the reliability of data, and that can also support more accurate analytics and also smarter decision making in the business. And finally, a great program helps foster an ethical culture. So it helps to shift the mindset from what are we legally required to do to what is the right thing to do. So, put simply, when you talk about privacy in terms of risk, revenue, and reputation, you know it's a strategic enabler for the business. Next, let's look at how we structure a privacy program so that it actually works in the real world. So it comes down to successfully combining two essential components. So first we have our guiding structure, which is the privacy framework, and then we also have the operating model, which is the operational lifecycle. So to make the relationship between the framework and the lifecycle more relatable, I would like to use a simple analogy that we can all relate to. So that is building and living in a house. First, on the left, you have the blueprint. This is our privacy framework. So this will be your detailed architectural plan. It will define all the rules, the standards, the legal requirements, and it will also ensure that the house we build will be secure, compliant, and fit for purpose. So when you do that, it leads to building a successful house, like as you see in the middle of the diagram. So this is the part where you create and implement your privacy program. And a tip is that you must integrate your privacy blueprint or your framework into the existing process of the business. So instead of just publishing a policy and hoping people read it, you need to incorporate privacy checkpoints into the business process. Let's look at an example. So let's say you have a third-party risk management policy. It's not enough that employees just know that it exists. The employees who engage with your third-party vendors must actively put that into practice. So you can achieve this by providing specific training, clear guidelines, and checklists so that they know how to assess and monitor third-party risks. So once the house is built, it comes to living and maintenance. So just because you move in, it doesn't mean that the work is done. To live in the house, you need constant maintenance, moving the lawn, cleaning windows, fixing leaks. So this part is our privacy operational life cycle. It's the day-to-day engine that keeps the program running effectively. So we've established that the framework is our blueprint. So here I want to just zoom in and look at what's exactly in the privacy framework from a privacy perspective. So a privacy framework would be the skeletal structure for your entire program, and it must be created by analyzing specific laws, regulations, and best practices that apply to your organization, and also what is applicable and in line with the business goals. Here you will also have the objectives and also the scope of your privacy program. And there are two foundational categories in your framework, that is the principles and the standards. These are your guidelines and the globally accepted best practices of what it means to handle data responsibly. And second, you have the different laws, regulations, and these are more of the mandatory legally binding rules that you would have to follow. So here you have things like the EU's GDPR and sector-specific laws like HIPAA for US healthcare. All right, so we have the privacy framework and we have built our privacy program. We have checked all the boxes, and that means all our work is done and we've reached the summit, right? Yeah, so this is the face we should all make when we hear someone say that. Unfortunately, a lot of organizations fall for what we can call a destination myth. That is the belief that achieving compliance is our end goal. So that once you reach the top of the mountain, the work is done. But we must remember that the summit is only the halfway point because you still have the journey back down. This is the same thing with a privacy program. A privacy program is not just a one-time setup. It has to be continuous. It has to be an evolving loop that you can adapt to new business needs, new risks, and even new regulations. So the reality of an effective privacy program is that it is a continuous and dynamic process. So this is called the privacy program operational life cycle, and it describes the core activities of a privacy program and how the organization addresses each of its major privacy objectives. The life cycle has 4 components. We have assess, protect, sustain, and respond. And the major benefit of this life cycle approach is that it provides flexibility, which is very crucial for maintaining a successful privacy program. An interesting point that I also want to share here is that the focus of privacy programs have also shifted over the years. So while all 4 stages of the operational life cycle are crucial, early programs often found themselves in a very reactive crisis management mode that focused on responding to privacy incidents or even responding to new regulations that become effective. But today we see that there is a shift where more organizations spend much more time and effort in the early stages of the life cycle to proactively manage risks. So we can see that there is a clear focus shift from a reactive approach to a very proactive approach. Moving on to looking at each phase of the operation cycle in depth. So let's begin our journey at the very first stage, which is assess. So this stage is all about planning the hike before you even take a single step on the trail. So proper planning here makes the rest of the journey safer and more successful. So here in this section, I would like to break down a few key activities. First is identifying obligations or checking the trail rules. So before you enter an area, you need to check park regulations. You need to understand whether there are any permit requirements or even know whether there is some fire ban. In privacy, this is the crucial work of understanding the laws and the standards that you must follow, whether that's GDPR or the CCPA and even HIPAA or any other local data protection law that would be applicable to your organization. Next, with the rules in mind, you need to study your map. So here a hiker would study the route, the elevation, and even things like where to find some water source. So when it comes to a privacy professional, they do the same thing by mapping where personal data comes from, how it flows through the organization's systems, and then even where it is ultimately stored. A tip I would like to share here is that data mapping can be time consuming and also prone to errors when it is done manually. This is especially the case when it comes to large organizations where the data flow can constantly change. And because of this, I believe that automation tools can save significant time and also ensure that your data flows stay accurate and even up to date. You can also use your record of processing activities or ROPA as the base for your data flow maps. So third point here is identifying and mitigating risks. So for example, if the forecast calls for rain, you pack a waterproof jacket. This is similar to the measures we take in mitigating privacy risks early on, such as conducting your privacy impact assessments, your data protection impact assessments, and even your vendor assessments. So we conduct these privacy impact assessments before a launch of a new product, a new process, and this is done where there is processing of personal data. And data protection impact assessments are done when the data processing would likely result in high risks to the data subject's rights and freedoms, and vendor assessments would be done before onboarding a third party. I also want to share another tip here. So when we have our privacy impact assessments, data privacy impact assessments, and vendor assessments, we should try not to treat them as standalone documents, but we can try to tie them to your record of processing activities so that your ROPA or your record of processing activities can become the central index for all your processing activities, and each entry in your ROPA can also directly link to a detailed risk assessment that you have done. So moving on to the next stage, which is protect. In my hiking analogy, this is where we gear up and stay safe. So this phase is all about proactively implementing the safeguards and the controls we have identified during our planning stage. So first up is we have privacy by design. So just as you select the right boots, the navigation tools, and appropriate clothing before you start a hike, you need to think about privacy by design. So privacy by design means that we build privacy directly into our systems and processes from the very start. Think of it as a proactive approach that focuses on preventing privacy issues and data breaches by addressing privacy risks at the root. Basically, we should not treat privacy as an add-on or an afterthought. So an example here is when a company is introducing a new process, the privacy team should be involved in the early discussion stage rather than midway of implementing the new process. Second, we have data security measures. This is your safety gear. So I would like you to think of these as the essential safety gear for any hike, like your first aid kit, your sunscreen, and GPS. So from a privacy perspective, these would be the technical and organizational measures that protect your data. Next, we have data retention and deletion. So a critical part of staying safe in your hike is knowing what not to carry. So on a long hike, if you carry unnecessary weight, it becomes a liability that will eventually slow you down. The same is true for data. So we should not retain data when it is no longer necessary, and we should also have well-developed data retention and deletion policies, and also procedures to actually implement these. Fourth point is about data minimization. So just as you only bring the essentials on a trail like your water, snacks, and maybe a map, a privacy mature organization would only collect the absolute minimum data necessary for its purpose. So to sum it up, you need to remember 2 checkpoints. The first is at the point of collection, where you gather only the data you truly need for the purpose at hand and nothing more. And the second is that throughout the process of the life cycle, you would regularly review the data you hold, and where it's no longer needed, you would securely dispose of it. All right, so we've planned a hike and we've geared up with all the right protections, but the work isn't over. So stage 3 is about sustaining. It's about the long journey itself. And in my analogy, this is the continuous discipline of staying on the trail. So a huge part of this sustained stage is monitoring and auditing. So just like a hiker would regularly check for trail markers, their GPS, and their map to confirm that they're still on course, we need to constantly check our privacy program. So this can be done through your internal and external audits, and also continuous monitoring to verify that we are staying compliant and following our policies. Also, for more mature privacy programs, you can also develop matrix-driven programs. So this is just going beyond your compliance checklist. You can have key performance indicators and also risk indicators to measure the program effectiveness. For example, by considering the time you take to fulfill data subject requests, or even measuring the percentage of employees who complete your privacy awareness training. Second, we move on to training and awareness. So sustaining the program also requires ongoing training and awareness. When thinking about hiking, a good hiker knows the trail etiquette, how to respect nature, and also avoid accidents. Similarly, the employees of an organization needs continuous training and awareness. In large-scale organizations, you can also establish a network of privacy champions across the different business units and departments who would act as local advocates, because this will help to scale awareness and also build a true privacy culture without overloading your central privacy teams. Next, we have staying updated. So finally, we must be staying updated because the environment is always changing. When looking at it from a hiking perspective, you will know that a hiker would constantly watch the weather and also adapt their plan as the conditions change. So as privacy professionals, we do the same. We actively monitor for new technologies, evolving risks, and changes in regulations. This allows us to continuously improve our program so that we are never caught off guard by a sudden storm. So hiking on, we've been sustaining our program, we've been maintaining the trail, but even with the best planning, sometimes things go wrong. This brings us to the final stage of our life cycle, which is respond. So in my analogy, this is weathering the storm. Imagine you're out on a hike on a sunny day and suddenly an unexpected storm hits. This is what a data breach feels like. There's no time to plan and you just have to act. So for an organization facing a data breach, this means you spring your data breach playbooks into action. You start containing the threat, investigating the root cause, and make sure that the right people are informed. But here's the thing, you don't just want a plan on paper, you need to wargame your incident response. You need to run tabletop exercises for even the most complex breach scenarios, and you need to be prepared so even when the real storm hits, everyone knows their role. Even after all of this planning, the tabletop exercises, the work doesn't stop once the storm passes. So after the incident, you should conduct a post-incident analysis, and you need to think of this as like the debrief back at the base camp. This is where we discuss with all the hikers what went wrong, why did it happen, and what we could have done better. So every lesson that you learn here will feed back into your assess phase in your privacy operational lifecycle. And with that, you can update your maps, improve your gear, and get stronger for the next journey. So each storm will make you more resilient, and this is how the privacy program also evolves over time. So as we wrap up the hike today, I want to leave you with 3 key takeaways to remember in building and managing privacy programs. First is that your map is your guide. So just as you would never start a hike without a map and knowing your route, you can't build a successful privacy program without a clear understanding of your landscape. This means that not only knowing your legal obligations, but also thoroughly mapping your data flows and identifying your risks from the start. Second, we need to invest in the right gear. So in hiking, you will see that cutting corners on boots or even safety equipment can lead to disaster later on. And the same is true in privacy. Building privacy and security into your systems and processes from the very beginning is essential. Remember that taking shortcuts at the start can cost you more in the long run, whether in terms of fines or the loss of customer trust. And finally, remember that the summit is only the halfway point. So reaching your goal of launching the privacy program is a huge achievement, but the journey isn't over. A privacy program needs continuous maintenance and improvement to remain effective. So that ongoing work of sustaining the program is just as critical as the initial climb. And that brings me to the end of my talk. Thank you for joining the session. And if you have any questions, you can send them my way.
All right. Thank you for an excellent talk. We have about 4 minutes left for questions. Are you ready to take some questions?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So first question was from Ian Campbell, the neurovagrant, who's also up next. And that was, what do you do when a privacy project or program starts to feel like it's a really tough climb?
Yes, so that's a great question. So I think a privacy program, when you're trying to build it, also you can take it or break it down into several phases so that you tackle one stage at a time. And I think that will help you not see it as that tough climb, but you take it in stages, like just like your hike.
Okay, excellent. And another question from Zero Schism. What kind of tools are there for automating, identifying data flows, and generating data maps?
Yes, so there are quite a lot of tools out there, but one I would recommend is OneTrust. So I don't know if you've heard about this before, but OneTrust has a lot of different modules for not only just data mapping, but also maintaining and managing your privacy program, like managing your data subject rights and also consent management. So I would recommend checking out OneTrust, but there are a lot of other tools and resources out there as well.
Okay. And do you have time for one more?
Yes, of course.
So Dave Wilburn also made an interesting statement. I'd love to get your opinion on that. Your thoughts on that is data minimization feels like it's going to become more critical as governments are demanding that we retain more identity data. Do you have any ideas around policies or tools we can use to limit the impact or splash damage of those kind of programs and requirements?
Yes, so definitely when it comes to maintaining your privacy program, data minimization is critical, and it is also one thing that I touched on in the slides as well, because what I would recommend is having 2 points, 2 checkpoints actually. So when it comes to the point of collecting your data, so you would maybe take that approach where you inform the teams that are collecting that data or who are in touch with the initial phase of data collection about the requirements for minimum data collection. So enforcing the idea that you only collect data that is really required for the purpose, and because any additional data that you collect will be an additional risk and an additional burden. So that is one checkpoint. And then the second is where while in the managing the operating life cycle, you need to keep having checks where you would do whether you really need to whether you really need this particular data that you've collected, because even though you've collected it at the start, at the initial phase of collection, it might not be something that you require later on in your program. So in that case, you need to make sure that you securely delete that data as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your talk. That was incredibly insightful. And my apologies that I wasn't here for the opening and I don't want to mispronounce your name. Could you please say your name for the audience again?
Yes, it is Amrista.
Amrista. Okay. I had almost got it correct. But excellent talk. Thank you so much for your talk. We really appreciate you. Feel free to hang out in the chat, and we're going to switch presenters now. And so we will have Makeshift take the controls here in a moment. All right, our next speaker is Ian Campbell, also known as Neurovagrant. His talk is on domain intelligence, investigative journalism, and the importance of play. We will be taking questions at the end of the talk. Remember that you can join us in the PancakesCon Slack in the 2025 track 1, and we'll be taking questions there. Ian, you're ready to go.
Fantastic, thank you. And thanks to all the speakers so far as well. They've been fantastic. Let me start out by talking about me for a quick second. I'm a security operations guy, also a threat researcher for our investigations team, which we launched earlier this year. I'm autistic, ADHD, depressive. Also, I want to preface this by saying, and make my boss happy, or at least have a little less gray hair, any views expressed are mine and not necessarily those of Domain Tools. So we have an investigative journalism program that we operate through Domain Tools. We do DNS and domain intelligence. We pull in a bunch of data and provide it to folks for better context around whatever kind of infrastructure they're looking at. Alongside that, we have a investigative journalism program that we've been working on for years and really been prizing for years. We present yearly at the Investigative Journalism Conference in ICAR. At this point, we actually have to do 2 presentations per year because the room gets too filled, which is fantastic. It's the best outcome that we could imagine. We've trained over 500 journalists at this point in how to use both DNS and domain intelligence in their stories. We provide them access to our data and tools. We train them on it, and we also provide support, whether that's technical or whether that's looking at their results prior to publication in case they want a second pair of eyes. We don't require coverage or mention in articles. We've been mentioned all over the place. We also don't disclose news organizations without their okay. Basically, we've set this program up not about us, because we really love investigative journalists and we believe they make a better world. Some of the stuff that we can talk about, we also provide the same access to analysts as well, especially in the human rights space. So Citizen Lab has been using our data. They're fantastic folks with fantastic focuses. And if you're not familiar with them, I encourage you to go look them up. One of our favorite folks is Brian Krebs, who just does a fantastic array of investigations across the spectrum, really, but has this great base of knowledge around DNS and domains and can always work those into his investigations. Recently, we collaborated with Reuters reporters on Doge Staffer, and we also have long collaborated and provided access to Bellingcat. So why DNS? Why domain intelligence? Well, let's start with DNS. It can help fact check stories. It can help uncover latent relationships. So it can help uncover connections between different structures, different organizations, just different technical observables. It's also all publicly available. DNS queries aren't confidential. It's changing a little as far as encrypted DNS goes, but that depends on how you use it. It's effective as an investigative tool because people doing stuff online in one place are often doing it in multiple places. You'll have a better, more complete picture if you have that whole shared infrastructure. If you find everything they're doing, so you get the holistic view of what they're doing and possibly, in some senses, why they're doing it. Everybody uses and reuses resources. Everybody has their favorite setups. Everybody tends to default to what they know. DNS is also an unavoidable byproduct of internet presence because the internet relies on it. There is very little way to establish something on the internet without some kind of DNS. We're going to go quickly through a DNS primer, just in case there's folks that aren't as comfortable with it. So let's say you want to visit a website. Your computer is looking to visit ire.org. Now, the host is actually on an IP address rather than that domain name. So you hit your the domain name and contact a recursive DNS resolver or DNS server. Now, two things can happen there. The first is that the result is already cached in memory. So it already knows the answer, but in terms of translating the IP address to the domain name. If it doesn't know that answer off the top of its head, then it's going to check the root name server, the top level domain server. So that the top level domain is .com, .net, things like that. And then it's going to check the authoritative name server, because there's only one set of name servers that are authoritative for any domain, that are that have permission to have the real one answer. The only exception there is if it's misconfigured. So we do a lot in passive DNS and historical DNS, and there's reasons for that. Regular DNS is just now. If you do a DNS lookup on a domain, you're getting the DNS record that is it's pointing to now. Doesn't help you if it's about last week or last month. It also, again, assumes that we're talking proper configurations here. And again, regular DNS sometimes can be a little superficial in terms of investigations. Passive DNS is a different thing. Now, I'll talk a little bit first, because I really want to emphasize something Amritza was talking about, called privacy by design. When we're talking about pulling in records like DNS queries, there can be a really slippery slope in terms of user identifiable data and privacy. Luckily, with the route that we take, it was private by design 15 years ago. It is private by design today. We want no user identifiable data whatsoever. What happens for us is that we have a placement right above that recursive DNS server that you see. We have a simple sensor there that strips a bunch of the data out and only sends us queries if the answer is not in the memory cache of the recursive DNS server. So it only sends us brand new answers, fresh answers, and it only sends us a certain amount of information with no user identifiable data and nothing that you can de-anonymize. Our sensor network pulls in somewhere between 800,000 and 1 million observations per second, which is an awesome problem to have. And it really opened my eyes when I started working with it 7 years ago. I had never worked with something on that scale before. So again, we're private by design, but we're also set up so that we just want those cache misses. So we just get the new answers rather than the kind of possibly stale answers. It's all about making connections. We connect the data, and then we're able to cross-reference it. We're able to see those larger structures come up. We're able to see connections between developer behavior. So if you're tracking an APT group or tracking a cybercrime group that happens to repeat their processes, and many to most do, then you can see relationships between a structure over here and a structure over here, and then make connections between those. Want to stress that it's not about goodness or badness. DNS is objective observations. You can make some guesses, you can make some inferences, but in general, from our end, it's all about technical observables. And the question is where you go from there. There's a bunch of, I think there's over 100 types of DNS records in general, and I think there's about 30 active right now that haven't been deprecated. In terms of the ones that you'll be dealing with mostly, the A record just translates the domain name to the IPv4. The quad A is IPv6. CNAME is kind of just a redirect. NS is name server, and that's going to be important. We'll talk about that in a bit. MX is mail, and that can also be a fantastic pivot for you to use during investigations. TXT is text and can be anything. It's arbitrary text, which actually comes in really handy in a couple different ways, some of which tend to be seeing what software a particular domain is using, because a lot of SaaS, software as a service companies, use what's called text domain verification. So you can actually see their tech stack right out in the open. Again, we're a sensor network and a database. So we tell you what resolutions, DNS resolutions have attempted to be resolved. It's a clue. It's never the whole story. And the real important point in investigative journalism, very similar to stuff like threat hunting, is to be curious, to push forward, to push boundaries, really move beyond just what you see to what you think you might see next. You pivot, you take one set of initial observables, and then you pivot. You can pivot from the fully qualified domain name to an IP address. And then you can see everything else that's using the same IP or has used it in the past, which is super, super important. You can move from domain to name servers and then see what else is on those name servers. Now, again, in that DNS query, in that DNS request, it goes from your computer to the recursive name server to check for the cached answer or not. So if you're talking about authoritative name servers, a lot of shared infrastructure is going to use the same name servers. People love using the same name servers because folks don't pay attention to it as much. It's kind of a thing for me. I love name servers. They're just a fantastic way to associate a bunch of infrastructure. Again, everything we do online uses DNS. It's an observation. It's never an attribution. It's never a value judgment. It's just a technical observable. We're going to talk about some examples now of DNS and domain intel in investigative journalism. I want to remind folks that these aren't our wins at Domain Tools. These are wins by journalists asking tough questions and spending thankless nights pouring through data and talking to people that probably don't want to talk to them a lot of times. These are the journalists and analysts that put this together. We're just a small piece of a much bigger pile. So my part in our grants program is twofold. We have a grants lead and a grants administrator. I'm actually, all I do is some technical training for our grantees once they get access. And I also work with our grantees when they have questions or need further support. Earlier this year, we were contacted by journalist grantees and analyst grantees involving a journalism outfit, a media outfit from Poland called Front Story. They also have a partner English outfit called V Square. So they noticed something. They noticed that from a Russian registrar who's usually both bulletproof and completely redacted, they noticed a record that was in the clear. And you can see that record down at the bottom here. All of this information has been published already. And again, this is DNS, so it's already public information. The journalist came to, went internally first And then they came to us because they found this record in the clear. Now, one of the things that's happened in the domain space this year is that ICANN, who handle the IPs and domain names and things like that, and a lot else, they deprecated, they turned down and sunset a function called whois. Now, whois was the record gathering mechanism behind all domains. It's all that information. If you have a website, it's the information you put in with your name and address and everything. A lot of that is private now. A lot of that is redacted. So I can sunset the whois function and created a new one called RDAP. It's been a fantastically weird slog watching everybody switch over from that protocol. Now, we keep historical whois records going back to like 2000 in a lot of cases. So we're obviously pulling in the RDAP records as well. So when that, I think it was January 28th date hit that whois sunset, we started working more and more with RDAP. So what you see in this record at the bottom of the screen is an RDAP record, which is like a whois record, but it's in the clear. I've obfuscated some of the information there. So the journalist found this in our information and came to us and asked, what the hell? Because this was a Russian bulletproof registrar and host who never publishes anything, never cooperates with anything. And this particular media outlet, Front Story, was working on a case about websites that were doxing, that were releasing personal information of Ukrainian military personnel. And that was being used to harass both the personnel and their families and other folks. So in the midst of the story, they were looking up the website and found that RDAP record in the clear. Just to provide a little more background, whenever you see a technology protocol change over, you're always going to see problems. You're always going to see mistakes. And what it looks like, because I looked up more records from this same registrar, what it looks like is this registrar really screwed up. And they initially, when they switched over to the RDAP protocol, they connected their database that was clear text or plain text rather than their redacted one, and doxed all of their customers. So DNS can also teach us relational things. Again, we use it as a database. Databases connect things. It's all about the relationship between two things. So in this case, and this was part of the same case, the journalists wanted to understand the relationship between two different domains, foreignCombatants.ru and wartears.org. As we talked about already, we talked a lot about shared infrastructure and repeated patterns, developer preferences that get hard-coded into that infrastructure. So we were able to take a domain that we could connect directly to that clear RDAP record and the person in there whose name had already come up in the investigation. And we were able to say, as the same registrar, was created in the same month of the same year, has the same hosting IP, the same name servers, and the same mail servers. That was all in DNS. And that's because of the way the internet works. When you send an email to a domain, when you visit a domain, anything like that, those records have to be out in the clear so that your computer can get those answers and either get to the website or deliver that email. There's some obfuscation techniques there that we can talk about, but by and large, if one record is obfuscated, you can find things in another, especially historically. There was a second question, or actually a third question at this point. about the relationship between two other domains and whether they were from the same actor. So what can we tell about these two domains just from their DNS records? Again, same registrar, different in this case from master name. This was reg.ru, but we were also to see something behavioral. We were able to see heavy CNAME use. And again, CNAME is those redirects. So it's a specific choice developers were making. And we were able to see heavy CNAME use with specific attributes. They were done in specific ways. So we could at least take a gross, very large look at what the behavior of the site developers was. And it matched up. Also had connections to the same IP address, which is a supposed DDoS, anti-DDoS service in Russia. Stormwall, so that folks know, is also a Russian bulletproof host. So they host a lot of badness, and they don't generally cooperate with takedowns. We were also able to see, in terms of subdomains, again, we were able to match up both behavior and time. So we saw that the sites had the same set of subdomains, in this case, obviously language subdomains. So for these examples, Polish and French, but we were able to see one set of subdomains stop getting resolved in the wild and one start getting resolved in the wild on the same day. In addition to that, again, you see the A record, which is that translation for the apex domain, the main domain. One stopped being seen on 8/19. That was the day after the other one started being seen. So we can create temporal connections, relational connections between those domains with technical observables. Again, we're not making judgments, but we can allow certain inferences as long as they're supported by the evidence. In this case, and again, completely same case, it was really a fantastic one for me to work, and I really appreciated the Front Story folks bringing it to us. We were also looking at the relationship between different ASNs, between different essentially ISPs. An AS number, or autonomous system number, is provided to organizations that want to use IP space. They want to host, they want to create traffic networks, things like that. Now, the question sometimes can be, what's the connection between different AS numbers, between those organizations? And it's easy to tell when, you know, one has a name called Stormwall and one has a name called Storm Systems. Now, granted, the Stormwall SRO was in Slovakia. SRO is kind of like an LLC for Slovakia. We were able to obviously connect them to Storm Systems and Storm Networks pretty easily through the same abuse address in their Whois record, in the Whois record for the ASN. But the basic hosting IP of the sites, some of the sites we were looking at, was with an AS number called Safe Value out of the Seychelles, supposedly. Now, the interesting thing when we looked at Safe Value was previous to like 2020, 2021, it had looked like a standard ISP. But after 2021, and especially 2023, it only had 2 routes out to the larger internet. And those were Stormwall SRO and Storm Networks. So suddenly this Seychelles-based ISP can only transit through Russian entities. It's a big question, you know, it becomes a big question at that point. we were also able to connect all three of the Storm networks through their office space, which is in Skokovo. Skokovo is a sanctioned technology park. Russia tried to, it's sort of a Russian attempt at Silicon Valley, but it's also very much tasked to Russian government interests. So we were able to show that these, not only these were offices all connected, but they were all out of the same building in a internationally sanctioned technology park. I'm going to provide the slides after, so there are references and links in here in case anybody needs them. Now, we've talked about the investigations. We've talked about DNS and domain data. Now it's time to play. I am as passionate about play as I am about DNS, domains, and human rights. I do want to preface this by saying I am a keyboard warrior. I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a psychological professional. We're going to talk about some brain stuff here soon. As with anything else, as with the technical observables too, don't take my word for it. You'll always want to verify. Why does play matter? So the easy answer is that it's formative. For me, I can directly connect my love of threat hunting and threat research and security back to Carmen Sandiego. There was a DOS game called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego that I had from a very early age. It came with two really thick books. They were world fact books. And what you had to do was, at this point, Carmen was still in her supervillain arc. You had to track down her henchmen who were stealing things all across the world. So on the top right, you see some of the information that a player would see as they're walking through the game. Now, you get a couple hints of where to look, where to go. You have to look it up in the actual world fact book. So at the same time, it's presenting you with a whole lot more information as a kid. If you're getting close, you see the henchman that's in the middle of the screen. And he literally creeps across the screen. And that gave me the biggest dopamine hit every time. Just getting close. It's related to something called intermittent reinforcement, which means that instead of getting that jackpot every time you pull the slot machine lever, you only get it intermittently. So it may not reinforce as quickly as something as regular reinforcement, where it would go off every time. But with intermittent reinforcement, what you get is a much more powerful dopamine release. And it tends to attract neurodivergent focus, especially. And I'll remind you that I'm pretty neurodivergent, especially with the autism, but also the ADHD. There are some studies that actually show at this point that intermittent reinforcement is more attractive to those folks. Now, in addition to being formative, play can also be a signal. Play can be a signal of what your brain attunes to, what brings you joy, and what may bring you joy 40 years down the road. So in various different functional studies, play has been ascribed to particular places in the brain. It's more complicated than this. I'm definitely simplifying it a bit. And even the truth of it in the studies is more complicated. So take this simplification for what it's worth. But there's three main areas that they talk about a lot. The first is a prefrontal cortex, which is a lot of your executive functioning, speech, working memory, planning, risk processing. Remember, we're talking about security here, so risk processing is a huge thing. The second is the striatum, so that's motor and action planning. It's also consequences. It's also reward perception. So you're part of your dopaminergic system, that inherent neurological reward that you get, that gets activated when you play games. The third main place is the amygdala, which among other functions really deals with emotional response and fear. Games allow you to work through emotional responses and deal with things like fear, surprise, excitement in safe ways. Again, it's one of those places that not only gets more activated in play, but also is able to develop more. The other thing to talk about in terms of neurobiology is connectomes. Your connectome is the connections between your neurons and other neurological functions, but specifically between your neurons. And one of the things that research has been showing for the past probably 2 decades at this point is that the more connections that you have, the more activity and the more effectiveness that you see in certain different tasks and different capabilities. You see a couple different diagrams on the screen of what your connectome may actually look like, imaged in certain ways. I actually love the diffusion tensor one. It looks like a mohawk, like it looks just completely punk. I love that representation of the connectome, and the idea that we're forming this neurobiological mohawk just by doing more things, including play. So Albert Einstein had both a misquote and a fun quote. The misquote is actually at the bottom right. It's usually misattributed to him. What he actually said was, the desire to arrive finally at logically connected concepts is the emotional basis of a vague play with basic ideas. This combinatory or associative play seems to be the essential feature in productive thought. The hell does that mean? The highest form of research is essentially play, was the translation that researcher Envy Scarf came up with. That's usually what's attributed to Einstein. It's a little, it rolls off the tongue a little better, so you can understand the attribution. But if you again look at the areas of the brain that we're talking about in regards to research, we're talking about working memory, planning, risk processing, decision making. All of that goes into research. All of that goes into especially good and effective research. So I think it does make the case that play is an incredibly effective form of research and allows for that formation and that activation in very important ways. Was reading a book by Elena O'Brien and Andrea Seidel called The Power of Play. And they talked about positive psychology quite a bit, including this word eudaimonic. And it took me a second because I'm like, I've seen that word before. Now, if you look at the quote from Gabriella Coleman, who wrote a fantastic book on certain aspects of hacker culture, going way back, but also talking a lot about hacker posture, hacker behavior and preferences. Gabriella Coleman had this fantastic point where she talked about hacker pleasure. And she brought in this concept called eudaimonia from Martha Nussbaum, the unimpeded performance of the activities that constitute happiness. If you're used to sitting and investigating, sitting and banging things out on a keyboard, sitting and pushing through problems, you're used to eudaimonia. A related concept would be flow state, where you hit a point while you're working that you experience both pleasure and increased effectiveness. Play can also heal. One of the things that's been found in the last couple of years, this was a Oxford University collaboration, was that folks who got into motor vehicle accidents and played Tetris within 6 hours of their hospital admission dealt with much less PTSD. There were a couple different theories for the effectiveness of that, but essentially, the one that strikes home to me is that it made the fear and trauma, psychological trauma, less salient to the person while they were concentrating on just putting little blocks in rows. That's all that happened in terms of playing Tetris, but it provided them a much better foundation from which to move on from that motor vehicle collision. There are other advantages to play, obviously, motor skills. We talked about flow state a little, that eudaimonia, that simultaneous accomplishment and pleasure. There's also self-directed play, where you feel like you have choices and influence outcomes. Look at our industry right now. Look at the InfoSec industry. We deal with so much in terms of situations where we don't feel we have choices, and we absolutely don't feel like we influence outcomes, at least more than a day-to-day process. But self-directed play can start activating those areas of the brain again and start activating that joy again. So it's incredibly important, especially as an adult, to get back into that, to move back into that space and sort of direct your brain as to what you want to attend to, because your brain will respond. The thing about coming back to play as an adult, you have to realize it's a process. You're training or retraining a muscle. It's kind of like meditation in that way, but again, it is training that muscle. You're training those places in your brain, those areas in your brain, to get more activity, to get more connections to your other neurons. So it's going to be a process, and it's not going to be overnight. You can, one of the most effective ways is to make play easy. Eliminate the steps in between you and play. Set your handheld gaming console somewhere that you'll see it, and you can just pick it up and start playing if you need to unpack something in your brain. Just work to eliminate those steps in between. The other thing you can do is make play attractive. You can reinforce your brain's anticipation of a reward. Get yourself a favorite snack and really associate it with that playtime so that you're doubling down on telling your brain what you want to attend to. I appreciate everybody listening very much. I appreciate everybody working, and thank you very much to PancakesCon and Leslie. All I have left to say is don't forget to play.
Ian, thank you for an amazing talk. You really lit some fires in my brain, and it makes me want to fire up Destiny 2 on my PC.
Absolutely.
That is one of my favorite forms of play. So we're right up to time. So I believe we're going to transition to the next speaker. But you rang a lot of bells in the Discord, or sorry, in the Slack chat. There's a lot of nostalgia going on in there, and a lot of I didn't know that was happening with Who Is. So excellent work. Feel free to dive into Track One chat, and you'll hear some kudos there.
100%. Thanks.
Thanks, Ian. So our next speaker is Dave Weinstein, and Dave is going to be talking about career planning in an era of layoffs and story games. Dave, thank you so much for coming out to PancakesCon this morning.
It's always a pleasure. I would say good morning. It's morning in my time zone, but good whatever time zone it happens to be where you're watching. So this talk is split into two parts, and we are going to do questions at the end of each section. So we'll go ahead and get started. The first section is talking about career planning. Again, as with all of PancakesCon, the focus of this is that people in early stages of their career, students and people who are in the industry but not for a particularly long period of time. So my name is Dave Weinstein. I have been making my living in tech since early 1988. I have been laid off multiple times. I have survived layoffs multiple times. I have been the manager of a team that's been hit by layoffs multiple times. Most recently, I successfully recommended that in the event of a layoff, the most expendable person on my team and the person who should be at the head of the list was me, and that advice was taken. The one thing I haven't done is I have never been the person who had to make the actual call of exactly who loses their job when layoffs are required. So some disclaimers. I have spent my entire career working in tech in the United States, and by definition, that's going to impact my perspective and analysis. I have not always worked for an American company at the base, but I have always worked for an American subsidiary. I have managed people outside of America, but again, I was working for an American company, and those people were working for a subsidiary owned by an American company. So please take that in mind if you are outside the United States or not working at the root for an American company. We're not going to talk about legal issues today. Legal issues and how they apply to layoffs and employment law vary wildly across the world, and even within the United States, they vary from state to state. I am not giving you legal advice. I am not your lawyer. Partly that's because you're not paying me, but mostly it's because I'm not a lawyer of any kind. And finally, we're going to avoid as much as possible talking about the root causes of the shifts that have created the new trends in layoffs. We can't avoid it entirely because we have to talk about it, but going into it in a tremendous amount of detail is going to be both time-consuming and irrelevant. If you are in the target audience for PancakesCon, you're not going to be making decisions about layoffs and corporate policy anytime soon. So let's start by talking about the word layoff. Let's define the term. People who are laid off, as opposed to people who've been fired, are by definition doing their jobs, and often they're doing them very well. Their job loss is not based on a failure to perform, but based on the needs or perceived needs of the company. Now, there are exceptions here, okay? There are always going to be, especially in large layoffs, people who were at the very bottom end of performance that was considered acceptable, people who were about to be put on a PIP, people who were about to be managed out, possibly even people who are about to be fired. Those are the outliers. If it is a company that relies on layoffs to remove poor performers, that company has bigger issues than the layoffs themselves, because you should be ideally helping people improve, but if they can't improve, managing them out of the company if they are unable to meet the requirements of the role. The next objection people make when I say it really isn't about performance is, well, clearly you're going to lay off the lowest performers if you have to do layoffs. And the answer is no, actually, probably not, because it's more complicated than that. The real question, the real answer to the question, who is laid off, is the people whose loss is perceived to cause the least short-term pain for the organization. As I said, we're getting rid of people who are doing a job that you needed to be done. And it's not as simple as saying, we'll just take the lowest N% and let them go. Sometimes, for example, a company might decide to take an entire job function and simply outsource it. So all the people who are doing this, we're laying you off, we're going to hire a third-party vendor, and they're going to provide that service for us at a fixed cost. And that's how we're going to do it. But even if that's not the case, it's rare for you to have an organization that has only one job function. It's rare for you to have a team that only has one job function. And so now you're looking at, well, which job function are we overstaffed on? Which job function is easier to increase the load on people? What job function can we simply reduce the quality and say we're still meeting the minimum bar that we need to do? And that means that if you are a solid performer in an area of the company where they have an excess, relatively speaking, you might get laid off before someone who is a weaker performer, but in a job function that they need more or don't have enough of. Finally, even on a team that has only one job function, people are not fungible. We're not interchangeable. Everyone has different skills and specialties and areas and strengths and weaknesses. And it may simply be that, yeah, you're doing a great job, but there's someone else who has a specific set of skills that they can't lose and they don't have coverage for. So it's really not a simple answer. And the final thing when we're talking about layoffs is we really have two sorts of layoffs. We have layoffs of necessity and layoffs of choice. And it used to be the case that companies did everything they could to avoid layoffs. And they did this because layoffs were seen as a sign of weakness. And that weakness had a number of negative impacts on the company as a whole. It could lead to stock price drops if they were viewed, if they're a publicly traded company. It could lead to potential customers going somewhere else because they don't trust that the company will continue to exist and they need ongoing support. If you're laying off in part of a company but not another, it could lead to employees that you wanted to hire, potential employees you wanted to hire, simply not going with the company. And if you had, in the case for a number of companies, your customers don't pay you in advance, they pay you net 60, net 90, they pay you 2 to 3 months after you provided the service or you delivered the product. And there have been cases where companies are like, well, the person we owe money to might be going bankrupt, so why don't we just not pay them and hope that they go bankrupt fast enough that we never have to pay? And that makes that weakness a self-fulfilling prophecy. So a layoff of necessity is one where reducing staff is required to keep a business or part of a business viable. A layoff of choice is one in which a company chooses to reduce staff for reasons other than business viability. That could be increasing profit margins. It could be pivoting, that they decided to diminish their investment in one area to increase their investment in another. And rather than retraining staff, they're simply going to let people go in the area that they're diminishing their investment and hire people for the new roles. And as we'll see over the next few slides, that's become increasingly common. So how do we get here? Now, for some of you, you may actually be too young for this, but you used to hear stories about how the CEO of a major company started in the mailroom and worked their way up to the top, and you just don't hear those anymore. For one thing, the people working in the mailroom at a large corporation no longer work for the company. They're vendor staff who are working for a third party that's been contracted to deliver the mail. There is no route up the chain from there. So let's look at things in a little bit more detail. In the 1950s, 1960s, even into the 1970s, IBM was the American technology company. It was certainly the American computer company. No one got fired for buying IBM was common knowledge, and it was the nightmare and the nemesis of anyone trying to sell competing computer hardware. And if you were working for IBM and you were doing your job, you were taken care of. IBM didn't do layoffs for over 70 years. And they had a package of employee benefits and perks that weren't really going to show up again until the late 20th and early 21st century at some, but not all of the big tech companies. Now, this wasn't completely free. There were drawbacks to this policy. "I've been moved" was an unofficial motto or nickname for IBM because employees were expected to relocate with their families wherever the company needed them. But when we got into the 1980s, IBM was starting to show signs of financial strain. The leadership still wanted to avoid layoffs, so they started offering buyouts. You know, we'll give you money if you'll retire or just leave. In 1993, the leadership at the top of IBM changed, and almost immediately, IBM laid off 60,000 employees. First time in over 70 years. Now, this was legitimately a layoff of necessity. IBM was in financial jeopardy. They needed to cut staff in order to survive. We get to the dot-com crash in 2001. A lot of people lost their jobs because the company they were working for ceased to exist. These companies were not viable without the money coming in from the markets. When the markets collapsed, the companies went away. In 2008, we had the global financial crisis, and in 2009, Microsoft, despite still being profitable, had its first mass layoffs in company history, laying off 5,000 staff. In 2014, they would lay off another 14,000. But this was still sort of an exception, especially the 2014 layoff, because in the late teens, big tech salaries, benefits, and hiring continued to grow. They exploded during the COVID-19 lockdown because other options for entertainment, socializing, and work were curtailed. In 2022, as the world opened up again and people had other options, hiring freezes started to show. And hiring freezes are a canary in a coal mine. Businesses do hiring freezes because they're worried about the state of things and because it's much easier not to hire than to hire and then fire. In 2023, Google had its first mass layoffs outside of an acquisition, laying off 6% of the company. Now, what's interesting is that number, because what followed in 23 and into 24 was a string of companies laying off between 5 and 7% of their staff. Now, it is possible that every company had overhired by that percentage, but I find that unlikely. What actually happened, in my opinion, is that companies realized that with Google, a very successful and profitable company, laying off that percentage of their staff and not being punished for it by the markets, that it would be safe for them to lay off a similar percentage without it being seen as a sign of weakness or evidence that the company was failing. And companies chose to play it safe. That continued into 2024, and we're now in 2025, and I think everyone knows what's been going on. So we're now at the present day. Layoffs are considered a sign of good management by the financial markets, and rather than moving or retraining staff, companies have just standardized on laying off staff in areas that they're de-emphasizing while simultaneously opening new roles in areas they want to move into. Layoffs of choice are a regular occurrence. So let's just sum this up as a problem statement. Even being a high-performing employee on a profitable product at an extremely profitable company is not necessarily enough to spare you from layoffs. And if we were having this discussion 20 years ago, that wouldn't be the case. Yeah, it's a security talk. I'm pretty sure there's a mandate that some part of it has to be depressing. But you've probably noticed that the talk was never pitched about how to avoid layoffs. So if layoffs or the threat of layoffs are inevitable, what can you do about it? And as far as I can tell, there are exactly 3 things that are to some degree under your control. The first is literally those things you can do at a level of a professional, things that someone will pay you to accomplish. Now, no one is equally skilled at all their professional skills. You'll be stronger in some areas and weaker in others, and that's fine. One thing to realize, especially for people earlier in your career, is that this set can also decay. It doesn't just increasingly move up and to the right and get stronger. There's a reason that you'll sometimes see staff or principal level engineering roles posted with a requirement that the current or last role must have been primarily programming. All skills decay if they're not used regularly. And in this case, what they're trying to filter against is people who were, principal or staff level engineers who moved into an architect or a management role and want to go back to a role that is primarily code development, and they don't want to pay for those people to refresh their skills. Now, it's very important when you're talking to companies and you're looking at your professional skills not to lie. Be upfront about where your skills are, including whether or not you've done them professionally before, how recently you've been using them, and importantly, where your interests are. Where do you want to grow and develop your skills at this time? Now, if you find yourself in a situation where most of the jobs you're interested in are asking for skills that you don't have at a professional level, you do have some options. The ideal one is you find an employer who's willing to hire you on with the understanding that you're going to grow your skills in that role. They're looking at you and saying, well, you don't have all the skills this role requires, but you have enough other skills we like that we think you'd be a good fit. These opportunities are not as common as they once were. If they were, people would be doing the retraining staff rather than simply letting people go and hiring other people, but they do exist. If you're currently employed, you can look for ways to grow those skills in your current role. Look for responsibilities or projects you can take on that will lead you to develop the skills that you want to develop and show that you did them in a professional context. The final one you can do is you can learn it on your own time. That is the least ideal because you have a limited amount of time and it increases the risk of things like burnout. Finally, when you're looking at your skill set, remember that there are career breakpoints where what got you here won't get you there. Your existing skills, the one that got you the role or got you the promotion, are table stakes. They are the minimum expectations, and you'll need to develop a new set of skills if you want a promotion or to progress in your career. There's also a level of cynicism required, I think, for any security talk. So we're going to go with a devil's dictionary definition of your professional network. Your professional network is the set of people who know what your professional skills are and will, at a minimum, not block you from getting an opportunity. Ideally, they'll help you get an opportunity. They'll serve as a reference for you, but at the very least, they won't block you if you apply at a role that contacts them or where they already work. And the problem with professional networks is it's possible to do them very, very wrong. So if the only time you network is when you personally need something, you are doing it very, very wrong. Among other things, that level of self-absorption, this is only interesting to me if it benefits me personally, is really evident to everybody, and it is not a good look. So Deviant has a well-known talk, Lawyer, Passport, Locksmith, Gun, in which he points out that those are a set of things you need to get before you need them. I'm going to add professional networks to that list because they aren't something that you can create instantly. So how do you build a professional network? The answer, for better or worse, is organically and over time. Are you a student? Your classmates right now are going to be your professional peers in years to come. Are you working? I don't care if you're remote, if you're hybrid, if you're in person. Do you regularly take time to build connections with other people in the organization, both on your team and outside your team if it's a larger company? If you're watching this live, are you talking to people in the Slack right now? Because you certainly should be. There's a whole channel for professional networking. Are you on professional or professional adjacent Discords? Look, I'm not saying you need to churn out engagement pieces on LinkedIn, although LinkedIn will happily want you to do that. But there are easy things you can do on LinkedIn that matter. You can boost posts from people you know who are looking for work or looking to hire. Have you worked for someone? Did you work for a manager who you really liked? If they're hiring, you should not only say that to your network, you should say, hey, I've worked for this person. They were great. I really learned a lot. They were wonderful to work for. If you've worked with someone, the same things apply. If you know someone is looking, are you actually actively thinking, who do I know who might be a good fit for them? Because at the core, professional networks are about three things. They're a blend of talking shop. You get to talk to people who already understand a lot of the baseline of what you do. You don't have to explain things from first principles. You can learn and share and complain and commiserate. They're great. You can talk about life because we are all people and humans are interesting. And if you're interested in someone as a person, it shows. And if you're not interested in someone as a person, it also shows. See the previous slide. And they're about helping each other out because, again, we thrive and succeed when we help each other. If you want a network to be there when you need it, you need to be that network that helps other people when they do. And the final thing under your control really boils down to one question. How long can you go without an income before the wheels come off? What is the minimum amount you could spend each month without doing long-term damage to yourself and your family? So eating simply, eating at home, that's all fine. Not being able to afford to eat or to have a home is not fine. When you are desperate, when you are out of funds, when you have no runway left, not only do you have fewer choices, the stress will actually impair your cognitive function. This should be obvious when you think about it to anyone who's ever suddenly forgotten basic things in an exam or a job interview, but there are scientific studies that back it up. Stress just makes us dumber. If you know that you can take your time to find the right role without worrying about everything collapsing, you're going to interview better, you'll perform better, you'll be more relaxed, you'll be more pleasant to be around. Everything works better, but it goes beyond that. If you have enough liquid assets for any expected job search, and then a little extra, that lets you hold to ethical lines. Because let's face it, if the choice is you do something you find unethical or your family starves, most people will turn their conscience off. You want to know that you have this reserve, and that means saving and investing when you have a job for the times when you don't. Now, we all know that living above our means is a bad idea. Doesn't mean people don't do it. It means everybody knows it's a bad idea. Living at your means is almost as bad. You aren't saving. You're vulnerable when the labor market shifts and companies take advantage to lower their offers. It also means that there are career moves you can't make. You cannot take jobs that offer better long-term prospects, whether that's equity because it's a startup
the ability to grow skills that are more lucrative in the market in the long term, or switching into a separate industry because you can't afford even a temporary dip in pay. So I'm not saying that you should live like a starving student regardless of income. I'm saying that you should be mindful and intentional about what you save and what you spend. All right, we should have a couple of minutes for questions after round one.
Yes, Dave, you are really making an impact in here in the chat. Lots of comments about I love this talk. This is all good stuff. And so let's there's been a couple of statements here, so I'd like to get your take on what are some of the best places to network for those of us who love to talk to our shoes versus, make eye contact with people.
Well, first of all, text online, be on Discord, be on mailing lists, be in web forums. The second thing is get over it. Look, a good friend of mine is a professional musician. He's made his life playing in front of audiences for decades. He is a natural introvert. He just fakes being an extrovert because he needs to for his chosen career. You need to build this network. You should be willing to invest in yourself as you would in any other skill. Get the ability. If you really need to, go to Toastmasters. Learn how to talk to people. Building off the previous talk, hey, if you can talk to people in an online game, you could probably talk to people in real life or in an online non-game.
Those are both excellent. And I honestly have not heard the name Toastmasters in a long time and forgot it existed. And that is, we'll make sure to put that in the chat, but Toastmasters, there's Leslie. I am definitely not into Toastmasters chapters. And meeting up, one of the comments in the chat was meet up in your local DEF CON chapter. Look up the DEF CON plus your area code in the US and find your local DEF CON.
And if there isn't one, start one.
Yes.
You can be the person who starts something. We're going to have, this is the last question because I need to get to the second section, but one thing I will note is if you've been to DEF CON, security skill overlaps with people in the DEF CON community, but it's not a relationship. I know people who can, hack incredibly well who are not part of the DEF CON community because it's just not their thing. And there are plenty of people who are valued members of the community who aren't particularly technically skilled, but they've invested their time and their passion and their efforts in the community as a whole and helping people. So help people build a network. We're not a species built to be lone wolves. We do best when we work together and we help each other.
Absolutely. And plug for your local cons, not just DEF CON. Go ahead.
So story games. We'll switch tracks just a little bit. Oh, look, it's another speaker introduction. So I've been playing tabletop role-playing games since the late 1970s. I spent 11 years as a AAA game developer in the 90s and into the mid-aughts. And most recently, I spent 2.5 years running a product pen test team for Activision and Microsoft. In between those, I also wrote and published a story game. Again, we have disclaimers. Anytime you start defining genres, you get into a lot of contentious territory. So for clarity, this section of the talk is based on my interpretation of the genre as both a player and an author. Your mileage may vary. For that matter, your mileage may be in kilometers. And for those who are afraid that, whoa, you wrote a game, maybe this should have been a sponsored session, at a conference that actually has sponsored sessions, Witness to the Execution is free as a PDF, and the print-on-demand price is literally printing the costs. So if I'm giving a talk to try and make myself money, I am doing it terribly, terribly wrong. All right, the term, as far as I can determine, first started showing up on The Forge, which was an online forum, in the early part of the 21st century as an outgrowth of Ron Edwards' taxonomy of role-playing games as being gamist, narrativist, or simulationist, with story games falling squarely into the narrativist camp. I'm going to go ahead and define story games descriptively rather than prescriptively by the characteristics they tend to exhibit. This does not mean that a game needs to exhibit all of these characteristics or even most of these characteristics to be a story game. And as with any kind of taxonomy, things get blurry around the edges. So for me, story games are what happens when you combine theater, sports, improv, and tabletop role-playing games. They're mechanically very simple. Sometimes they're almost mechanically non-existent. And they usually, although not always, have a strong emphasis on character portrayal. Microscope is a noticeable counterexample, and we'll get into that more when we talk about Microscope, when we're talking about games in particular. Story games are RPGs that fit into a board game logistical slot. That is to say, they're self-contained and they're relatively short. Apologies if you play World in Flames, just ignore this section, it doesn't apply to you. They're scenario-driven, and the same scenario with the same players would often end up with wildly different results if you play it multiple times. And it's reasonable to play the same scenario or the same game with the same people multiple times. Finally, since the games tend to be limited to a single 90 to 240-minute session, you don't have to worry about who can make it this week for coordination, which is the bane of long-form RPGs among working adults. Story games tend not to have a single game master. This is probably the least consistent of these characteristics. There are certainly story games that do have a single GM, but it's extremely common for the narration responsibilities to rotate around the table. If I had to distill it down, playing a story game is fundamentally about listening, reacting, and collaborating. Story games tend to have a large amount of player agency as separate from character agency, even in the cases where there's a single GM. And that means that no one is really fully in control of where things are going. If war games want to really be Kriegspiel, and strategy games want to be chess or want to be Go, story games want to be volleyball. It's as fun and entertaining and important to set someone up as it is to spike the ball yourself. So in what follows, I'm going to go over a small handful of story games. This is a tiny sample of the breadth of the genre. I've chosen games that are largely drawn from either early impactful games in the genre, or games that I've played a lot of, and we'll finish with the design points in creating a specific story game. But it's important to understand that this is a very broad and very creative space. You've got games like Fedora Noir, which is a 4-player game in which one of the characters is literally the detective's hat, or the wildly experimental My Daughter, the Queen of France, where the players are portraying the friends and family of Bill Shakespeare, not that Shakespeare, another playwright of the same name. And those characters are themselves playing characters he's writing in a play that he is writing to work through issues he's having with his daughter. If The Extraordinary Adventures of Baron Munchausen wasn't the first story game, it was certainly one of the first. This is a game of competitive tall tale-telling. It came out in the early part of the 21st century. When I was doing the research for the presentation, I discovered that a 3rd edition is available, and I'm going to order a print copy for my collection. But again, this is a game of tall tale-telling. It is more collaborative story forming and less character-to-character interaction. It's an early story game. Probably the best known of the early story games is Fiasco, which the creators described as the game of making a Coen Brothers film. And this is the first story game that I can recall seeing actual play videos of. There is a new version. The new version moves notes and dice. So I used to write everything on 3x5 cards, and the randomization element was dice, and everything has been moved to a card-based mechanic. I have not personally played this version, and I haven't played Fiasco in quite a number of years. Microscope is interesting in that it has the distinction of being a story game that is often used in a session 0 to create the game setting for a conventional tabletop RPG, because Microscope is the game of creating history. And the direct role playing in Microscope is actually limited to sort of leaf node scenes in which the purpose is to determine the answer to a question. Why did the king surrender? Why did the guards in the town go over to the invaders? Once there's an answer, the scene ends. Among other things, that means that some or all of the characters portrayed in a scene may never occur in the game again and may never have occurred in the game before. They exist only to answer that question. And one of the side effects of that is the investment of the players is in the story and the narrative and the history, and not in the details of an individual character they may be playing. Now, I'm a huge fan of Jim Pinto's game designs, and I've played a lot of his Protocol series. I've chosen Splinter City as representative for it because this particular game taught me a lot about how players approach narrative. So the Protocol series uses a standard set of playing cards as the randomization element. And in Splinter City, the players are playing normal people in a city of superheroes. And for each act of the game, you draw cards to create a headline. This means the headlines have no inherent connection to each other. They're completely randomly generated. They cannot be planned. But in every game of Splinter City I've ever played, the players have inevitably created an interesting narrative through line that weaves the randomized headlines together into a coherent story. And in hindsight, that shouldn't be surprising. We're a species that sits and looks at water vapor and tells stories about clouds. But nonetheless, it's fascinating. It's also worth noting that Jim has an excellent introduction to playing GM-less games, and that is also available online. It includes a protocol game. The protocol games are very inexpensive. I highly recommend them. And now we'll get to the one I wrote, because I can go into a lot more detail about the decisions behind that. So the barriers to publishing a paper game are the lowest they've ever been. In this case, I hired an artist, I hired an editor, and I hired one of the best layout professionals I know, and I published a game design I've been working on. And despite years in AAA games, this was the first time I'd ever been able to ship my own design, much less have full creative control, because I had full creative control for the same reason you get full creative control. I was the person writing the checks. When all is said and done, between the fees of the game itself, business licenses, accountants, domains, I've spent somewhere between $4,000 and $6,000 US on it. It did not make a profit, and I eventually set the price to free. Now, this is a game about the death penalty. It's set in America for obvious reasons, but not in any particular state's legal system. And in fact, it doesn't require any knowledge of American law beyond maybe binging a lot of Law and Order over a weekend. It's not a law procedural. It's not a mystery, because mysteries are incredibly hard to do in any RPG. So the game starts in medias res, partly because I like things that start in medias res, but also because it pushes all the mystery and legal details into the past. The victim is dead. The condemned has been arrested, convicted, and all appeals have failed. The game starts on the morning of the execution, and the final scene of the game is just before the governor decides on clemency. The game moves around in time from scene to scene, partly because I like that kind of unfolding narrative, but mostly because that enables the players to explore the events in any order they want, filling in details as they arrive at them and paying off or setting foreshadowing. The characters are created jointly, and who plays any character will change from scene to scene. Now, part of that is I like troop-style play, which first showed up in Ars Magica, but mostly it's because the legal system in America is fundamentally adversarial. And if you have the players strongly identify with one side or another, you will ruin this sort of a game. And in fact, in actual play, what seems to happen is people love casting people in opposite roles from scene to scene. Did you do a fantastic job as the prosecutor? We're going to put you in a role in the next scene where you have to argue against exactly the same points you just made so well. Finally, it's a rotating narrator mechanic, partly because that's common to the form, but mostly because of what is at least American psychology. I can't speak to anyone else, but if you give most Americans a no-win ethical conundrum, they will almost invariably go all Jim Kirk and refuse to believe in no-win scenarios. They will attack the assumptions of the problem rather than engaging with it. At the same time, we've grown up immersed in drama, dramatic tropes, and dramatic conventions. We know what makes a compelling story, and it requires drama and tension. So given an opportunity, people will turn up the drama and the tension every chance they get. They will go ahead and create those compelling narrative through lines together. And so after 4 rounds, when you get to the final question, with this governor, who we created together, given what we've portrayed in this game and what the governor knows, pardon the condemned, commute the sentence to life in prison, or allow the execution to continue, there isn't room to blame someone else for the complexity of the question. Everyone who set up the ethical problem is sitting in the room. In all the games I've played, I have never seen a pardon occur. Even in a game when all of the players knew out of character that the condemned had been framed for the crime and was absolutely innocent, and at least some of the people at the table were personally opposed to the death penalty. I've seen the sentence commuted once. Even when I've deliberately tried to put my thumb on the scales towards pardon, the ability of a single player to force a narrative just isn't there. No one has that level of control. Now, I will say that even though I wrote the game, I can play it at most once in a day if I'm at a convention or something. It is an experience. I enjoy it, but it's draining. The case where, one of the cases where everyone knew that the condemned had been framed, at the end of the game, it was a convention game, someone said, that was That was. They couldn't say it wasn't fun, it wasn't unfun, it was an experience. And that to me is interesting. All right, we are at questions round 2.
Sorry, struggling with the mic, the mute button there. All right. So again, you lit up the chat. So Leslie actually said, wait, there is a game from my favorite film, referring to Baron Munchausen.
Yes.
And can you talk about storytelling it's funny because these two are obviously related. Can you talk about storytelling when you're trying to get over your fears of interacting with others?
Well, so here's the interesting thing. One of the common failure cases for people who are like trying to GM a conventional tabletop game, especially for the first time, is called railroading. They've worked out where things are going to go. They've prepared everything. They're ready to go. And if the players try and deviate from it, they're going to hit them with a hammer and try and drive them back online. And we call that writing a novel, not playing a game. And one of the things I find with story games is they break that. You cannot railroad people in a rotating GM game because you don't have enough influence to railroad. You have to get used to listening and reacting. And part of what drives that sort of railroading is a fear of, well, I haven't planned for that. Now what happens? In a story game, you never plan for it. You can't. There are too many different things impacting the narrative, putting it off in interesting directions. You have to learn to go with it, to improvise, to get used to working without a net. So I find story games are a nice low-risk way to get those skills. Like, there's a random element. You don't know what's going to happen. You're just going to have to get used to going with it. You get used to listening to people and building on what they've set up.
And can you relate that to those folks in the chat who might be struggling with social interaction and how they're going to build their network so that they have a network when they need it?
So I'm going to say they're not quite that related. Again, one thing is it's a low risk way to do it. So early in my career, I did a Windows interface at a library automation bar, and they'd been using nothing but dumb terminal or smart terminals before. And so I was telling a whole bunch of people that their continued employment required them to learn a Windows mouse interface, which they had never used in their lives. And so what I told them to do while we were writing it was, everyone involved needs to play solitaire for 30 minutes a day. Because it was a zero risk, zero stress way to get used to the interface. So to the degree that these games are a zero stress way to learn to socialize with people, that can lean towards it. But part of it is you also need to learn, you are limiting yourself in the long term for your career if you can't interact with clients, if you can't interact with colleagues. You will very rapidly hit a point in your career where the projects that matter are not doable by any version of you that's available. They require more than a whole you to do. That means you have to work with other people. You need to learn that skill. It is as fundamental as anything technical you're working on. So approach it with the same discipline you'd approach to learning a new technical skill. It's just part of what you need to do. If games help you do that, that's great. But fundamentally, you need to learn to interact with other humans, at least for long-term success.
Yes. Excellent feedback. Coming from a sales career, I was introverted when I started, and my favorite manager told me, you can tell the difference between the sales engineer and the software developer because the sales engineer will stare at your shoes while he's talking to you. But eventually we all learn to make that conversation. Some of us take a little bit longer than others.
Yeah.
All right.
And as I say, authenticity is the most important thing. If you can fake that, you can do anything.
Fake it till you make it. Dave, that is an excellent talk. Love the material. We are going to go. Oh, I have to turn on my video. And we're going to transition between speakers. Thank you for an excellent talk. You blew up the chat around building a network so that you can find a job when you need a job. And of course, a lot of discussion around why layoffs are happening right now. So excellent. Feel free to join us in the chat, and we're going to transition speakers.
I'll see you there.
Thanks, Dave. All right, so our next speaker is Chris Hardy. Chris is going to talk about patient craftsmanship and finding malicious users and embroidery. We will save all of our questions for the end of the talk. Chris, we're glad to have you from New Zealand. Here you go, folks, proof New Zealand exists. And I'm gonna turn off my camera and let Chris go.
All right, good morning, everyone. Kia ora koutou katoa. That is a Maori greeting that means welcome, everyone. That's spoken here at the beginning of every meeting and everything here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So thank you all for inviting me to give this talk. I'm going to be talking about a incident that I worked at a previous employer. And some of the statistical analysis tools that I developed to do that. And then I'll be talking about another passion of mine, which is embroidery and fiber arts. So the incident had a company I was working for. It's a large multinational company, and they had a mobile app that has a loyalty system in it, and so when you use the app, you can get some points and then redeem those for something later. And what happened was the customer had discovered, and they're in many countries around the world. Our customer discovered that a number of their customers were getting free or heavily discounted products, and they weren't very they didn't care too much about OPSEC, and they're bragging about it on social media quite blatantly. They were concerned about the potential losses that this campaign was causing them. And so they came to us and said, hey, can you figure out what's going on and see if we can put a stop to it? So the initial belief was that there were a small number of threat actors that were running some systems that were allowing other users to be able to leverage some sort of vulnerability in the system and claim these rewards. So it fell on myself and my team to try to figure out what was happening. So we are working with data in many countries, a lot of them in the EU, as well as APAC, and none in the US. But a lot of about 60 so odd countries and about 300 million users. And the data that we wanted to limit it to was, and we don't have a whole lot of data on each user, but we had first name, last name, an email address, and what country that user is in, because how the markets are all separated by country. And one of the constraints we had was that we had to be compliant with the GDPR. Now this was a security incident, so we can take some constraints off while we're investigating, but we wanted to make sure that we were not using data in an identifiable manner unless we knew with some confidence that we were working and analyzing the threat actor specifically. The other thing is we wanted something that was robust and could be a statistical method that we could use later, because we knew that the threat actor would likely, once they discovered, once we put some countermeasures in place, they would likely try something new, and we wanted to be able to have something that could possibly follow them, and we could see how they're changing their approach. So what we decided to do, and this gets statistical, I'm going to keep the math out of it, but I'm going to talk about some ways that you can intuitively think about what it is that we're doing. So what we wanted to do was create a baseline of what is a normal name, a normal set of names, normal email addresses look like by country, and then take some sample of data that we're seeing, and then say, okay, what is the likelihood that these names or email addresses are normal for that country, or what's the likelihood that they're not normal? And then have some statistical tests to tell us whether or not they are normal or not. And then if we see something that looks abnormal, then we know we can flag it to help us decrease the amount of analysis that we have to do, because we have millions and millions of users. So the first thing that we did is we just said, okay, is there a way that we can take a name and see how often it occurs within our system? So how many of each type of name there are. So the approach that we used was we converted each name to a floating point value. And all this code that I'm going to talk about, you'll see at the end, I have a GitHub link to it, and the whole package is up there. Turn each name into a floating point value using a standard algorithm that we created. And then we could plot each name on the x-axis and on the y-axis, how many times we see that name. And you end up with a plot like this, that on the x-axis is the names, all the A's are here at the left, all the Z's are here or on the right, and then going up is how often that occurs. And we binned all of them so that we have 1,000 different bins. And so all the like Aaron, for example, would show up in one bin, and KR for Chris would show up in a different bin, etc. Now you can see you can't really separate out the, so we have two here. One's a baseline that's based off of all the names that we saw in US. This isn't data from our company, this is data from some breaches. And this is names in the US versus names at a suspicious domain. And we couldn't really make heads or tails of this, of whether or not it was normal. So we thought, well, why don't we change things up a little bit and instead use a cumulative distribution function. And so what this is it's a very similar plot. These are different countries now because I wanted to have something that looks really obvious. We looked at China versus the US. Again, all the AA names are here on the left, Z names are here on the right. And we are counting how many names show up, and we're just, all the, how to put this? We're doing a cumulative sum as we go from left to right on this graph. And so every time we find a name, we increase the count by 1. And we keep counting up and up and up and up and up and up and up until we have finally all the names have been counted on the right. And so you get this nice curve that you can visually see that there definitely is some difference between names that are typical in the US versus names that are typical in China. So okay, well, maybe we have something here. So let's look at other countries. Here is the US versus the UK. It looks similar. You can definitely see some differences here in the distribution of names. And if we grab several countries together, you can see that China is definitely an outlier. Here's Germany is a yellow one. And then Switzerland, the UK, and US are actually quite similar, surprisingly. Switzerland seems intuitively, based off this, to be more similar to the US than Germany seems to be similar to the US, which was quite surprising. So now let's look at the US versus a suspicious domain. And in this case, what we have is, you can see that there is obviously some difference between the suspicious domain and US. Like up on the far up right-hand corner, you can see a big jump up. And we'd have to go back, and I'm not going to go through the analysis of which names those are, but we can see that there's, looking at it, some kind of difference. So we had a visualization technique, which was pretty nice, and this actually let us to move forward and say, okay, well, maybe we have something here, and can we actually quantify now this difference and have some sort of statistical test to then determine whether or not the suspicious accounts are different than what we see for the baseline. So we thought, okay, well, here's what we can possibly do. So as I mentioned before, we converted all the strings into a floating point value. And that was what you saw on the graph, was a floating point value from 0 to 1 on the x-axis. We placed every value into a bin. So all the AAs ended up in probably the first bin. Z's ended up in the last bin, and we arbitrarily chose 1,000 bins, and then we counted the number of names that end up in each bin. So we created a histogram. Then we calculated the cumulative sum for each bin, and that's what you saw in those previous graphs, was that the cumulative sum. Now in that case, it was a cumulative distribution function. I divided by the number of names, but you still would have ended up with the exact same graph. And then we do the exact same thing with the baseline. And then for the statistical test, we decided to do was, let's look at a chi-squared goodness of fit test. And and I'm going to try to make the statistics really light here. But what that does is it's a statistical technique that if you have two distribution functions, two cumulative distribution functions specifically, what you can do is compare one to the other, calculate the difference between them, and then compare that to some threshold. And if it is outside the threshold, then you know that the distribution functions are different. Those, the USA distribution versus your sample distribution is different. And if it is below a threshold, then they are considered the same. So let's talk about it intuitively. So this green area here in this graph is that difference that I'm talking about. So what intuitively you're doing is between the baseline, which is this blue USA line, and the sample that you're doing that might be suspicious, let's say is this orange line, you're going to take the difference between those, and that's this green area here. And that's going to be basically the square difference, so you don't have to worry about signs. And then you're going to calculate the variances between those two for each bin. So like you're going to start at the left, calculate the variance. So it's going to be 0, 0, 0. Here we're starting to see some variance. And you're just going to add up all these variances. And then you're going to compare that to the threshold. Now the threshold is, there's a normal chi-squared calculation for the threshold I'm not going to go into, but it's a standard statistical calculation. And the things that it is based off of is the number of samples and how many bins there are. So if you have a lot of samples, then the threshold can, how to put it, if you have a lot of samples, these two lines, the baseline and your suspicious sample, need to be closer together in order for it to be statistically significant for them to be the same. And if you have more bins, then if I remember right, they have to be similarly closer together in order to be the same too. So, so this is the intuitive idea behind it. Now, the actual implementation with code here is using the library that is available at my GitHub/name baseline. This is the Python library. And what you do is you just provide a set of names in the baseline, a set of names that are suspicious, and then run it through a function. It'll calculate the cumulative distribution function. And then you run those through this goodness of fit test. And what it will do is it's going to return back an object. One of those is just a Boolean of whether or not it follows the baseline. And if it does, then you can say, okay, everything looks good. If it doesn't, then you know that you need to probably investigate some more. Let's talk about some of the sticking points here. One of which is you have to answer, okay, what makes a good baseline? What we found in our analysis was that since we're working with countries, email addresses at large regional ISPs actually tend to make really good baselines. if we had like an account with an email address and first name and last name, and the email address was a regional ISP, usually those seemed to be pretty well vetted, because in this case, the threat actors were creating new accounts with new email addresses, and the ISP email addresses were more tightly controlled. So it actually seemed to make a pretty good baseline. Interestingly, the threat actor was using Gmail quite a bit, but Gmail itself, if you look at all of the records in a whole, actually seemed to be a pretty good baseline for us as well, just because of the volume of users that use Gmail. It was by far the most used domain that the users used. Like, there were more typos of Gmail, for example, more typos of gmail.com than there were of users who are using Yahoo, which was quite interesting. And then another one was university email addresses. Again, I think of the same kind of thing as like with regional ISPs, as these accounts tend to be vetted when they're created. One of the interesting things, though, is that we did notice that the baselines when we used email addresses was different, and we attribute that possibly to differences in naming preferences between generations. So that was just sort of an interesting little observation we had. Things to watch out for. When we had cases where there were large cultural diasporas, you could very easily say that, okay, accounts associated with this domain were potentially malicious, even though in later analysis it looked like they weren't. And it was because the names that are used in those cultures are different. So like in the US, if you have a domain that lots of Chinese people use, then those are going to look different. So what we found is that for the most part, accounts at domains like these that are on the screen were all flagged as false positives by our test. So what we did is we just added these. If we saw these, we just sort of add them to an allow list and say, okay, we're not going to worry about those ones. And finally, this statistical test is a screening tool, and I wouldn't recommend using this as any sort of anything that you drive any automated action off of, but more as an indicator of, hey, we might have something here. We might have some malicious behavior, so let's take a closer look at it. And with that, I'm going to continue on to the second half of the talk. And so when I'm not doing and polling on investigative threads, I actually like to poll on DMC thread. And one of my hobbies is to do embroidery and other fiber arts work. So I'll talk a little bit about that. Here on the right, let me move that so I can see that. Okay, cool. So here on the right is a bag that my mom made for me. I was really lucky and was getting into sewing, and she happened to have it's Sewing Geeks here. She happened to have a Singer Featherweight 221, and she had it at home. She collects old vintage machines, and gave it to me when I was back visiting the States. So it flew back home to Auckland in this bag, and I entertained myself for the flight from Portland to Auckland by stitching, embroidering these feathers onto the bag for the featherweight. Why embroidery? So my grandmother taught me how to cross stitch when I was little, and I did it for quite a long time. Didn't really tell anybody about it. It was not something that was very macho when I was growing up, and put it away probably when I was in high school, and didn't really touch it since. And then in 2023, my wife and I had a child. He was about 3 years old at that time. Had some really stressful things at work. Was going through a mental health crisis, and I just decided I needed something to hyper focus on, and to to be able to shut everything else out, and picked it back up just out of curiosity, and found that it's actually really helpful for me. And I was able to sort of shut my brain down for a little bit and just focus on something. One of my first projects was to embroider a Dragonite from Pokemon onto a hoodie in honor of my team at work, selecting that name as the team name. And then it was actually probably quite fortuitous that I picked it up, embroidery, just like on a whim, because that the next year I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and I already had some coping mechanisms. It was a really stressful time, both because of that and because of work, and it really helped me through that. So I'm going to show some of the projects that I worked on. This is a kakapo. It's a endemic ground-dwelling parrot here in New Zealand. They are incredibly cute. Some of you might have seen, oh God, I hate it when I do this. One of the nature presenters from the BBC. Anyway, some of you might have seen kakapo on some TV shows. They're quite large. There are only about 244 remaining, and while I was on a Christmas trip back to the States, I decided to entertain myself by doing this. It's a pretty good size embroidery piece, and this was one that I did freehand without a pattern, and I based it off of a photo and then just sort of marked some critical points on a pencil and just did it all freehand. One of the things I'm really happy with this is that I had basically created a new stitch I call the Y stitch to try to mimic how the feathers overlap. So I'm incredibly proud of this. This is probably my what I'd say is one of my better thread painting pieces. This is the hoodie that I was talking about of Dragonite. Of both, we're at the beginning of it. On the left is when I first started it. That was Dragonite printed out on just a piece of paper, and then I put that on the hoodie and stitched it, and then I ripped it off, pulled the paper off once I had the outline, and then filled it in. Not 100% happy with it, but it came out pretty okay. It looks better from a distance than it does up close, admittedly. Here's a collaboration I did with my wife. She does a lot of felting, and felting's really cool because you just take, if anyone listens to the thread making talk that was given earlier, she was talking about using wool and spinning it to make thread and how it tangles together. Felting is you take a ball of thread and you tangle it all together by stabbing it with a needle repeatedly. It's actually quite cathartic because you just stab. So if you want to get some anger out, it's a really great way to do it. This was a hot air balloon that was modeled after a hot air balloon that a friend of mine flies in Albuquerque, New Mexico, called Mr. Sprinkles. And so the hot air balloon's on the top, and then I embroidered a basket for it underneath, using several different stitches, which that was a nice, fun piece to do. And then here's a piece I'll show, and this one's sort of cool because I can show you, I took lots of photos of this, so I can show you step by step of the way that I did it. And hopefully you'll see that it's actually not that complex. It just takes focus and detail work. So what I did here is I had a design for a cooking apron that I've had in my head for about 20 years, and finally decided to just make it. And so what I did is I took made this design of the Swedish chef and some text around it, as you can see there, and then penciled it out on this I used water soluble stabilizer you can pick up at a craft store. So I penciled it up, put it down on the fabric, and then stitched all the outlines. And then once you have the outline stitched, You fill in the areas with whatever stitches you want to use. I'll show all the different stitches I used through this as I went along. And the stitches I used on this, you can see I have the outline stitch, which is sort of that one that's sort of spiraled around a lot of it. The back stitch, which is a lot of the main outline of the body, is back stitch. And then the French knots, all these little like tops of eyes are French knots. This is what it looked like after I finished doing the outlines. And now it's time to start filling in. So here, the stitches I use, I start filling in the hands, spoon, knife. Here I used the straight stitch here for the spoon and the knife. And then for the hand, it might be a little hard to see because it's a little small, but I use something called Pakara couching. And that's a cool stitch because you do a sort of like a back stitch and then you wrap it, or you wrap over it. And what it does, it sort of creates this three-dimensional effect on it. And so it actually looks a little bit like if you had felted material like, a Muppet, where it's starting to pile a little bit. It gives a little bit of that effect to it. This I did the hand on the right side of the screen, as well as some more of the arm. The arm was using straight stitch. The hand was using some more Pakara couching. Here, start to fill out some more with the straight stitch. Here, I did some straight stitch here around the neckline, and then some seed stitch to give some outline to the collar on the neck. And I wanted to keep the color the same, so I needed to just have a contrast with the direction the seeds were, the stitches were laying, as well as the thickness, in order to give it some sort of obvious difference. Now this one I'm starting to set up for the next slide, which is a plated stitch. And this is really neat. You'll see it on the next slide. It creates a nice woven effect. And here I did weaves with both white and red in order to sort of emulate the chef's apron. And I was really happy with how that turned out. More Pakara couching here on the face to give the effect of some piling of that felt again. And then his nose to give it some depth. You can't see it here, but in person, I did a padded satin stitch. And what that does is you end up creating one row of stitches underneath the nose, and then you do another row of stitches going a different direction over top the nose. And what that does, it actually pushes the stitches up. And so then you have actually a three-dimensional dome effect. So it gives actually the nose is raised a little bit from the surface. It gives a really nice effect. You'll see padded satin stitches really common on some Asian silk tapestries and things like that. And then here is almost done with it. I have the outline of the mouth done, the mouth lined in, and this was done with a straight stitch and padded satin stitch. Let's see, where is that padded satin stitch? Actually, I don't see. I don't think I had any in here, but a lot of straight stitch here. That's what I did with his hair and his mustache. All right, and here we have it done. A couple other stitches had the more straight stitch, so we see all these little straight lines. Long and short stitch. This was both his hat as well as in the I don't know what to call it, the face of Camilla. The surface satin stitch is sort of a neat one I did for the nose, or the beak rather. It creates sort of a raised surface. And then the Y stitch again, I talked about with the kakapo. I use that again for Camilla in order to give it that texture of feathers. There's a stitch called the knotted pearl stitch that I based that gave me the inspiration for the Y stitch. Because it's sort of the way that works is that when you do the stitch, you take another stitch and you sort of hook it around and then pull it, so it creates this V or Y shape, and it's sort of cool. So that's what it looks like at the end. Super happy with that, and I wear that quite regularly. As a 20-year idea, it finally got done, thanks to embroidery and a mental health crisis. But the really cool thing about this is that when I was looking at doing embroidery again, I started looking at machine embroidery, and because I had access to a machine. And one of the neat things is that you can just make a design with a machine embroiderer. You can make a design in like Inkscape or something and just embroider it out. But the thing you can't do is all of those special kinds of stitches that I did here. So this is something that you can only do when you're doing hand stitching. One of the things I'm really excited to get into very soon is doing embroidered knitwear. So I am actually working on a jacket for myself right now that's based off of this blue jacket here on the right, called the Cuzlet by Knit JBL. And it's sort of a really pretty combination of cable and lace, and it's a really complex and Fair Isle, anyone who's into knitting. And it's really sort of complex because you have to knit it in a bunch of different directions and pick up stitches and then knit in other directions. But what it also I'm going to do once I have this done is take some of my embroidery and add that to some of the areas in order to highlight it. And here's an example of one of the inspirations I have for doing that embroidery. So here is just sort of a purplish jacket, a knit sweater, and then you'll see this dark brown and purple. These were actually embroidered on afterwards, after the whole thing was knit, to give it additional accents. This isn't something you see very often, but there's a whole book called Splendid Apparel that I happened to pick up at the library that gave me this idea and gave me the inspiration to then make myself teach myself how to knit, so I could make myself this sweater so that then I could do embroidery on it. So one thing always leads to another. Some of the resources that if you want to learn embroidery, I'd recommend taking a look at. One of the books I have that I really like is Mary Thomas's Dictionary of Embroidery Stitches. That is, if anyone can see me, that's this book here, and it's not going to focus on me. There we go. And so you can just like flip through it and say that, okay, like sort of flip through and say, okay, well, I just want this kind of appearance. I wish it wasn't going to do it on me. Anyway, I want this kind of appearance, and so how can I do that? What kind of stitches exist to do that? And it has instructions in there for all of them too. So it's a great book. Another site that I found when I was learning more stitches was the Royal School of Needlework has this amazing website at rsnstitchbank.org that has an incredible number of stitches with step-by-step instructions that are very detailed. So that's another great resource. So what I do is if I go through Mary Thomas's book, I find something and I can't figure out how exactly it works, I can usually find it on the RSN Stitch Bank, and it will have even more detailed instructions. Visit your local library. Most libraries, I know like ones here in Auckland, have a great fiber arts section, and I just browse it every time I'm in the library and always find something new. And that is just sort of a nonstop source of inspiration. If you want to learn specific stitches or maybe just sort of a general introduction, YouTube's a great resource. I wish I had this when I was young. And then if you're doing any knitting or crocheting and you're looking at maybe embroidery mixed in, there's Ravelry.com. It's a great website for knitters and crocheters. Lots of patterns on there. And then there's some people that put patterns with knitting, with embroidery on there as well. And so let's say I've given you some inspiration, and you want to give it a go, and you want to do it to relax and use it as your type of play. Great place to start is just go to your favorite craft store and look for a cross-stitch kit or an embroidery kit. Most of them will have an embroidery hoop. If they don't, you can buy one there at the craft store. They're very cheap, usually just a couple bucks. Usually they'll come with fabric as well. Embroidery, usually you'll use a regular woven fabric, and you can even use like clothing scraps and stuff like that. If you do cross stitch, usually you'll have an Ida fabric, which is sort of woven fabric that's more loosely woven, so you have big holes in it, so it's easier to get the needle through. The kits also will come with embroidery floss. Embroidery floss also is really surprisingly cheap. When you use it, just a recommendation from having done this for years. Most people, when you first start out, you don't realize this. When you use it, don't use the whole thing all at once. Run out like in arm's length and cut it there, and just use an arm's length at a time. It makes it a lot easier. Usually the kits will have various sizes of needles, and they'll have the pattern instructions. Sometimes they'll even have marks on the fabric to help guide you. If you need to learn a new stitch, search YouTube. There usually are lots of people doing that, showing stitches. Visit your local library. And also, most cities will have craft groups or meetups or groups at their library. And you can meet some friends, have a coffee, have a yarn, both the chat type and the fiber arts type, and take part in your community. It's an incredible amount of fun. And I think that is the end.
Excellent talk, Chris. And the Trash Panda has the first question. Do you ever use regular thread instead of floss? They have a bunch of thread left over from sewing, but they assume you'd have to use something more.
It depends. So the floss is usually like a 5-ply, if I remember right. Like DMC, it's usually about 5-ply. So and thread is usually like 2-ply. And so if you want to go really thin, you're doing something really thin, you might use thread. If you want to, it really depends on how thick you want to do. The thicker you go, the fewer stitches you'll have to do, but the less detail that you can have. So you just sort of have to weigh that. What I usually do with the DMC floss is, if I want more detail, because it's a cotton floss, whereas thread often is like polyester. What I'll do is I'll take that DMC floss, and you can separate it into the individual, or like 2-ply or 3-ply, or separate out the number of plies that you need. So you absolutely can. I prefer the cotton floss. It's just a little easier to work with.
Excellent. And this segues a lot into the current trend of appreciating retro. And so a suggestion from the chat is hit up your local used bookstore, and you will be surprised some of the ancient, decades-old craft material you will find in some of those used bookstores.
Absolutely, 100%.
And sorry, there were a lot of comments and questions about crafts and arts and skills that keep your hands busy and that help the rest of your brain, help the rest of your mind, and possibly the best example maybe being needle felting and dealing with certain emotions and moods. Is that typically a very stabby activity?
Oh, needle felting? That's
Yes.
all it is. All it is stabbing. It's really cool. So you just take a ball of wool, and the needles you use, you can pick them up at a craft store. They have little tiny barbs on the side. And so you just hold the ball and you just stab. And then you stab and it shapes it because it just tangles everything together. And you just keep stabbing and keep stabbing and keep stabbing until you have it look like what you want it to look like.
Amazing. Chris, thank you for an excellent talk. You made an amazingly technical and deep presentation on looking for those divergence and finding bad actors in the data. And then you brought a lot of comfort with the needlework. And so we will transition to our next speaker now.
Anything?
All right, everyone, welcome back to PancakesCon, and welcome to the CraftCon that also features InfoSec, according to our next speaker, Brianna. So Brianna is going to be talking about one-liners and one needle, and doing amazing things with needles and bash, two of my favorite topics now. And so we're going to turn it over to Brianna and let her run.
Hey there, everyone. So yes, as my gracious host just said, this is one-liners and one needle. I'm going to talk about bash one-liners and then also a new craft I've gotten into called needle binding. So first, who am I? I'm Bree. My hacker handle is Dionysus. You might have seen me on Mastodon or way back on Twitter before the great Twitter migration. Last time I presented here, I lived in Utah, but now I live in Maine, so that was pretty cool. Did a cross-country move. By day, I work at Gray Noise Intelligence, but by night, I just post a lot on the internet. And then the other thing is my friends have realized that every time they have a cute picture of a deer, they can send it to me. So without any further ado, let's get into it. So first, let's talk about bash one-liners. So to start, I really just want to define a one-liner really quick. So you have your bash script, and that's going to be a multi-line file, and you run it, and you can run it with arguments, and that works really well. But sometimes you just want to get the job done, and you don't want to write a thing that requires like formatting and other such nonsense, or it's something that's just like so small and so specific that it doesn't make sense to write it as a full-on script, and that's where the one-liners come in. I think one-liners are really cool because they can serve a functional purpose, but there's also a lot of really weird, cool, hackery things you can do just in making cool-looking one-liners that are maybe not super useful. So you can have fun party tricks. You know, the first thing I learned when I was studying for like my Sec Plus certification was about the fork bomb, and I absolutely love the fork bomb. We're going to talk about that later. I really just think one-liners are neat. So one-liners really come in two flavors. First, I'm going to talk about function-first one-liners. That's what I refer to as when you're doing a thing and you just need to get the job done, and you just want to do it as simply as possible. So this isn't getting fancy. You're not trying to impress anyone. You're just kind of trying to do your job. You know, that's where you're going to run into, you know, the sort of Stack Overflow answers that everyone groans at because it's a little bit complicated, but it makes perfect sense to the person who wrote that Stack Overflow response. If you've ever had to read anything about Linux on Stack Overflow, you know what I'm talking about. So let's try writing a function first, because I find that examples are the easiest way to really describe what I'm talking about. So I am going to do a demo, but first I need to give you some context. A while ago, I was comparing a lot of open available Suricata rule sets. For my day job, part of that involves writing a lot of firewall rules and checking what I've written against other data sources and against exploitation in the wild. I just really needed a way of, you know, cross-referencing like which rule sets have which things, so I can compare and contrast my firewall rules against ones written by people who are much better at writing Suricata rules than me. So then I had to go, well, how do I even go about going through that? Because these files are massive. So first I read about, well, you can cat and then grep for what you're looking for. And then I read that you shouldn't use cat and then grep because that's abusing the cat. Just use grep. You don't actually have to concatenate your file before you search through it with grep. And then I just read a bunch of man pages until I eventually found something that works for me. And I learned the tiniest amount of awk needed just to do the thing. So let's do a quick demo and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let's go into my Suricata research folder. And I'll just show you, we've got a lot of things here, but we also have several Suricata rule sets in their own folders. So what I can do is, let's say I'm trying to find a CVE from 2008. Maybe I'm trying to check if Eternal Blue is in one of these rule sets. So I'm going to do grep. And after a lot of reading through documentation, I found that if you do R, that searches recursively through folders. If you do H, what does actually grep H do? Let's check the man page. So you go through, look through patterns, and then I just go through all the switches until I find what I am looking for. So in this case, if you just go through, maybe do a search, maybe do H, there we go, with file name. Print the file name for each match. This is a default. So what I'm doing is I'm recursively going through, I'm listing the file names of anything that has the string that I'm looking for. And then really important, at least for this specific one-liner, is I. That makes it case insensitive. So we've established that we are grepping through all of these folders in a way. And now I am looking for CVE 2008, really just anything from 2008. And when you grep like this, you don't have to do wildcards on the end of it because it will just look for that match regardless of its position in the text. So I got this far, and I said, well, make it look through every folder in this area and then every rules file. So let's try pressing enter on that. Okay, that shows so many. So at this point is when I said, okay, I have to figure out how I'm going to actually just show the file name instead of the full match, because this is overloading my terminal and overloading my ADHD brain. I can't read through all of this. So I do grep RHI CVE 2008, go through the folder, look through a rules file, and then I pipe. So when you pipe something, if you're not familiar with how Linux terminals work, basically the pipe takes the output of your first command and then uses that as the input for another command. And this is where things get a little bit spicy. So I'm going to use awk. Awk looks really unfamiliar and really intimidating if you've not used it before, but we're going to be fine. Everything's fine. I'm barely even using awk. I've had friends who were in college for computer science who were like very intimidated by awk, and frankly, I am still a little bit intimidated too. But we're going to do awk-f. That runs a specific function as a variable, and then we're going to do a colon, and that just tells it that we're about to start doing a thing. And this is going to be kind of a minimum viable awk command. Okay, so just print $1. And what that does is that just says, okay, we have all of our output. Now use awk and just print the first argument that it gets, which is going to be the output of what was left of the pipe. And in that case, it's only going to show the file name because it won't do the full string match. It's just going to show the file name because that's what we said with the capital H in grep RHI. And then from there, if you press enter, you get stuff, but then you get like a billion duplicates. And this really confused me for a while. And I was trying to think of all these different ways. Maybe I turn it into a Python script. Maybe I do more things in awk, so on and so forth. I ended up reading through a bunch of Stack Overflow things and then remembered, oh, right, there's a sort function. Sort is one of those basic Unix utils. And if you do sort-u, you can see here, unique. All that this is going to do is take your output and only show unique responses. So let's do grep rhi quotes CVE 2008 quotes. Say that we're looking through all of the folders in here and we're going through all of the rules files. And then we pipe that into awk. And super, super simple. Just print $. Almost forgot a quote. That would have made me very sad, because then I don't know if it would have worked. But now I can just use sort u. All right, here we go. So now we see every single Suricata rule that has CVEs from 2008 from the data sets I was looking through. In this case, you've got ET open. And if any of you here are at Proofpoint, thank you. Thank you for your emerging threats database. Oh, it's so good. All right, back to the presentation. So we've seen how to write a really basic functional one-liner. But now let's talk about something that I find far more interesting. Form-first one-liners. This is where I mentioned before, one of the very first things that I learned when I was studying to move from tech support into security was what's now one of my favorite things, a one-liner that I have considered tattooing on my body because I find it just really pretty. The fork bomb. I really, really like the fork bomb. The reason why I like the fork bomb is because it looks like utter nonsense, but if you run it, it will freeze your computer, unless you're running BSD or have a security kernel of Linux that knows what a fork bomb looks like and can halt it. But back in the day, or with less secure computers, this will make things break really fast because it runs out of memory. So let's talk about how this works, because I find that this looks more intimidating than what it really is. So if we break it down, the very first part of the fork bomb is colon and then parentheses. All this is doing is declaring that there's a function with the name colon, because for beautiful, beautiful reasons, Bash lets you do that. So then it begins the function that again is called colon, because who needs alphanumeric names in your function? And so what we're doing is inside of the function, it's calling the colon function. And then it's piping the output and splitting it off to another colon function. Okay. But then you put the and sign on the end of that second colon, and that makes it start running in the background. And so what this is doing is it's recursively calling itself. And then every time it's calling itself, it's also opening another instance of this function in the background. So then we end the function, and that semicolon just shows that we're done defining it, and then we run it. Maybe don't do that if you're on the same computer that you're watching this on, because I have indeed crashed a computer and had to hard reset it before by pressing enter on this on accident. It's a good time. I really like it, and I like how it's really simple once you get past the really specific ways in which it's been made opaque. I really think that having a one-liner, it's kind of like back in the day when you had not just another Perl hacker scripts. I really think that crafting weird and obscure Bash one-liners is a lot of fun. It's kind of like playing Sudoku with how horrible you can make something look while still having it kind of make sense. So let's see if we can make one ourselves. So what can we write that's super cursed, but it technically works? This is where I spent most of my time preparing this presentation, partly because I was hitting my head against it, and partly because I was just having a lot of fun. So let's do another demo. Let's go back into our terminal. Going to clear this. Okay, I misspelled clear. I'm very smart. What I eventually did over several iterations is I had a few ideas. First, I thought, what if I write a Bash one-liner that reads like a poem? So I tried using the touch command and the who am I command and the cat command a lot. And that worked, but it wasn't really doing anything cool. And then I thought, well, what if I just write something that does really basic math, but I make the variables look stupid? It worked, but it wasn't really spicy. And then I found something, and I think this is a lot of fun. So first, I'm just going to show you the one-liner itself, and here we go. So date plus percentile x, so on and so forth. Let's run it. It says, oh, whoa. Okay, but let's run it again. Well, now it says, ooh, woo. So what this is doing, and I'm going to break this down really step by step, but first I just want to give the base level overview. All that this is doing is running an is-even function on the time on your computer, but written as seconds since the beginning of the Unix epoch. So to start with, if we do date plus percentile s, there we go. That's my system time. Cool. Nobody used that to, sync your clocks and hack into me, I guess. So now what we can do is, and I'm going to pipe this output, so just sending the number, and read is a very interesting command to me. So read takes whatever you have sent in as input, and you can just assign it to a variable. So read A, because I'm trying to make this a little bit opaque, I'm just going to call my variable A. Okay. Well, that doesn't do anything. So let's keep going. So if we make this if statement, so not of, if, and then we use these two square brackets, and this is doing math things, basically. And we say, okay, so $, so that we're calling a variable, do a couple of parentheses to do like math inside of this, and also because it makes it look a little bit more opaque. So A, which is the output from dates, modulo 2, and modulo, basically, if you divide something by 2 and you get a remainder, if you're doing like, more basic math, modulo is looking for that remainder. Okay. So if we do A modulo 2, so it will see what the remainder is after you divide it by 2, and then EQ if it's equal to 0. So if it's odd, or if it's even, it's going to have 0, because if you divide it by 2, you won't have any remainder. If it's odd, you're going to have a number that's not 0. So we have all of that, and then we do a semicolon, and that ends the definition of what we're doing. And also, because it's an if statement, this semicolon says we're done evaluating. Now let's do something with the results. One thing that's really interesting about the bash terminal is that if you do an if statement like this, you don't have to specify like is true or equals 1. By default, if you just say if, then it will say, oh, like if the thing is true. And in Linux world, something is true if it returns a value of 0. Something is false if it returns a value of non-zero. That's a bit of an oversimplification, but that's good enough for what we're doing. So let's say if all of this, then we're going to echo a woo. I just chose that because I think it's funny. Else, so if it's not true, so anything that's not 0, echo ooh, because I also think that that's funny. Now, one really weird thing about bash is that you start your if statement with if, and then you end your if statement with phi. And that works in multi-line, and it also works just fine as a one-liner. So you throw it all together, and there we go. And you can run this a bunch, and it will give you a different result depending on what's going on with your system time at that point that you run it. I thought that was a lot of fun just because you can't really accurately predict what the result is going to be before you run it, unless you're already looking at your system time formatted as number of seconds since the Unix epoch. So how did we get here? How did I figure out how to write all of this? Well, a lot of search engine use, a lot of reading man pages. Basically, if you're trying to write a good bash one-liner, read the man page for every single utility that you think might be useful. And even look up some that you might not even know exist. I found out that there is a thing called common in Linux, where you can just look through and find common strings when diffing two files. I don't know that existed until I started reading a bunch of man pages for figuring out how to write weird one-liners. GNU has a big reference manual for Bash. I have consulted that a lot as well. And anything written by Julia Evans. If you haven't heard of her writing, she writes really incredible zines. Here I have her Linux toolbox. It's a set of like 7 zines, and all of them are really, really good. So for example, so you want to be a wizard, and it's just like, it's comics, it's drawings. It's a lot easier for my brain to pay attention to things if they look nice. And Julia is really, really excellent at writing technical documentation that looks nice and reads well. Highly recommend taking a look at anything she writes if you want to try any kind of Linux wizardry. I also looked through the great tomes of Old Stack Overflow and just experimentation. My first one-liner that I was going to present, the one that I tried to write like a poem, I just kind of kept writing variants of the same command with different arguments again and again and again until it started to come together. And then I would text my friends and be like, hey, does this look stupid enough? Does this look cursed? And they would be like, nah, it's not cursed enough. Okay. So then I would keep going. So that is Bash one-liners. I can answer any questions in a little bit, but I'm just going to really quickly move to the second half, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We can save the questions for later.
Great. So let's go over the second half of the demonstration. Let's talk about needle binding, aka nail binding, aka null binding. It is a fibercraft. It is extremely old. And it also was like deeply unpopular for a while. I say it almost died as an art form. I don't know if that's like very technically true, but like public perception of it certainly like went super downhill since like World War II. I learned about it by reading a bunch of history things and then finding a YouTube video where this woman was like, my Finnish grandma taught me how to do this, and she was the only one in the family who remembered how to do it. So thanks, Finnish grandmas, for leading me down this path. This picture is what set me down this path in the first
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.